the accountability will be achieved, not in decades or many years, but swiftly, as mandated by the Constitution. Mr. President, this representation, together with my staff, LBMRO, and the judiciary family, are ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I commend the committee for increasing the budget allocated for the judiciary. The committee increased it by 539 million pesos. Ano-ano po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang mga items na dinagdagan ng budget at paano po ito makakatulong sa ating hudikatura? May mga hindi po ba na pondohan for fiscal year 2026?
Sa totoo lang, marami pong nahiniling ng ating hudikatura na hindi po rin natin naibigay due to the lack of fiscal space, but still we endeavor to ensure na magkaroon ng karagdagang budgetary support. The following activities under the Supreme Court of the Philippines and lower courts, yung supervision of lower courts, nadagdagan po yan. Philippine Judicial Marshal Service, augmented ang kanilang budget. Unified Legal Aid Service as well. Adjudication of Supreme Court cases. Justice Sector Convergence Program. At yung maintenance and operating expenses, Mr. President.
Mr. President, napansin din po natin, tinaasan din po ng komite ang pondo para sa Unified Legal Aid Service by 39 million. Ito po ay napakagandang balita dahil marami po sa ating mga kababayan, Ginoong Pangulo, ang nangangailangan ng legal assistance. At karamihan lamang po ang alam ay ang PAO. Mr. President, maaari po bang malaman kung paano po makakakuha ng free legal assistance sa Unified Legal Aid Service? Marami po tayong mga kababayan na nanonood ngayon at maganda pong marinig nila na meron pong ganitong klaseng programa ang ating pamahalaan.
Yes, sa programang ito, lahat ng covered na mga abogado sa buong bansa ay mare-require na mag-render ng 60 hours of pro bono service for a period of 3 years. So, yan ang isang malaking bagay na pro bono service by all lawyers who are covered.
Okay. Kasama po dyan, Ginoong Pangulo, lahat po ng abogado, you mean both in government at saka yung private practice?
Lahat po, pero ang mga katulad ko na nasa gobyerno ay hindi po covered. So lahat ng abogado na sa private sector, private practice, ang required to have 60 hours of pro bono services for a period of 3 years.
So safe po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang ating mga abogado rito, ating mga legis na nasa paligid po natin. Anyway, my next question...
But may I just add, covered lawyers under the rules refer to the following members of the Philippine Bar, whose membership status with the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, number one, is not terminated, who are not retired in accordance with IBP bylaws, 2, and third, who are not excluded under Section 5 of this rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Salamat po sa kasagutan na yan. Ang susunod ko pong tanong, Ginoong Pangulo, on an average, ilang taon din po ang binibilang bago marisolba ang isang kaso sa RTC, MTC at appellate courts? Ang dahilan po ba nito ay dahil sa kakulangan ng tao? Or is it yung scheduling, hindi magtugma yung schedule ng prosecutor, ng defense, yung oras din po? Or marami pong mga kaso na hinahawakan po ang isang abogado or ang isang huwes. So which is which? Or it is all of this? Kaya po medyo tumatagal ang kaso.
Isang factor is that may kakulangan ng courts in selected areas. Pagka kulang ang courts, cases in these courts may last up to 5 years. Kaya pagka nagdagdagan ang mga korte, mababawasan ang caseload, mapapabilis ang paglilitis at mababawasan yung taon dahil nga madadagdagan ang ating mga courts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Isa pa pong katanungan ko. I have last 4 questions po. Napansin ko po na ang ating po mga Hall of Justice ay tila yung iba po ay dilapidated na, lalo na po sa mga probinsya. Hiningan po ba ng budget ng judiciary ito? Nito for 2026 tulad ng repair, refurbishment? Kasi minsan po, kaawa-awa po yung status ng ilang po mga Hall of Justice natin, Ginoong Pangulo.
Totoo po yan. Dahil ang ideal sana, pagpasok mo sa korte, magkakaroon ka ng respeto at mangha pagpasok sa korte. Pero ang nangyayari dahil nga hindi maganda, sira-sira, dilapidated, paano magkakaroon ng mangha? Baka nga kabaliktaran ang mangyari. For this year, the amounts that have been allocated are for the Manila City Hall of Justice, which will house 120 courts, 2,688 million, including this one? No, this
is for Cagayan de Oro.
But were they already
Additional
allocated?
funding. Not yet po, not allocated.
Okay.
Not given. We need more.
Now, as to yung hindi napondohan, kaya sabi ko nga, merong mga hindi napagbigyan, at hiningi, Cagayan de Oro City, location ng infrastructure, 2 billion 4 million. Cebu City, 4 billion 56 million. Lapu-Lapu City, 550 million 652,000. Makati City Land Acquisition, 1.9 billion. So yung Cagayan de Oro, Cebu, Lapu-Lapu at Makati City hiningi ng hudikatura, subalit dahil nga sa kakulangan ng fiscal space ay sa susunod na siguro ito. Pero yung 2.688 billion ng Manila City has been allocated.
Mr. President, if I may just interject, I recall giving 200, it was a institutional amendment that we did, I think in the 19th Congress, where we were able to give 200 million to the Court of Appeals in Cagayan de Oro. Could we just find out whatever happened to those funds, Your Honor?
Yes, that is correct. Our Court of Administrator and the Supreme Court Justices confirmed that there was a 200 million allocation for Cagayan de Oro. However, they are still asking for additional funding for what they call the escalation cost.
Yes, because that was about maybe 8 years ago or 9 years ago, 8 years ago.
Yes, and likewise, because of the new design to accommodate all courts, then indeed the cost has escalated.
Yeah, for the Court of Appeals. I just wanted to reiterate na tumulong tayo as early as then. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. President, marami pong magagandang programa ang Supreme Court. Particular na po itong Justice on Wheels na nakita po natin, I think, last year, a couple of years ago. Kumustahin ko lamang po ito. How is it doing? Ito po ba ay gumagana na nationwide, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, Mr. President?
Nag-evolve na raw from Justice on Wheels, naging digital na. Kala ko sasabihin ay Justice on Wings. Pero dahil sa digital technology, ay kaya nang mapuntahan at ma-access ng ating mga kababayan yung ating court system.
All right.
So
Thank you.
justice on digital.
Thank you, Mr. President. My last question, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. May sapat po ba tayong abogado o korte para maglitis po ng ating mga juvenile cases? Kasi nga po ako po ang chairman ng Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development. At kayo po nagpanukala ng batas ng juvenile justice system po natin. Do we have enough lawyers, not lawyers, but courts to handle these cases para ika nga mailitis din naman in fairness to sa mga ika nga mga bata po na ika nga ay nasa mga institusyon, Ginoong Pangulo.
Yes, dalawang klase ng korte na family courts ang meron sa ating hudikatura. Yung statutory family courts, which means tayo sa Kongreso ang nagpasa nito, at yung Supreme Court designated family courts. Ang total ay about almost over 300 family courts nationwide who have jurisdiction over children in conflict with the law cases, cases involving children in conflict with the law, and the juvenile justice and family cases.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, this representation is fully supportive of the proposed budget of the judiciary. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat sa ating distinguished Senator Erwin Tulfo at salamat na sa mga katanungan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, we'd just like to put
Yes,
on record as
Majority
well
Leader.
the presence of several distinguished justices of our courts. I'd like to just put on record that we have with us, of course, Associate Justice Joseph Lopez, the Honorable Associate Justice Midas Marquez is with us.
Yes.
The Honorable Justice Raul Villanueva is with us as well, together with Honorable Maria Teresa Dolores Gomez Estuesta, our court administrator. We also have with us the presiding justice of the Court of Appeals, Ma'am Honorable Fernanda Lampas Peralta. Ma'am. We also have with us Associate Justice Florencio Mamawag Jr. of the Court of Appeals. And we also have with us from the Sandigan Bayan, Associate Justice Hener Hito. And from the Court of Tax Appeals, Presiding Justice of the Sandigan Bayan, Justice Geraldine Faith Ikong is here, ma'am. Also with us is from the Court of Tax Appeals, Honorable Justice Belen Rimpis Liban, Acting Presiding Justice of the Court of Appeals, as well as Honorable Corazon Ferrer Flores, Associate Justice as well of the Court of Appeals. If I missed anyone, my apologies. We'll name
Thank
them
you,
later.
Mr. Majority
Thank
Leader. We welcome our honorable members of the judiciary to the Senate.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
President, we just like to recognize next on the list is Senator Rodante Marcoleta. Mr. President.
Senator Dante Marcoleta is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, kamakailan lamang po ay merong isang tao na naging controversial dahil sa kanyang ginawang pagtestigo dito sa Blue Ribbon Committee. Ang pangalan niya po ay Orly Gutesa. Si Orly Gutesa po, kagaya po ng nalalaman na ng marami, kung hindi man lahat, he testified before the Blue Ribbon Committee and he was the only one who was able to connect the dots between Saldico and Martin Romualdez. He chose to present himself before the committee, took his oath, and he allowed himself to be interpellated by the members of the Blue Ribbon Committee. This representation thought that that was the thing to be done. Pagkatapos po noon, Mr. President, yung mga tao na ang paniwala nila ay hindi dapat pakinggan yung statement sapagkat obviously pinoproteksyonan nila yung mga pangalan na nabanggit doon, ay gumawa sila ng paraan para discredit yung mama, meaning Orly Gutesa. Nagsimula po sila na hanapan ng butas yung nagnotaryo doon sa dokumento. Sa akin pong palagay, Mr. President, naging muti ang academic yung notaryo sapagkat yung testigo humarap naman. Maghapon na nandito po kasama natin testigo at sinagot lahat ang mga tanong sa kanya. Ngunit hindi po sila nagkasya doon. Talagang pinagsikapan nila sa pagitan ng pag-disown nung notary public ng kanyang alleged signature. Mr. President, gusto ko pong malaman ngayon, hindi po ba kalakaran na yung mga nagpapanotaryo, ibibigay lang po yung dokumentong gusto nilang ipanotaryo sa opisina ng kanilang pinuntahan at kung magkano man ang bayad na hihingin sa kanila, magbabayad po at kukunin na nila yung notaryo o yung dokumentong pinanotaryo. Hindi po ba ganun ang kalakaran, Mr. President?
That is correct, Mr. President. Kinakailangan ng personal appearance nung affiant.
Ganun nga po ang ginawa niya, Mr. President. At kung titingnan po natin sa mga matataong lugar, for example, the vicinity of a city hall, doon po dikit-dikit po ang mga opisinang nagnunotaryo. Meron pa nga pong nasa jeep na nagnunotaryo. Pangkaraniwan po bang nangyayari, Mr. President, na yung po nagpapanotaryo bago siya umalis ay pipilitin niyang puntahan yung inaakala niyang nagnotaryo at sasabihin niya, Ma'am, Sir, pasensya na po kayo. Gusto ko lamang pong malaman kung talaga kayo po ang pumirma dito sa dokumentong ninotaryo ninyo. Nangyayari po ba yun? Sinisiguro po ba nung nagpanotaryo bago siya umalis na yung inaakala niyang nagnotaryo sa kanyang dokumento ay siya nga? At nire-require po ba niya na talagang patunayan ng nagnotaryo na pirma niya nga talaga yung nasa dokumento?
Well, base sa personal kong karanasan, mayroong assumption ang nagpapanotaryo na talagang yung nagnotaryo ay mayroong komisyon. Hindi ho kickback. Ibig sabihin, notarial commission. May authority. So, I agree na hindi practice yung ang nagpapanotaryo, tatanungin pa yung nagnonotaryo, ikaw ba talaga itong pumipirma? In fact, kabaliktaran. Ang notaryo nagtatanong dun sa pipirma, ikaw ba talaga ito dahil kailangan mong humarap sa akin?
Salamat po sa inyong kasagutan. Totoo po yun. Lalong-lalo na po kung yung dokumentong sinasabi nila na pinalsipika ay meron naman pong notarial details. Ang ibig sabihin po, merong stampad na ginamit na kung saan po sinusulatan yung mga detalye ng notaryo at meron pa pong parte doon na kung saan ilalagay mo yung numero ng dokumento, yung pahina, pati po yung bilang ng Book of Registry. Yung pong dokumento ni Gutesa, Mr. President, pag sinalat mo po, meron po kasi akong kopya. Meron pong dry seal eh. Ang ibig po bang sabihin, Mr. President, si Gutesa, kinakailangan pa niyang maghanap o mag-imbento ng stampad para sa notarial details at saka yung lugar ng opisina na kung saan i-stamp mo doon? Manghihiram o magnanakaw kaya siya ng isang dry seal? Paano gagawin ng isang ordinaryong taong pumunta sa isang notarial office na hanapin lahat ito? Saan niya kukunin yung notarial number? Saan niya kukunin yung book number, yung page number? Ano po ang mapapala ng isang nagpapanotaryo kung pepekehin niya yung notaryo? Sir President, sa ordinaryong pangyayari po kailangan pa bang gawin ng isang Orly Gutesa yun? Yung ipeke niya yung... O paano niyang gagawin? Anong capacity ng isang ordinaryong tao na hanapin lahat yun? Sa konting oras na natitira sa kanya dahil kinabukasan kailangan makarating siya rito para personal siyang tetestigo. Ano po ang mapapala, Mr. President, ni Orly Gutesa kung ang kukunin niyang notaryo ay peke?
Well, bilang abogado, if I may be allowed, clearly, ang merong, at the very least, ang dapat may pananagutan dun, yung pumeke, rather than si Ginoong Gutesa. In good faith, the way I see it, no, I could be mistaken dahil hindi naman natin nakausap personal si Mr. Gutesa. So this is really more speculative. In good faith, pumasok siya ron. Sinabi, magpapanotaryo, pinirmahan ni Ginoong Gutesa. At yun na nga, may stamp, may signature, may date, etc. So, kung merong may pananagutan dun, yung nameke. Kung totoo ng peke. At base ata sa findings ng executive judge ng RTC Branch 18 ay yung signature nga nung espera ay falsified. So yung nag-falsify nung signature, yan, may pananagutan po.
Salamat po sa inyong sagot, Mr. President. Pangkaraniwan po kasi, sa haba at sa dami ng mga nagnunotaryo, hindi naman po talaga yung abogado o abogada ang pumipirma. Karaniwan po, meron silang staff, meron silang secretary, na sila lang ang pumipirma para sa kanilang principal. Palagay ko po ito, Mr. President, ay pangkaraniwan ang nangyayari. Ang biro nga po ngayon yung notarial services na nangyayari sa ating bansa already transitioned into a cottage industry. Tama po ba yung observation, Mr. President?
In practice po, maaaring ang sabihin na nangyayari yan. Pero hindi pa rin sabihin na nating legal. In other words, yung pagde-delegate ng notarial services sa isang staff is against the law. At according to our court administrator, merong isinasagawang spot checking. Sino?
Ang executive judge, Carl,
Ang executive judge
ng Maynila.
ng Maynila para madetermina kung talagang maayos yung dokumento, yung notarial registry nung mga notary, yung mga commission, notarial commissions.
Kaya ko po binibigyan ng emphasis ito, Mr. President. Yung kahalagahan po ng kanyang sworn statement, kahit na po yung ating chair ng Blue Ribbon Committee, paulit-ulit niyang sinabi na yung relevance nung testimony ni Gutesa na ginawa sa harap mismo ng committee ay nananatiling valid sapagkat pinanumpaan niya before the committee. Ngunit, ang nakakabagabag nga po, Mr. President, bakit pinipilit na ibaling sa isang bagay na hindi naman yun ang punto ng pinag-uusapan? Naging moot and academic na po, ngunit pilit na ibinabalik. At ang nangyari nga po, sa takot ng Gutesa siguro, na siya po ay kakasuhan ng perjury, kakasuhan ng falsification, wala naman po siyang kinalaman at wala siyang kapasidad para gawin yun. Unang-una, wala po siyang motibo. Ang totoo po niyan, ako lamang po ang nagsabi sa kanya, ipanotaryo mo yan, Mr. Gutesa, kasi hindi man kita kilala Parang karagdagang assurance lang sa akin na yung kanyang statement ay talagang ginawa niya ng buong buo sa kanyang sarili. Kahit na wala yun, tatanggapin ko naman yun eh. Sasabihin ko lang, o sige, kung talagang buwang loob mo, Mr. President, sinabi ko po sa kanya, pumunta ka ron. Buwang loob mo, at totoo lahat ang sinabi mo, pumunta ka doon. Ganun nga po yung ginawa niya. Sa makatwid, ang aking pong gustong ipunto, kahit wala yung notaryo eh. Bakit po doon nila pilit? Doon nila pinipilit na ibaling ang pinag-uusapan. Para lamang po, para lang makaiwas, para ilihis, para linlangin ang maraming Pilipino. Ito po yung nakakalungkot dito. Si Gutesa po, nilagay niya sa panganib ang kanyang buhay at ang buhay ng kanyang pamilya. Gutesa has nothing to gain. Gutesa has everything to lose. Siguro po, sa kanyang puso, inisip niya, inasahan niya, natutulungan siya ng Estado na proteksyonan man lang siya. Dahil sa kanyang ginawa, para matulungan ang Estado, i-prosecute kung sino talaga ang may kasalanan sa malaganap at kasuklam-suklam na iskandal na ginawa ng mga taong kasangkot dito. Pero wala po eh. Wala siyang nahita. Despite his courageous testimony before the Blue Ribbon Committee, he did not get even the courtesy that he deserves. Alam po ninyo, Mr. President, sa kagustuhan ko po na kahit papano, maisaayos kung talagang sino ba yung nagnunotaryo na yun? Kung hindi man pirma ng notaryo publiko, meron at meron siyang kinakasangkapan para pumirma sa kanya. Sumulat po ako sa ating court administrator na sana po ang representasyong ito ay makahingi man lang ng mga samples ng mga na-dokumento, ng mga notaryong dokumento ng abogada na ating pinag-uusapan. Ginrant po yung aking letter request ng court administrator. Nahingi po kasi ako ng sample, kahit na 3 samples lang po sa bawat buwan, mula Enero hanggang Agosto ng 2025. Ang masakit lamang po na nangyari, Mr. President, at gusto ko po bigyan ninyo ng opinion, kung pwede, kung tama ang ginawa ng executive judge. Ang sabi po niya, siya ang magdidesisyon kung ano ang sample na ibibigay sa aking opisina. Do you think, Mr. President, the executive judge committed grave abuse of discretion?
Yes. According to the court administrator, the executive judge submitted 3 samples,
Sample documents.
and therefore they deem it as a compliance. Now, if additional documents may be requested, then the court administrator is willing to likewise allow such access to these
Subject to the
documents.
rule on data privacy.
Yes, subject to the rule on data privacy.
Mr. President, ang tinatanong ko po, siya po ba ang magdidesisyon kung aling kopya ang ibibigay sa amin? Kasi po yun ang kanyang desisyon eh. Pinapunta ko po yung aking mga staff doon. 3 sila sapagkat alam ko marami pong dokumento ang nandoon sa kanyang mga notarial books. Mga 8 buwan po ang ating hinihingi. So 3, marami po yun. Ang sabi po ng clerk of court, ng RTC, sinabi raw po ng judge na, I will decide which copy is to be submitted to the office of the senator. Tama po ba yun? Wala po bang kalayaan ang mga staff ko na sila na po ang pumili? Ang balak ko lamang naman po doon na, Mr. President, establish namin sapagkat alam namin merong kamuka Sa kalipunan po ng mga dokumentong ninotaryo, makakita lang kami 3 hanggang 10 na kamuka nung pirma na ibinigay kay Gutesa, na-establish namin talaga, hindi si Gutesa ang nameke. Talagang merong pumipirma para sa kanya. That is the only objective. But we were denied. We were denied of that purpose, Mr. President. Doon po ba sa sulat ng Office Administrator, Court Administrator, sinabi po ba niya na ang mamimili po ng sample na ibibigay sa amin ay yung mismong judge? Nakalagay po ba? Nandito po kasi sa akin yung kopya ng sulat ng Office of the Court Administrator granting our letter request.
Yeah, according to the court administrator, the executive judge has custody over notarial documents. Yes, through the OCC.
Office of the Clerk.
Yes, the Office of the Clerk of Court. And therefore, having custody of these notarial documents, they therefore have the authority and discretion to decide which of these notarial documents, if 3 were requested, then they have authority to decide which of the 3. Now, if 20 were requested, or all documents were requested, then there would be no discretion, and this could be made available subject to the law on data privacy.
Mr. President, ang inihingi lang po namin ay yung kalayaang makita namin ang mga dokumento. Para sa ganun po makumpara namin, makita namin mula doon sa mga notarial books niya at sa mga dokumentong ninotaryo kung wala ngang isa man lang doon nakamuka o kagaya nung pumirma o pirma doon sa dokumentong dala-dala ni Gutesa. Yun lang po yung objective eh. Kasi po pagka kinontrol ng judge, nasa kanyang control talaga sapagkat napagtibay nila talaga doon sa kanyang naunang order na hindi nga pirma ng abogado. Naniniwala naman po tayo doon eh. Pangkaraniwan kasi hindi naman yung abogadong pumipirma eh. So chances are, the one assigned to be there in that office, kung sino man yon, the notary public allowed him or her to sign for her. Sa mga tweet, hindi talaga pirma niya yon. Kaya po, ang aming objective, kaya ako humihingi ng sample, kaya ako pinapunta yung aking mga staff, para kami na yung humanap, makahanap man lang kami, nakagaya nung pirma na yon. At alam namin, meron kaming makikita. But for the judge to insist that she will be the one to select, natural lang, pipiliin niya yung hindi kagaya nung pirma kay Gutesa. I think that is very understandable, Mr. President.
I share the concern of the good senator, and because of this, I clarified with our court administrator. Actually, access to all the documents, provided that it is under supervision of the clerk of court, your staff this may be granted. Access to all the records, provided that the clerk of court is there to supervise and to monitor the the going through these documents, good senator.
Ayun na po yung iniisip ko ngayon, Mr. President. Total, nandyan naman po yung Office of the Court Administrator. Pwede po bang yung mismong libro na ang makita ng mga staff namin mula Enero hanggang September 2025? Ma-examine lamang po.
Yes, according to the court administrator, with proper coordination, access to these documents can be granted, provided that it is under the supervision of the clerk of court
And
and the
the executive.
executive judge. In other words, ilalapag dyan yung mga dokumento, yung notarial book, nariyan si executive judge, nandan ang inyong staff, nandyan yung clerk of court, at pwede pong busisiin itong mga, at i-inspect itong mga libro na ito.
Yun po kasi, Mr. President, ang pinakiusap namin para madali lang at makatulong din naman kami dahil marami namang gawain ng RTC. Nandun po yung 3 staff ko, nakabantay yung clerk of court, titingnan lamang po.
And according to the Court of Administrator, they will allow such access. Siguro nag-iingat lang yung executive judge at she confined She confined the inspection to the, as requested, 3 documents. But having said that, the court administrator now is saying that yes, access to all these records can be made available upon the request, provided that the executive judge and the clerk of court is there as your staff go through the books and subject to the Data Privacy Act.
So, Mr. President, salamat po ron. Pwede po ba naming i-assume ngayon na kahit bukas, kahit na wala po kaming sulat na po sa Office of the Court Administrator, siguro po kayo na ang magno-notify sa kanila na bukas po ay pupunta po yung mga staff namin para ganun ang gawin natin.
Kahit daw po mamaya, basta office hours, pwede na daw po.
Bukas na po, nakakahiya naman po at nagmamadali tayong masyado. Bukas na po siguro, pinakamaganda na po yun.
Just that there is coordination with the Court
Opo,
of
sana wag naman
Administration.
nilang itago sapagkat baka pag tinago po nila, magkakaroon po tayo ng malaking problema.
Ang ina-assure po tayo ng Court Administrator na hindi naman daw po dahil naroon lang daw po yun.
Salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat.
Ito po yung excerpt kasi ng resolution po ng executive judge. Kaya nakakapagbigay po ng iba yung pagdududa sa representasyong ito. Ang pinag-uusapan lang po ron, ang core issue lamang po whether or not pirma niya yun o hindi. At kung kinakailangan maproteksyonan yung integridad ng notarial service. Pero nagpakahaba-haba po yung yung executive judge. To reiterate, sabi niya po, in view of the fact that the sinumpaang salaysay contains spurious notarial details, assuming na mayroon pong kakayahan si Gutesa na siya po ay mag-i-stamp ng ganun, and a forged notary signature, and further considering that the said affidavit was presented during the Blue Ribbon public hearing, this office finds that its presenter, Mr. Gutesa, and all persons who made use of said documents not only introduced the forged and notarized inumpang salaysay, but also actively participated in its falsification. Sana naman po kayo nakakitang order na gano'n? Ako po yung nagpresente. So ako pa pala ngayon ay masasangkot sa falsification dahil sa aking paniwalang totoong sinasabi ng mama na ito, pumunta ka roon kung buwang loob mo, pero panutaryo mo yan, dagdag na kumpiyansa para sa akin. Ako pang nalintikan, Mr. President. Sabi pa po niya, the above-mentioned statement is an excerpt from the resolution, and ito po pala, pasensya na po, succinctly, it is an established rule, well buttressed upon reason, that in the absence of a satisfactory explanation when a person has in his possession or control a falsified document and who makes use of the same, the presumption of inference is justified that such person is the forger or the one who caused the forgery and is therefore guilty of falsification. Mr. President, the above statement is an excerpt from the resolution of RTC Manila Executive Judge Carolina Icasiano Sison. The resolution further states that aside from Mr. Gutesa, sabi po niya, all persons who made use of said documents not only introduced the forged and notarized sinumpang salaysay, but also actively participated in its falsification. Yung sinabi ko po kanina. Did the judge abuse her discretion?
Well, according to the court administrator, it is their view that no, because there is a presumption of regularity. And if I may, well, I was listening to the good senator. Sabi kasi absent the facts, absent the evidence to the contrary, no? Or information to the contrary. Mukhang based on your explanation now and your narration, mukhang may absent nga dun sa information which led to that ruling. That is my personal opinion as a lawyer. But according to the court administrator, because there is a presumption of regularity, then there was no abuse of discretion.
Saan po ibinase yung presumption of regularity, Mr. President? All persons who made use of said documents do not only introduce the forged and unauthorized sinumpang salaysay, but also actively participated in its falsification. Tinawag ba niya ako doon o yung mga taong nag-present ng document na yon? Wala po. Ang totoo po niyan, this representation requested a copy of her resolution. Hindi po niya ako binigyan. Ang sinabi po niya, you are not party to the case. Who is party to the case, Mr. President? Ang sabi pa po niya, she gave a copy to the Blue Ribbon Committee. So this representation, nagpakuha po, nag-request sa Blue Ribbon Committee. Sabi ng Blue Ribbon Committee, we have no copy of that resolution. So sino po binigyan niya? Regular po ba yun? Where is the presumption of regularity here? Sabi niya, hindi ako party. Hindi ko naman sinabing party po ako, but party po ako ng Blue Ribbon Committee. And I am a Senator of the Republic. Hindi man lang ako bigyan ng resolution. What is so secret? What is so spectacular about this resolution? Bakit po? Why did she lie na binigyan niya Blue Ribbon Committee only to know that she did that? And then we presume that there is regularity in her action. Why? Mr. President.
Well, according to the court administrator, the executive judge, they would assume knows her responsibilities, is aware of her role, her responsibility, and the authority given to her as custodian of the said documents. And that's where the presumption of regularity of her actions kick in, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the presumption is disputable, isn't it?
Definitely, it's just a presumption.
We are disputing the presumption, Mr. President. Napakarami ko pong sinabi. We were only asking for samples within which to compare the signature in Gutesa's document. Siya pa ang mag-select until we were given now the right to examine all this. We requested for a resolution, a copy of a resolution. Ayaw po niya akong bigyan because I am not a party to it. Who is the party? I checked with the intermediary of Gutesa. Ang sabi sa kanyang resolution, meron daw po sabina kay Gutesa. The family said there was no notice, there was no subpoena that reached our residence. Ito po ang nangyayari. May problema po ba tayo, Mr. President? Dapat po siguro tinutulungan natin ang mga taong nagkukusa para tumulong, para hanapin ang katotohanan. Kahit na malagay sa alanganin, sa panganib ang kanyang buhay. Pero anong nakuha niya? Sino po ngayon ang magnanais pa na lumabas kahit may nalalaman siya na tumulong para matuntun natin kung sino may kasalanan? Walang iniwan sa isang tao na pumunta sa barangay, Mr. President. Nagsumbong. Yung pong taong yon, Mr. Barangay Captain, magnanakaw po yun ang kalabaw. Alam po ninyo kung sino yung diniscredit, kung sino yung inusig. Yung nagsumbong na may magnanakaw ng kalabaw. Yung magnanakaw ng kalabaw, hindi man lang.
Mr. President, I share the frustration of Senator Marcoleta. I remember the case of the ZTE NBN, wherein the whistleblower ended up being the one convicted. Yes, this is most unfortunate when instances wherein those who are who wish to testify or witnesses are suffer such a unfortunate situation.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court, time and again, has admonished notaries who fully entrusted the notarization process to their office secretaries, like what happened here, and has even deemed it as gross negligence on their part, as in the case of Castello versus Ching, AC number 11165, February 6, 2017. Ang sabi po ng Korte Suprema ay ganito: gross negligence on the part of a notary public encompasses the failure to observe any of the requirements of a notarial act under the 2004 rules of notarial service, notarial practice, which would result in putting the rights of a person to his liberty or property in jeopardy. This includes, among others, failing to require the presence of the signatories to a notarial instrument and ascertaining their identities through competent evidence thereof, and allowing knowingly or unknowingly people other than notary public himself to sign notarial documents, affix the notarial seal therein, and make entries in the notarial register. This is what exactly happened. This notary public allowed their signature to be signed by others. To use their notarial seal by others and make entries in the notarial register. Hindi siya mismo. Isipin po niyo yung lugar niya. Pinakunan namin ng litrato. Ano po yung nakapaskel doon sa isang maliit na opisina na yun? Tabi ng kalsada. Dikit-dikit ang mga notarial offices. Alam po ba niyo yung nakalagay na sign? Affidavit. Notarial affidavit. 24/7. So hindi na natutulog yung abogada ron kung siya nga yung nandun. Ilan na pong mga notaryo publiko ang na-admonish o kaya nasuspindi o kaya nasira, inalis sa notarial practice, Mr. President. Kasi po ang kanilang mga sekretarya na lang o mga staff ang talagang, yun naman po ang nangyayari, kalakaran na po yun eh. I think even the Supreme Court can take judicial notice of this particular industry.
Our apologies, good Senator. I was just clarifying a matter regarding whether or not Attorney Espera
Opo.
did delegate. Of course, that is a accusation or a allegation, rather. And if proved to be true, then definitely Espera should be held to account for that. And therefore, perhaps one's route should be to ask to have Attorney Espera, the notarial, the notary public, to explain whether or not she in fact did that. Of course,
Kasi po, Mr. President, yung ninotaryohan na kontrata ng PESA, ganun din po yung pirma. Si Attorney, sino yung Comelec? Romy Macalintal. Nung makita niya po yung dokumento ni Gutesa na yung pirma gano'n, kapareho din ito yung mga ipinresent nila rito, yung intervenor sa isang barangay. Ang dami po nito. Kapareho din po yun eh. Kaya po, ang tinatanong ko, ilan na po yung nasuspindi kaya? Ilan na yung na-reprimand? Ilan na yung kinastigo ng Korte Suprema? Baka naman po, mangilan-ngilan lang, kaya po siguro naging cottage industry na po ito. Gaano po tayo kaingat yung pagbabantay sa ganitong mga ginagawa ng ating mga abogadong nagnonotaryo po, Mr. President?
According to the court administrator, marami na raw na suspend, no? Na notary public dahil dito sa ganitong mga hindi tamang mga kilos at very serious ang Korte Suprema sa ganitong mga usapin when it comes to notarial commissions and such acts, such malpractices.
Gano'n na po kaya karami, Mr. President? Kasi po kung ibabatay natin sa mga notary publics na nagkalat na po, parang mga kabuti na nagsulputan sa napakaraming mga lugar, lalong-lalo na po sa mga mataong lugar. Ganyan lang po sa City Hall po, wag na tayong lumayo, makikita po ninyo yung dikit-dikit na nagnunotaryo na wala po kayong makikitang abogado ron. Yung iba po, itatakbo pa nga sa isa skinita. Pagkatapos, hintayin mo ako riyan. Pagkatapos mong magbayad ng kaulang halaga, tsaka niya ibabalik sa'yo. Gano'n po karami?
Wala daw po ngayon, right now, ang numero. They will be submitting.
So, Mr. President, ina-assume po natin yung dami po ng nagnunotaryo ngayon na dikit-dikit sa paligid ng mga city halls ng ating bansa. Lahat po ba yon ang pumipirma yung mga abogado?
Under the law and the commission, dapat.
Dapat
Now,
po.
Yes.
Pero sa nangyayari, sa totoong buhay, sila po ba yung nandoon na nagnonotaryo, Mr. President?
Well, dapat din under the law, pero yung realidad,
Hindi po, hindi ba?
maaaring ang merong dinedelegate.
Yun nga po eh. Si Gutesa ay biktima po rito. Siya po yung nabiktima rito. Pero siya ngayon ang kakasuhan ng falsification, ng perjury. Ang tanging kasalanan niya ay lumabas lamang at nagpasya para tulungan ang Estado hanapin kung sino ang utak ng makawalang hiya ang nangyari sa ating bansa. Mr. President, mag-iba naman po tayo ng area. Medyo na-high blood po si Congressman Sherwin. Kapag kaibigan ko po kasi yan, pagka yan hindi kumikibo, ako po medyo kinakabahan. Senator pala, pasensya ka na. Ako na high blood hata. Kamakailan po ay nagpalabas po at nag-approve ang ating Korte Suprema, Mr. President, ng Rules on Extradition Proceedings, which I think took effect on November 10, 2025. Tama po ba yun, Mr. President?
That is correct, Senator Marcoleta.
May I know, Mr. President, that, or do these rules apply only when there is an existing extradition treaty between the Philippines and the requesting state?
That the court administrator says yes, answers in the affirmative.
In the absence of an extradition treaty, Mr. President, is there any legal process that the Philippines may rely on to surrender a Filipino citizen?
Apart from a treaty between two states, if there are conventions that we are party to as a member state, such as
So the lack of it, Mr. President, completely bar any form of extradition or surrender by implication.
By way of extradition, yes.
The rules refer to a requesting state with whom the Philippines has an extradition treaty. If the requesting entity is not a state per se, Mr. President, such as the international tribunals, o sabihin na nating ICC, do these rules still apply?
Strictly speaking, no, because the ICC is not a state.
So where do we stand now? Because ICC is not a state, and we have our own constitution. And there is, for example, a warrant of arrest issued by the ICC. But under our constitution, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty of property without due process of law. Which will prevail, the ICC or our own constitution?
Yes, as earlier manifested by the court administrator, the extradition treaty, the extradition rules does not apply to the ICC, but there may be other international conventions or agreements that the Philippines is a party to that may apply. But again, they have not identified which of these possible conventions, which of these conventions, if any, would be applicable.
Wala naman international conventions, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, the Philippines just withdrew from the Rome Statute. Anong basis nila ngayon? Ang nakalagay po sa ating, meron po tayong batas Republic Act 9851 po yata yun, if I'm not mistaken. Na pwede mo lamang i-process for extradition or surrender or whatever it is. First of all, what is the difference between surrender and extradition? Except for the spelling, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I was clarifying with the indulgence of the senator.
Yes.
What was the?
Ano po yung pagkakaiba bukod sa spelling ng extradition at surrender in the context of Republic Act 9851?
Well, the international humanitarian law is a law applicable to the Philippines. And it's between the state and its citizens as well as other parties, while the extradition treaty is a treaty between two states. So surrender or extradition will take different meanings given these three or four different how do you call it, rules. So rules on extradition proceeding will be is defined thereat, while the international humanitarian law in terms of surrender under that law will also be defined by the provisions of that law.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, if I will disagree. Yung extradition, mabagal po yun. Yung surrender, mabilis. Kaya po nang ginawa kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Does the principle of complementarity allow the Philippines to decline surrender on the ground that domestic institutions are able and willing to investigate and prosecute?
Yes, the court administrator is constrained to reply with the questions, a number of the questions raised, but she assures the good senator that she will answer as best she can given the limitations, that the matter is sub judice. And we have three justices of the Supreme Court present here who are currently hearing a number of cases by petitioner, our colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa. So in that regard, they beg the indulgence of the good senator that it being sub judice, they would refrain from giving opinions outside of the rules on extradition proceedings.
Mr. President, am I made to understand that we can only request for, let's say, clarifications or answers lingering in our minds from the court in the actual litigation and not in a case like this where this is also a good chance to be able to take advantage of the teaching function of the Supreme Court. Kailangan bang nasa korte tayong lahat and there is an active case being litigated? Is this not a proper forum for the Supreme Court to also advise us, to help us in the context of being able to, let's say, lay down the foundation of a budget that will cater to most people?
In this case, according to the court administrator, they are not, they are prohibited from of issuing opinions on a case that is pending before it, and that they are limited to rendering opinions within the parameters and framework of the pending case.
Bakit naman parang selective, Mr. President? Alam po ninyo, napakaraming mga ongoing cases. Yung mga abogado po, palagi pong napagsasabihan, lalo na po yung mga trial lawyers na yung ating sub judice. Talaga pong, kung kayo po ay nag-aaral pa lang ng batas, first year ka pa lang, alam nyo na yung sub judice. Talagang, Sir President, pangangatawanan mo yan eh. Pagka ang isang kaso ay talagang dinidinig na, huwag kayong magko-comment. Estudyante ka pa lang, ha? Huwag kang magko-comment. Kasi baka napakagaling mo, ma-impluensya mo yung Korte Suprema. Di ba, Mr. President? We rely on the objectivity, the competence, and the fortitude of the members of the Supreme Court. They are there because of that. Nai-influensya mo po ba? Can we influence the good justices of the Supreme Court?
It is not a matter of whether the justices can be influenced or not, but more that if they issue opinions outside of the process that is of the case that is pending, that it may affect their standing in terms of the perception that they may be impartial, they may be partial for one or another party. So therefore, they refrain from providing legal opinions on matters that are sub judice.
Hindi po ganun ang aking pagkakaintindi, Mr. President. Ang mga justices ng Korte Suprema, kahit nasan sila, kahit nasa palengke sila, nasa punerarya, kung nasa man, hindi magbabago yun. Ang batas palaging ganun. Kahit anong sabihin natin, our opinion will not even matter. Ang pinag-uusapan natin ay kung paano tayo makakahingi ng konting tulong sa kanila upang lahat ng ating alalahanin ngayon para hindi nagtatalo-talo. Halimbawa, mabigyan nyo na kami ng pangunahing guideline. Halimbawa, bakit naman po kung halimbawa retired justice na ng Korte Suprema, aktibo yung kaso, pinag-uusapan pa lang. Meron silang column sa dyaryo. Pero nagsusulat pa rin sila eh. Pero sila yung unang nagsabi sa amin, wag ninyo yuyurakan ng subjudice. Mananagot kayo dyan. Pero kapag ka sila, dahil ba retiradong Supreme Court justices na sila, malaya na silang magkomento? Ano yun tinuturo ninyo? Hindi rin nangyayari. Meron po mga double standards, Sir President. Salamat po. Magpapasalamat na lamang po ako dahil sa napagbigyan ako na ang aking pong mga staff, Mr. President, ay pinayagan ng ating court administrator. Mabigyan sila ng pagkakataon na sa tulong po ng clerk of court ng RTC na pinag-uusapan natin, mahimay nila po yung mga dokumento para sa ganon ay masettle po natin ang usaping ito at madali nating matuntun po talaga ang tunay na pangyayari sa likod ng kontrobersy na bumalot doon sa isang notaryadong dokumento. Maraming salamat po sa panahon, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat din po, Ginoong Senator Dante Marcoleta, for your
Majority
interpellation.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to propound some questions to the Supreme Court or the judiciary is no other than Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Panfilo Lacson.
The President Pro Temp is recognized, Senator Ping Lacson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the distinguished sponsor yield to this representation for a few clarificatory questions?
Most willingly to my Senate Mista of 2001.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is not the first time that I'll be raising this issue. No? I have always asked this, even during past budget deliberations or debates on the budget of the judiciary. Why is, the judiciary is an equal branch of government, no? Ng executive branch at saka ng Congress. Laging kinu-question ko bakit nasa 1% lamang ng share ng the whole pie of the general appropriations or the whatever proposed budget there is. In this case, the judiciary is allotted 67.66 billion out of the 6.793 trillion, which constitutes 0.985%, not even 1% of the entire proposed budget for 2026. Now, chinek po namin, yung para tingnan natin kung ubra yung apples to apples, per capita. Yung judiciary, meron silang, and please correct me if I'm wrong, meron silang 41,609 permanent positions. Is that a correct figure, Mr. President?
More or less.
More or less. Okay.
That is correct.
So, with the budget of 67.66 billion, per capita, nasa 1,628,638.04. Yun ang kanilang per capita in terms of budgetary allocation. Congress, with 7,329 permanent positions, meron silang per capita lumalabas 5,258,561. So, a little over 20% lang kung ikukumpara natin doon sa Congress, yung budget ng judiciary. Now, my question is, well, sa executive, medyo nagkakalapit dahil ang laki naman. At tingin ko, bloated itong yung permanent position sa executive branch, 1,990,114. So, kung i-compare do sa kanilang appropriations, 1,788,532 kung per capita. Now, ang tanong ko is, which PAPs, programs, activities, and projects will be sacrificed or won't be given priority given the small budget allocation as proposed sa judiciary, Mr. President?
Well, immediately, as mentioned earlier, the infrastructure, the buildings for Cagayan de Oro, yes. Earlier, we mentioned the different infrastructure projects, Makati, Cagayan de Oro, and Manila will be funded, but Makati and
Yes.
will not. The
How-
other, yes, the other is the personnel services will suffer because
Wala tayong PS MO ilan to?
yes.
Security, judicial.
Yes.
Good. Yes.
Ang binibigay sa kanila as proposed, capital outlay is 2.454 billion. So magkano yung requirement nila to fulfill yung sinasabi nilang nakaprogram or they want to prioritize sa kanilang mga infrastructure projects para sa capital outlay na 2.454 billion, magkano yung discrepancy o magkano yung tawag dito? Yung kukulangin if they want to
Yes.
construct those buildings.
The deficit is
deficit, tama.
8.5 billion worth of infrastructure programs will not be implemented in 2026. That would be Makati, Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu City, and Cagayan de Oro City. The only amount that was allocated was for the Manila Justice Hall.
And they're capable of absorbing. They're capable of. They're ready to construct those buildings if they will be given enough capital outlay, Mr. President.
The
Or
court
hindi rin sila
administrator
ready?
says yes, they are ready.
Yeah. Thank you for the information, Mr. President. So, ang MOE nila is 1.34 billion. Locally funded projects, 9 billion. Ano po ito mga nakalista under locally funded projects? Baka naman kasama na dyan sa nakalinya nila ipapagawa.
The locally funded projects would be to include subsidy to the IBP, construction, completion, and or repair of halls of justice nationwide, justice sector convergence program, strategic plan for judicial innovations, development and social lawyering, PCB on sustainable development goals. What is PCB? What is PCB? Programs, convergence, budgeting on sustainable development goals, bar examinations, and Sharia bar examinations. These are the ano pa ba? Locally funded projects.
How much did they ask during the budget call?
How much? Saan? How much?
Senator, may I point?
Sure. How much? How much? The budget call, 20.7 billion locally funded projects.
No, yung total po. Ang binigyan sila ng 67.66. So, how much did they ask the DBM or DBCC during the budget call? Well, they're only given 67.66.
90 billion, 90.741 billion.
19?
90.
So, ang deficit nila is around 11? Tama ba yun? 90, no,
68,
more.
78,
Mga,
88,
yeah, 20 plus.
20 plus billion.
And what was the reason given to them by the DBCC, the economic managers? But ang laki ng cut.
What was the reason given?
Yeah, this is for the entire judiciary.
Yes, the walang kamatayang lack of fiscal space. So that was the reason why they cut the the budget budget request by as much as 20 billion. Lack of fiscal space.
Yeah, pero ba't ang laki ng mga allocable? Hindi ba sila kasama sa allocable?
Yes, that is correct, and that's why we were able to allocate outside of the allocable and put it in other various departments and agencies.
Do you have a copy of the allocable and non-allocable as requested to be included in the NEP? Ang meron lang po ako 2025 eh. I don't have a copy for the 2026
Do we have?
NEP.
For the judiciary, you mean? Sorry.
For the
Maybe-
entire.
Oh,
Baka yung chairman ng Committee on Finance, baka may kopya siya nung allocable. Of course, we're against the allocable, no? And we're trying to abolish that sa susunod na mga budget.
The chairman of the Committee on
Proposals.
Finance may be able to
But
answer
maybe
your question.
the chairman of the Committee on Finance has a copy of the request for the allocable and non-allocable. Meron po ba tayo niyan? Meron.
that would be beyond my pay grade as a vice chairman. And as correctly pointed out by the Senate President, we will seek guidance from our chairman.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but may I know if it's not included the budget, no? The income that the Supreme Court
JDF
generates?
is not included. That's
It's not
off
included,
budget,
ba?
Mr. President.
Mga magkano yun?
That we don't know.
The average a year. The average collections from the JDF would amount to about 2 billion a year.
Maliit. Maliit din. So,
These are legal fees.
yes. Anyway, so much for that, Mr. President. Anyway, we can get the official records later. You know, on another topic, I understand that the Judicial Integrity Board has been abolished upon the expiration of the term or terms of the chairperson and its members. And it's now being replaced by the Judicial Integrity Office. No? My question is the Judicial Integrity Office fully organized?
It is not fully organized. The head of the board, no? Of the office is still in an acting
Yeah,
capacity.
Wala na po yung board, inabolish na nila. And it's now being replaced. Ito, Judicial Integrity Office. The reason why I asked this question is I'm sure there's a budgetary requirement so it can be fully organized and to make it fully operationalized.
Yes. Prior to the office, while the Judiciary Integrity Board was existent, they had been repeatedly asking Congress for budgetary support, but this was always denied.
Now that it is an office, maybe this time around, do you have any idea how much would this new office entail to be fully not maski even not fully operationalized para lang ma-organize na?
According to Justice Villanueva, about 250
Million.
million.
Maybe nasa ba yung chairman natin nagtago na?
The chairman is securing the allocable and locable information, I think.
Wag na muna yung allocable. Mr. Chairman,
Tagal ko na hinihinga nga yung law.
para ma-operationalize yung Judicial Integrity Office, 250 million lang. Palagay ko, meron tayo makukuha niyan, ano? So they can start organizing. I'm interested in this because, Mr. President, kasama ito sa tinatawag nating signs of the times. No? Dahil as the nomenclature suggests, Judicial Integrity Board or Office, no, this will be primarily tasked to promote integrity and to address the issues of corruption within the judiciary. Am I correct, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman?
That is correct, and I support the direction of the questions of
Yeah.
Senator
Kasi
Lacson.
while the consciousness is high, in addressing corruption, maybe this is the proper time to assist the Supreme Court or the judiciary to, to organize immediately the Judicial Integrity Office. So, for, hindi tayo narinig ng chairman, 250 million, Mr. President, can you answer for the chairman
Oh,
of
I'm
the
sure.
Finance Committee, I mean?
Chairman of the Finance Committee.
It is not, well, according to the chairman, it is not in the original proposal.
I know, but we can, during the period of amendments, we can introduce amendment in the amount of only 250 million, considering that we're talking hundreds of billions, just yesterday.
The chairman of the committee is nodding his head, and
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. President. Now, so settled na yon. Another topic, Mr. President, yung sa mga backlogs. What is the total number of case backlogs in the entire judiciary, Mr. President?
Statistics. This is pending, and then this is the total caseload. So the disposition rate is 46% for the lower ones.
for the lower courts, the number of the total caseload is 826,000. Pending is 616,000,
Naku po.
and so the backlog or pending cases are about 46%.
When you say backlog, ano po yung criteria? Ano yung methodology, na ginagamit sa pag-define natin o pag-determine ng case backlog? I understand there's a timeline or standard timeline
Yeah.
to dispose of cases, di ba?
Yes, the court administrator says correct. There is a timeline.
So kung pag sinabing backlog, lampas sa timeline, sa standard na timeline.
That is correct.
And out of 826,000, more than 600,000 yung case backlog.
That is correct. The timeline is 180 days, working days.
And what's the average beyond the timeline? Ano yung average na period sa mga backlogs? Just the average, Mr. President.
About, 180 days is the timeline, but so 2 years. So 2 years would be the average backlog.
And 180 days is just about 6 months, di ba? Ano?
Yes,
Yeah, 6 months. Tapos 2 years.
medyo mahaba.
Now, how would they address this problem, Mr. President? Kasi common complaint ito, especially among the families of the respondents who are incarcerated, for some reason, maybe unbailable or walang financial capacity to post bail. Tapos kung 2 years, baka mag-serve sentence yan. Tapos ma-acquit eventually. I think that's a grave injustice.
Yes, that is correct. According to to Justice Villanueva, there are several factors that contribute to these delays. But because of their amendments to their rules on procedure, napabilis na nga ito. If I understand correctly, the average case life today would be about 4.5 years, no, in the first level court. But it's still long, no? 4.5 years is beyond the 180 days. So, but it used to be, at least 20 years ago, 6 years. The average, during my watch as a member of the JBC, I remember the court administrator then provided us the information that the shelf life of first level court cases reached 6 years. So if it's now 4.5, it's still long, pero bumaba na.
Does the budget have anything to do with the backlog problem or the backlog issue in the judiciary, Mr. President? Wala naman siguro.
Yes, for example, the strategic plan for judiciary innovation, if funded, will help speed up the disposition of cases. Providing technology. I think maybe even, well, at least during the budget hearings, the increase in the number of courts. For example, in Metro Manila, if I'm not mistaken, the ratio is for every 41,000 people population, you have one judge. But it's much lower, for example, in other regions. And therefore, if it's 41,000, if they added more courts, then mapapababa yung population to court ratio, and therefore, consequently, mapapabilis. Mabababa yung caseload, mapapabilis ang disposition of cases.
Thank you for the response, Mr. President. Medyo complicated na. Anyway, that's just about what I have for the judiciary, Mr. President.
If I may just add to what I was earlier saying about budgetary support, I remember, and we were discussing this with Justices Villanueva, Marquez, Lopez. When I was still Judiciary and Bar Council representative of the Senate, the Supreme Court, the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the President signed a memorandum of agreement forming the Judiciary Executive Legislative Advisory Council. At that time, it met twice. The composition then was the President, the Speaker of the House, the Senate President, and the Chief Justice. And when it met twice, once in Malacanang and the other time in the Supreme Court, within that period of 2 years, from 2008 to 2010, we were able to increase the judiciary budget by as much as 30% at that time. If I may suggest, and I shared it with current Senior Associate Justice Marvick Lonen, that perhaps it's now is time to revise of the entire national budget.
Yeah. Anyway, Mr. President, with the passage of RA 12233, yung Judicial Autonomy Act, hindi na sila dadaan ng BCC, diretso na sila sa Congress. So they can propose their own budget and then deal with Congress.
Yes.
That's for
correct.
2027, no? May implement yan.
So so it will be for, just to clarify, that will be for the 2026 budget debates.
2027 na yan.
Yes, 2027 budget, but the budget debates begin in 2026.
Yes.
So that's next year.
But my point is, hindi na sila dadan sa DBCC. They only have to deal. They will propose their own budget and they will deal directly with Congress.
Yes.
So wala na yung layer na tinitipid sila. Kasi I'm just wondering, they were asking for 90 billion, tapos bibigyan lang sila ng 67. At sinasabi nga, kulang. But as we know, yung ibang mga departments, executive departments, parang wallowing in allocations.
Yes,
So anyway,
we fully support the concerns and the proposal to add more for the judiciary. As I said earlier, again, yung ating mga hearings sa Blue Ribbon, investigation, fact-finding, in aid of legislation, pero lahat ng mga scandal na iniimbestigan ng Blue Ribbon, eventually, ang talagang huling stopover, actually yung huling destination, nasa korte. And I will place this on record, and I did this during the budget hearings, during the budget hearing of the judiciary. Ang sinisigaw ng tao ngayon ay wala namang nakukulong, wala namang nasesentensyahan. And of course, that is the judiciary, the challenge to the judiciary, and therefore we really want to support the augmentation of the judiciary budget to be able to achieve that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, distinguished sponsor. At least may na-accomplish tayo. Meron tayong 250 million na pwede kaagad makapag-organize ng Judicial Integrity Office. Thank you very much.
All
Thank
right.
you very much, Senator Lacson. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Senator.
This is not exactly from left field, but out of curiosity. How do you disbar a member of the court? How do you disbar a lawyer? What are the reasons for disbarring somebody?
Well, there's a difference between a lawyer being disbarred and a judge being dismissed, no?
Doon muna ako sa lawyer being disbarred.
The complaint may be filed before the Integrated Bar of the Philippines or the Supreme Court.
And that is the how. Why? I want to know the whys.
The basis for the complaints, or at least the allegations, should allege misconduct, corruption, bribery, gross immorality, among others. So it's a wide array because of the hindi lang po criminal case, immorality or gross inefficiency would also be a basis to disbar a lawyer.
All right. Bribery, bribery.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to propound some questions to the Supreme Court, to the judiciary's Senator Robin Hood Padilla. May we recognize the judge?
Senator Robin Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. Nais ko lamang pong malaman sa ating pong sponsor kung maaari pong magbigay ng konting katanungan.
Maaari po, maaring-maari kay Ginoong Senator Padilla.
Maraming salamat po. Noong 2024 po, ang atin pong Pangulo ay meron pong pinirmahan na batas. Ito po yung patungkol sa pagdaragdag ng Sharia Court. Ito po yung inaantay po ng mga kapatid po ninyong mga Muslim. Ito po yung 3 Sharia Judicial Districts at 12 Sharia Secret Courts. Gusto ko lamang pong malaman po kung ano po ang status po nito. Kung ito po ba ay inaasahan na nating gumagana na. Baka po kailangan ng funding po niyan. Tamang-tama po. Nandito na po sila. Nandito na po ang chairman.
Eksakto po. Funding nga po ang kinakailangan para mabuksan itong applications sa JBC at mabigyan na ng appointments itong mga bagong Sharia courts.
Pwede po malaman kung meron na po bang proposal na budget dyan upang mabraso na po natin ang ating chairman ng finance.
Magkano ba kailangan? May we have a minute suspension just to get the information?
Session suspended.
Yes. sa tanong na bagong binuo na
Sharia
Sharia
courts ba?
court
Opo.
na tatlo,
Opo, 3 pong district tsaka 12 circuit po.
30 district.
Tatlo po. Tatlo pong
District,
Opo.
sorry.
Tsaka 12 circuit po.
So ang nakalagay sa budget ay 2 lamang. Sa halip na 3. Tama?
Okay. Bakit po nabawasan?
Additional. So kung isasama yung pangatlo, magdadagdag ng another 200 million.
Kailangan po ng 200 milyon.
So para 3 ang
Para 3, opo.
ang,
Napakahalaga po kasi na maisagawa po kung ano yung nasasaad sa batas. At hinihingi po natin sa ating pong chairman ng finance na mapagbigyan din po ang mga kapatid niyo pong Muslim na bigyan po ng 200 milyon na budget po ang ating Supreme Court para po maisagawa na po ang batas pong isinulong ni Senator Mig Zubiri.
Yes, we will appeal to the chairman of the committee to try and figure out where we can get the additional 200 million so that the 3 rather than 2 Sharia courts can now be opened for appointment.
Opo. Opo, alam niyo po kasi sa ngayon po, ang mga kapatid niyo pong Muslim ay nasa iba't ibang lugar na po ng Pilipinas. Katunayan, basta may palengke po dyan, meron po dyan mga Muslim na Maranao, meron pong Tausug dyan, may Yakan po dyan. Napakalaking bagay po kapag ito pong batas na ito ay maisagawa na po natin. Opo, at nandito naman po yung ating chairman. Chairman, 200 million po.
Sinabi po ng ating majority leader na nakausap po niya si Chairman Win at si Chairman Win ay nagsabing okay at ngayon nag-oo si Chairman Win doon sa halagang 200 milyon.
Opo. Maraming salamat po patungkol dyan. At meron din po uling pinirmahan ang ating pong Pangulo. Pero hindi pa po nagagawa po ang IRR nito. Ito naman po yung digitalization. Kapipirma lang po niya ito noong September. Pero baka po sa 2027 budget na po ito. Opo. Sa ibang tanong naman po, kamusta po yung personnel po ng sa Sharia Court? Dati po kasi nagkakaroon ng problema, suliranin, dahil sa batas po, sa konstitusyon at doon po sa BOL, nakalagay po doon, kailangan sila po ay Sharia lawyer at the same time sila po ay membro ng bar. Opo, gusto ko lamang pong malaman kung kamusta po yung mga nag-a-apply po ng ating mga judges po.
Meron kasing mga batas na nag-create ng Sharia courts na ang requirement para sa Sharia circuit lang. Yung iba naman ay kinakailangan abogado rin. So,
Meron po bang problema sa mga nag-a-apply po o kompleto na po?
mas attractive daw kasi yung regular courts na at bilang miyembro ng bar. Kaya mas marami ang doon napupunta.
Okay po. So wala pong problema na sa mga nag-apply po?
Wala namang problema na ano lang, kakaunti lang ang nag-a-apply.
Opo.
So
Mananawagan
kakaunti lang
po
ang
ako dyan.
mapagpipilian.
Opo, mananawagan po ako dyan sa ating mga kapatid para mapunuan po yung napakagandang batas po na yan. Opo.
Yes, malaking bagay po yun pag si Senator Robin Padilla ang nanawagan. palagay ko marami po silang makukumbinsi.
Maraming salamat po. Sa ibang topic naman po, ginoong sponsor. Opo. Noong September 19 po, ang nagbigay po ang pahayag ang Supreme Court at ang Pilipinas na tayo po ay hindi na po miyembro ng ICC. Noong September 21, September 2021 yata po yun. 2021, sinasabi na meron pa rin po tayong pananagutan sa ICC. Ang tanong ko po, ang bansang Hungary po, noong June 2025, sila po ay kumalas sa ICC para po sa pagbisita sa kanila ni Prime Minister Netanyahu at hindi po nila hulihin si Netanyahu. Ang tanong ko po, yung po bang kaso ni Senator Bato, kung totoo po, kasi hanggang ngayon po wala pa rin pong kasiguraduhan kung mayroong warrant of arrest talaga o wala. Kapag hindi po ba natin surrender si Senator Bato, meron po ba tayong sasagutin sa ICC? Yun lang po, wala naman po ako. Yun lang po ang tanong ko. Meron po ba tayong sagot doon kung hindi natin siya isusurrender?
Gaya ng nabanggit kanina nung nagtatanong si Senator Dante Marcoleta tungkol dito sa kaso ng ating kasamahan na si Senator Bato de la Rosa, mayroong limitasyon ng ating mga justice ng Korte Suprema na kapag ang isang kaso ay pending at mayroong petisyon ng ating kasamahan before the Supreme Court, ay dahil sa sub-judice ruling, hindi po sila maaaring magbigay ng opinion at pahayag sa labas nung kaso mismo. At yung doon lamang po sila maaaring magbigay ng komento sa kanilang mga desisyon.
Maraming salamat po. Wala po ako magagawa. Si Senator Marcoleta nga, tumahimik eh. Opo, di tatahimik na rin po ako. Sa isang, isa pong hiwalay pong topic, last topic po. Napanood ko po sa isang TV program, ang isa po nating masasabing dating kalihim at dati din po nating kaibigan, sinabi po niya na ang batas, we can bend the law, ang sabi niya. Ang tanong ko po, ako po kasi ay naniwala sa batas. Ako po ay 3 taon nakakulong. Pinabayaan ko po na I served my sentence dahil naniniwala po ako sa batas. Ang tanong ko po, pwede po ba yun?
Well, merong kasabihan na Latin maxim na dura lex, sed lex. Diba? The law may be harsh, but it is the law. Ibig sabihin, masakit man, diba? Ang sinasabi ng batas, yan ang batas. At kung akong tatanungin, hindi maaring baluktutin. Kasi Ben, baluktot.
Opo. Kasi yun po yung napanood ko sa TV na pwede daw pong baluktutin na parang ruler. Opo.
So, ang sa aking opinion, hindi maaaring baluktutin ang batas. Ngayon, maaaring baka ang interpretasyon nila ay hindi naman nating, we are not breaking the law, we are only bending it. Pero gaya nga ng nasasabi ng napakarami, pag may 2 o 3 abogado sa isang kwarto, 3, 4 o 5 o 6 ang opinion sa isang usapin. So, so yun po. May kanya-kanyang opinion ng ating mga abogado. But of course, sa huling banda, ang final arbiter nga ng lahat ng interpretasyon ng batas ay ang ating mga korte.
Opo. Sa mataas pong hukuman, hindi po. Hindi po pwede.
Well, ako na lang po ang sasagot. Hindi ito opinion ng Korte Suprema. Opinion ko po ito. hindi ho pwede.
Maraming salamat po. Yun lamang po. Mabuhay po kayo. Opo.
Maraming salamat kay Ginoong Senator Robin Padilla at maganda po ang kanyang mga naimungkahi na madagdagan ang pondo para ma-establish na at magkaroon na ng dagdag na Sharia courts, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, to propound some questions to the judiciary is Northerners' good colleague, Senator Jingo Estrada.
Senator Jingo Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the good sponsor of the budget of the judiciary yield to just a few questions?
Most willingly to our colleague, Senator Jingoy Estrada.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. With regard to the pending cases of the judiciary, may I know what is the average number of cases that they handle every year? In a year?
For lower courts in a year,
Yeah.
yes, pumapasok. May we have a minute suspension?
Yes, please. Yeah,
Session suspended.
yeah.
Latest data, the average for a year would be close to 700,000 cases. For example, in January to December 2024, the total new cases filed was 698,541 for first and second level courts. This is RTC and MTC. Now, for January to June 2025 this year, we are now at 373,148 cases filed.
All right. May I know how many cases are pending before the courts, Mr. Chair?
Total cases pending before the first and second level, total case load as of June, from January to June 2025 is 1,016,000 cases. 1,016,354 cases.
That is the RTC and the MTC?
First
Only.
level and second level courts.
Bakit napakadami? 1 million plus?
It says here total case load.
No. What about the pending cases?
May we have a minute suspension?
All right. Session suspended, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
In order to expedite the budget hearing of the budget of the judiciary, maybe we can request the committee to just submit
Yes,
the documents that I've been asking for.
we will submit the report, specifically the number of the caseload last year, and then the caseload this year as of June. In the first level, second level, Court of Tax Appeals, Sandigan Bayan, Court of Appeals, and the Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jinggoy.
Thank you. Dahil sabi po ni Senator, our majority floor leader kanina, bakit mo ba tinatanong yun? Ba't mo pinabibilis yung kaso mo? Baka mauna raw ako. So, hindi ko na siguro tatanungin. Anyway, Mr. President, there are 41,587 permanent positions in the judiciary. May I know what is the reason for the 12,000 plus permanent positions that remain unfilled as of 2024?
Some are newly created positions, 12,000 of the 12,000 vacancies, and some are being processed for filling up. But I agree with the distinguished senator that that's a huge amount of vacancies, considering that's more than a fourth or about one-fourth,
Are these
25%.
RTC, MTC, or all, including the
For all
all.
positions.
including the Court of Appeals, Court of Tax Appeals, and Digan Bayan?
That is correct, for all courts.
Do they plan to fill it up?
Yes,
All of these 12,000 permanent positions
yes, that is what they are saying.
in a year's time?
Yes, some cases are brought about by retirement or promotion or resignation or termination, which then creates these vacancies. In fact, I shared that with the JBC and the budget hearing that there has to be a catch-up plan to fill up these vacancies. Otherwise, baka they're just running in place. Habang nag-a-appoint at nagkakaroon ng new appointees, meron namang vacancy na nade-declare. No? So, that is the answer, sir.
All right. With regard to the COA findings, I am informed that the auditor rendered an adverse opinion on the fairness of the presentation of the financial statements of the Supreme Court as of December 31, 2024, due to various accounting errors and omissions amounting to 12.2 billion. May I know the explanation on this audit observation?
May we have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
According to Justice Villanueva and the court administrator, the COA findings of 2024, they have actually sat down with the Commission on Audit in a meeting, and wherein they discussed these findings, and they were asked to submit their explanation and compliance, and they have submitted this. So they are now awaiting the final report of the Commission on Appointment, Commission on Audit. But for your honors, how do you call it, to respond to your questions. They are willing to submit the report that they submitted to the Commission on Audit.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, with regard to the gender and development, may I know what is the status of your spending for gender and development, persons with disabilities and senior citizens for 2024? Do you have a report on the utilization of the gender and development budget?
Utilization.
Well, the 5% is what is required. Yes. Accord. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes, according to our court administrator and the judiciary, they are actually compliant with the requirement of the law in terms of 5% utilization to fulfill with the gender and the allocations are as follows. For 2025, it's more than 5%. It's 7.27%. For the Sandigan Bayan, they're saying that it's about 36% for gender and development budgetary appropriate or support, Mr. President.
Thank you for the information, Mr. President. Last two questions, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Supreme Court issued a ruling declaring the impeachment complaint against the Vice President Sara Duterte unconstitutional last July 25, 2025. Am I correct?
That is correct, Mr. President.
And some of our colleagues, some senators, criticized that such decision undermines the separation of powers. Does the chairperson agree with this position, Mr. President?
This representation, you mean?
Yes.
Well, I manifested my position on the floor, and therefore that's on record, Mr. President.
I forgot what was your manifestation, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, our position, and we continue to share this position, continue to hold onto this position, is that that we believe that there was judicial overreach. But having said that, we hope that the Supreme Court will reconsider the position that it has taken. In fact, there is a pending motion for reconsideration.
So, in short, you disagreed with the position of the Supreme Court.
That is correct. And as a co-equal branch, we will be respectful. And we have said this too, that in the end, when this is final, when the decision is final and the motion for reconsideration has been disposed of, regardless, as a lawyer, a member of the officer of the court, we will respect whatever ruling the Supreme Court will
All right.
render.
Lastly, I remember, if my memory serves me right, we had an all senators caucus meeting when Senator Escudero was still the Senate President. And we were discussing about this impending impeachment trial of against Vice President Sara Duterte. And we were discussing a lot of issues, various issues. No? And I overheard you saying that the impeachment court is higher than the Supreme Court. Do you still stand by your statement that the impeachment court is higher than the Supreme Court? Because I am not a lawyer, but I studied law for 4 years, but I really beg to disagree that the impeachment court is higher than the Supreme Court, Mr. President.
Well, it is higher in the sense that a sitting Supreme Court justice can be dismissed on impeachment cases by the impeachment court. In that regard, we are able to hold a Supreme Court justice to account. We render judgment. So it's a novel legal question and legal argument.
You mean to tell this representation that we can summon the justices of the Supreme Court? What if they don't want to appear here? What can we do?
Well, we
Can
actually
just for-
summoned
Can
the
we just force
the
them to?
We actually
appear before
summoned,
the Senate?
with due respect to our colleague, we actually did have the former Supreme Court justice appear before the impeachment court.
Who?
So,
Yeah,
Chief Justice
I know
Corona.
that because it was an impeachment.
and that is
we-
the context of why I said that as an impeachment court, we are supreme in our own jurisdiction, and maybe in fact higher than the Supreme Court in that regard when it comes to impeachment processes. Because the supreme law of the land says so, that we have the sole power. Sole, it says sole power. It does not say anything else but sole power to try and decide impeachment cases.
Well, still, I beg to disagree with your opinion. I still believe in my own thoughts that the impeachment court is sui generis, and I think the impeachment court is sui generis, and I believe that the Supreme Court is still higher than anyone else, any court in particular, including the impeachment court.
In fact, Mr. President, in the impeachment case of Chief Justice Corona, when the Supreme Court issued a temporary restraining order, an injunction as to the bank accounts, I will remember this because the late Senator Enrile, who was our
Yes.
presiding officer, opted for us to vote on whether or not we would respect the ruling of the Supreme Court. In that regard, the vote was to respect the ruling.
I think that was only a resolution issued by the Supreme Court. It was not a decision.
No, it was a vote by I was there, Mr.
Yes,
President.
I was also there.
Yes,
I
you
was
were
also
there.
part
We
of the-
voted
was
to
also part of
respect.
the
We
impeachment
voted to
trial.
respect 12-10. We voted to respect the Supreme Court ruling.
Yes,
In
I
other
know.
words, we could have voted not to. But of course, that was not the case.
Yes, I know. I was.
And it was an exercise of our exclusive power as an impeachment court.
What if it was adverse to the decision?
Well, that's
of,
speculative,
the decision
Mr.
of the
President.
Supreme Court.
The
What
point
will
is,
happen?
that's speculative, Mr. President. The point is, we voted.
Yes, I
We
know.
did not decide to just respect the Supreme Court ruling. We voted as an impeachment court.
Yes, I
We
was-
exercised our authority as the supreme or the sole power, having the sole power and sole jurisdiction to try cases.
Yes, I was also one of them who voted to respect the decision or the resolution of the Supreme Court not to open the foreign, I think it was the foreign bank accounts of the late Chief Justice Corona. What I'm asking, kung sakasakali, what if the vote was overturned? I mean, 12-10 in favor of not respecting the opinion of the Supreme Court. What will happen?
Well, it's speculative, Mr. President. It didn't happen, so.
Yeah. Being a lawyer, maybe you can educate this representation because I am
Well,
not
also
a lawyer.
being a lawyer, if it's a speculative, if
Maybe we
I'm being
can-
asked to answer a scenario that's speculative, I'd rather wait for the actual case. In this actual, and what I'm citing is the facts that when the Supreme Court ruled to enjoin us from accessing the bank accounts, we opted to vote whether we would respect the Supreme Court ruling or not. That is an exercise of the authority of the impeachment court over the Supreme Court.
Maybe we can ask.
Fortunately, and I think every lawyer must strive to harmonize what may appear to be conflicting provisions of
Yeah.
the Constitution. And the Senate then voted 12-10 to respect the ruling of the Supreme Court and harmonize both powers.
Mr. President, if I may, with the two
Yes,
gentlemen.
leader is recognized.
Thank you. Even this last decision of the Supreme Court on Vice President Sara Duterte, we also voted 18-5-1. It was 18 in favor to archive because of the decision of the Supreme Court. So there was also a vote. 5 went against that decision to archive and 1 abstention. That was our presiding officer. So we also voted at that.
And
time.
that is the exercise. That is and I agree. That is an exercise of the impeachment court, and therefore it decided to archive the case in that regard. Oh, sorry, the vote to archive was not done by the impeachment court. It was done in plenary. Yes, so that would be a different set of facts.
All right. Okay, Mr. President. Does the Supreme Court has the authority to review the impeachment proceedings for grave abuse of discretion, for example?
The Supreme Court has the power to exercise. It has the when there is grave abuse of discretion, the Constitution provides that power to the Supreme Court to intervene and to correct what may have been an abuse of authority or power of other branches of government. It's the power of judicial review.
Okay, assuming we convict a impeachable officer, can it be elevated to the Supreme Court? No more.
No.
The
The Sup-
decision or the ruling of the impeachment court is final.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Again, maybe you can ask the opinion of maybe the court administrator or the justices of the Supreme Court here present with regard to my question propounded to you, Mr. President, with regard to the who is higher, the Supreme Court or the impeachment court.
Well, I think considering that there is still a motion for reconsideration on the positions taken by the House of Representatives, and there is a pending case, then they would prefer. Yes, kulang daw ng 12. Kaya, but kidding aside, it would be sub judice.
Okay. Anyway, that's all, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you for the justices of the Supreme Court, the court administrator, and to all the justices present here today. Thank you very much.
Senator Lauren.
Thank you very much to the good senator from San Juan. Maraming salamat. Safe na ako.
Safe mga tanong mo. Anyway, Mr. President, next to propound, hopefully, just 2 questions. She promised me just 2 questions today. Is no other than our Vice Chairman of the Committee of Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations and our former Senate President Pro Tem, our champion of the environment, no other than Senator Lauren Legarda.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to skip asking questions because the Majority Leader requested me not to ask, but I miss the esteemed members of the judiciary because I, just like the chair now, defended their budget for quite a while, but it was a different batch of members of the judiciary that was more than 10 years ago. And so my questions, as always, will be on important issues and something that could help perhaps in giving clarity to the budget or even increasing it. And my first question will be on critical funding for digitalization. May this representation know how will the judiciary secure the restoration of critical funding for digitalization, for new court positions, and infrastructure to strengthen accountability and access to justice amid substantial budget cuts and persistent capacity gaps? I say this as the judiciary has its 2026 budget with significant funding shortfalls that jeopardize ongoing reforms in its ability to deliver timely justice. From the 105.76 billion, correct me if I'm wrong, it requested, only 67.945 billion was approved, resulting in a 36% reduction that leaves digitalization, new court positions, and infrastructure far behind the operational needs. I could go on and on and on, but these are some of the most affected areas from the budget cuts. In fact, I know that the judiciary is seeking the restoration of 21.31 billion to fill thousands of court positions, to strengthen the office of the judiciary marshals, and to complete priority halls of justice. This is a very long list. That is my first question, Mr. President, and could you kindly answer it, especially with regards to digitalization, which is very important. Thank you.
Thank you for the question regarding. Convergence, isn't that? Yeah. Yes, thank you for the question. Based on the committee report, we have actually added sa request ng judiciary, Justice Sector Convergence Program. From the House, from the 2026 GAB, it was 175,819,000. We have recommended an additional 150 million, which will then, which is now reflected in the committee report, a total of 325,819,000 for the Justice Sector Convergence Program, which includes e-filing, e-services, the issuance service of court processes, enable electronic submissions, as well as warrants and subpoenas. That's one of the increases that we are proposing. This will likewise include securing interagency transmissions with the DOJ, DILG, and other national justice information partners.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. May I be informed whether the cut of 36% from the proposed 105 billion is accurate? That only 67.945, just to be...
Yes, that is accurate.
Yes, may we know which of the many aspects will be most affected? Is it the new court positions? Would it be the strengthening accountability? Would it be digitalization? If it's more than 1/3 of the budget, may we know which is the most important, if you would put it in the order of priority for restoration of the budget?
Yes, according to the court administrator, the most important would be the personnel services because it would cover lump sum amounts for the creation of new positions. Specifically, the Office of Regional Managers under the Court Administrator, 375 positions. Unified Legal Aid Service Office, which provides additional legal assistance and access and training. Office of the Judiciary Marshals, this is actually 1,000 positions that will be new positions. Social Service and Counseling, 65 positions. So, Office of the Bar Confidant, Office of the Chief Justice, lower courts for 10,147 newly created positions. Apart from personnel, maintenance and operating expenses have also been slashed. The total would be about 1.34 billion for operations of PhilJA training, MOE for 15 regional court managers, professional services, rent, lease, MOE, and for capital outlay as well, transportation equipment, ICT equipment, intangible assets.
All of those that you've mentioned, Mr. President, are those that were presumably in Tier 2 that were not accepted, or were those
Yes, yes,
those
Tier 2.
are all in Tier 2? And those are the aspects of their work that will be affected. I simply
correct.
wanted to put it on record, but I'm sure that the chair would try to restore some of these important, even if it's in Tier 2, because sometimes a DBM would not, well, they're doing their job, but would not be able to know that there's actually fiscal space, especially since we cut a big chunk from DPWH, more than the 255B from flood control, but even others which don't have coordinates, etc. So there's actually some fiscal space, just to put that on record. And so it would be helpful if the judiciary would be able to prioritize those in Tier 2 in case the chair of the committee, Senator Gatchalian, and the chair of the judiciary budget would consider. That's what I used to do 10 years ago. Thank you. Having said that, Mr. President, I look back, way back in 2008, when the Supreme Court designated 117 environmental courts nationwide to prioritize cases involving environmental protection. But many of these salas remain regular trial courts with added environmental jurisdiction rather than fully equipped specialized courts, highlighting the need to reassess their capacity, the resources, and effectiveness amid today's more complex environmental disputes. So my question is, of these 117 environmental courts almost 20 years ago, how many are still operational, if any? Where are they located? And do they handle exclusively environmental cases? Or are they mostly regular trial courts with added environmental jurisdiction? And how will these courts, if they're operational and doing their jobs as such, be affected by these budget cuts?
There are still 120 designated environmental courts, and they are situated in different regions of the country. Are all regions represented? Nationwide. So all regions have environmental courts.
Are these regional trial courts with added environmental cases, or are there already dedicated environmental courts, Mr. President?
It would be additional
Additional
caseload.
work.
Yes.
Have we not contemplated on having dedicated environmental courts, Mr. President? I brought this up in my first term, in my second term. I'm on my fourth term,
Yeah, but-
and I think it would be helpful amid so many environmental cases, the rising environmental cases related to flood control issues, related to climate action.
Yes, in fact, they have created or they have assigned exclusive, but this is not on environment, but the flood control scandal.
I'm referring to not only flood control, but environmental
Yes,
cases
and in doing so,
on pollution.
they can actually add more courts to handle environmental cases. So if that was in 2008 and it was 120, maybe they should add more.
Are they adding additional court? Are we saying this prospectively, or are there existing dedicated exclusive environmental courts?
No,
Not
there are
yet.
no dedicated
Not yet.
exclusive environmental courts.
Yes.
What they have done, and my understanding is there are not there are not that many cases for an exclusive court to be created for that purpose. So the existing courts who have other cases that they are handling are able to handle the environmental cases.
Okay. We take note of that, Mr. President. Also, way back in 2008, the Supreme Court issued a writ of continuing mandamus on Manila Bay. And even if our justices and those who are present here are probably new, were not yet in the judiciary then, I'm sure they're familiar with this, where 13 government agencies were mandated to clean up, to rehabilitate, and preserve Manila Bay and restore its waters to Class B standards. So 17 years later, compliance remains wanting, in my opinion at least. So may we know, Mr. President, what is the current compliance status of the 13 agencies mandated by the Supreme Court to rehabilitate Manila Bay? Which agencies are lagging the most in meeting the specific directives under this mandamus? And is there a dedicated office, dedicated justice in charge? Because I remember at the time, who was the Justice Marinduque? Supreme Velasco? Si Marinduque Governor. Velasco. Yeah, at the time I think Justice Velasco was assigned to oversee that. There has always been like a focal justice for this. So my question is, what is the current compliance status of the 13 agencies to which the mandamus was issued, mandated by the Supreme Court to rehabilitate Manila Bay? And are these agencies actually compliant or just ignoring the continuing mandamus? And who is the justice in charge of this, Mr. President?
Yes, according to Justice Villanueva, the new ponente, a member in charge rather, is Justice Leonen, and that they have yet to receive the latest update on the compliance of these 13 agencies.
Mr. President, it's been 17 years. When the Supreme Court orders a directive to the 13 agencies of government, and I will ask each and every agency that will go through our budget as well. It's a continuing mandamus, it's self-explanatory, and I will sponsor the DNR budget on Friday. I will ask them when is their last or most recent compliance. The DILG as well, the DepEd as well, the DOH, the DA, which was last night, the DPWH, the DBM, the Coast Guard, the Maritime Group of the PNP, the PPA, the MMDA, the MWSS, and the Local Water Utilities Administration. So it's been 17 years and we do not see the water of Manila Bay improving. Is it already Class B? I will not belabor the point. I will not ask our legal luminaries on the quality of water, but this is something I think that we should be strict about.
In fact, the quality of water, the water has become land in the last 17
although
years.
no less than UPMSI has stated that Manila Bay is biologically alive.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm glad to hear.
Meaning the water has become reclaimed in the last 17 years.
Yes, that's another issue altogether, or is it part of it? It is part of it. And so I'm happy to hear that there's a focal person in the, with Justice Leonen, of course, a friend from decades ago, and perhaps the Supreme Court can request for the updates on this for their full compliance. The
Yes,
13 agencies.
according to Justice Villanueva and our court administrator, there are, and Justice Marquez as well, there are regular reports that are being submitted since 17 years ago. And they're willing to give the good senator a update, submit the update from the Supreme Court.
I would be happy to receive just a summary so that when I ask in the plenary hearings of the committees, we will be able to know whether they are fully compliant. And my last question, Mr. President, would be, pag hindi sinusunod ng ahensya ang inuutos ng Korte Suprema ayon sa Manila Bay, ay ano po ang recourse? Ano po ang dapat gawin? What happens when a government agency does not follow what it's mandated to do by the Supreme Court?
They can be cited in contempt. They can be fined for their refusal or their non-compliance with the order of the Supreme Court.
Mr. President, we would appreciate action by the Supreme Court, perhaps to have a scientific analysis, so it would be data-driven and science-based, whether these agencies we mentioned are actually compliant with their continuing mandamus, and if not, to compel whoever is heading that agency or populating that agency, because we change every 6 years, every 3 years, and ask them to commit to a certain level of compliance with the Supreme Court mandamus on Manila Bay. I think, hindi po ako nangunguna sa Korte Suprema, ito po'y dulot ng aking advokasya. Mula pa kasi second term ko po yung 2008. Ngayon po'y kalahati na akong mahigit ng aking pang-apat na termino. So, I would like to think that we can do better, and I would work together with Justice Marvick, a good friend, and with our justices who are our friends as well, so that we can compel the heads of agencies to crack the whip. I have been asking this in most hearings every year, and we don't see an improvement in the quality of life in Manila Bay, and the quality of water. I think that's the very least, the present and the next generation, that's the very least we could do for them. Having stated that, and with the commitment of Your Honor, through the esteemed members of the judiciary, to ask for an update and the compliance of the 13 agencies, I would like to say that I would be more than willing to help them in compelling the agencies to comply.
Yes, we will submit the updates from the Supreme Court to your office.
May I request, at least for DNR, to be given to us before Friday, since I will be defending the budget of the DNR on Friday. Thank you.
May we, yes, by Friday, update on the DNR's report? Yes, that's tomorrow. Oh, no, today is Wednesday.
So, hindi ako-
Friday. Yes, the court administrator will provide the update on the compliance of the DNR.
Of DNR.
Yes.
And the others perhaps
Friday.
next week, if it's not readily available.
And the others for next week. Yes.
Yes.
We will submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your patience. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you very much, Senator Legarda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other members who wish to interpolate the budget of the judiciary, of course, with the few amendments that were proposed earlier, and hopefully the chairman will accept the amendments to add the budget of the judiciary, particularly sa Sharia courts. Mr. President, I move that the budgets for the Supreme Courts of the Philippines and the lower courts.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Just a quick manifestation before we approve. A correction in the budget of the Sandigan Bayan. The amount is 2,678,000,000, and for Ulasco, it is 39 million. For the record, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Therefore, going back to my previous motion, I move that the budgets of the Supreme Court of the Philippines and all lower courts, the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, the Sandigan Bayan, the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Tax Appeals be deemed submitted. Congratulations po.
Yeah, there's a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and to deem submitted the budget of the judiciary.
Subject to the submissions, Mr. President.
Subject to the submission as manifested by the chairman, by the
Yes.
sponsor.
Thank you.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I will have Congress of the Philippines overtake all the rest of the budgets because wala po magtatanong. I move that we assume, or rather, I move that we take up the budgets of the Senate of the Philippines, Senate Electoral Tribunal, Commission on Appointments, House of Representatives, and House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal. I so move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the Senate of the Philippines, Senate Electoral Tribunal, Commission on Appointments, House of Representatives, House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal is now in order for interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magtatanong lang po ako, Mr. President, nandyan ba yung head ng Senate Secretariat? Ba't nawawala? Secretary Ray Bantug ay nandyan ba? Saan si Secretary? Nandyan? Okay. And we'd like to recognize, Mr. President, our sponsor, of course, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to give the details of their budget, Mr. President.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Chairman of the Finance Committee, is recognized. Gigrill mo si Ray Bantug, ah. Gara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we respectfully submit for the body's consideration the fiscal year 2026 proposed new appropriations of the Senate of the Philippines, Commission on Appointments, and the Senate Electoral Tribunal as follows. For the Senate, 8.5 billion pesos. For the SET, it's 329 million pesos. For the CA, it's 1.6 billion pesos. And just to emphasize, Mr. President, nakatipid ho tayo sa Senado ng 5.4 billion pesos this year. So in the spirit of efficiency, nakatipid ho tayo ng 5.4 billion pesos.
May we
Mr.
ask
President.
how were we able to save 5.4 billion pesos?
Well, Mr. President, this year we didn't allocate for capital outlay, Mr. President. So that was the main driver of the savings, Mr. President.
But Mr. President, if I may, just one quick question. But will that be sufficient enough to finish our the new Senate building?
Well, the Senate building, Mr. President, has a MICA allocation, Mr. President. So that will continue.
Multi-year allocation.
Multi-year allocation, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I believe with Senator Lacson on the helm as chairman of the Committee on Accounts, it will be a lean and mean expense, no? Mr. Chairman, we'd like to recognize Mr. President, Senator Lacson.
The commitment of
Senator
our
Lacson,
team is
sir.
middle of September 2027, we will be transferring to the new Senate building.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I believe it's much less than what was estimated, di ba po? Much less. We would like to put that on record, Mr. President.
Much less than as previously proposed to spend.
So, Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate the budgets of the Senate and the SET, the CA, House of Representatives, and House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal. I move that the respective budgets be deemed submitted. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Budgets of the Senate, SET, CA, House of Representatives, Electoral Tribunal, deemed submitted.
Thank you. And Mr. President, just for the record, once again, there's a savings. Our budget of the Senate is much lower than last year by 5.4 billion pesos. Para malaman ng taong bayan that we're trying to share us with we're trying to share in the burden of fiscal spending. Fiscal discipline, as said to me by Senator Lacson. So, thank you. We'd like to ask for a minute suspension to look for the sponsor of the DMW, as well as the Commission on Overseas Filipinos Overseas, Senator Erwin Tulfo. May I ask for a minute
Thank you.
suspension?
Session suspended. Hearing no objection, the budget of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas and Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Commission on Filipino Overseas, the CFO, remains primarily focused on diaspora engagement for national development. It aims to link overseas Filipinos to the Philippine politics, economics, and culturally consider them a strategic partner for economic and national development. In line with CFO's mandate, the amount allocated for CFO under the fiscal year 2026 General Appropriations Bill is 263.3 million pesos. This amount is higher by 263.3 million, which is retained in the committee report. This amount is higher by 19 million compared to its 2025 budget. Considering that we are still in the stage of deliberating the budget allocation for these agencies, we are hopeful that the said amounts will be retained or even increased in the 2026 General Appropriations Act. We also thank the chairperson, Senator Win Gatchalian, for his utmost dedication to ensuring that the budget reflects actual needs on the ground and remains aligned with the department and the Commission's core mandate of protecting and supporting our kababayans abroad. Patuloy po natin yung paglalaban ng karapatan at kapakanan ng bawat Pilipino na nasa ibang bansa. Mr. President, this representation is now open for questions and clarifications if there are any. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you. OCF, OFC. Yeah, sure. Mr. President, may you recognize to interpolate the measure Senator Joel Villanueva.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
CFO, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. I just have some few questions, Mr. President, on the budget of the Commission on Filipino Overseas. If the distinguished gentleman, our good colleague, Senator Erwin Tulfo, would yield to just a few questions, Mr. President.
Certainly, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may we know, I think you made mention about the budget of CFO for next year, 2026. And may we find out how many are actually employed in the CFO and how many positions are available, how many are, if there are, job orders and contract of service for the Commission, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President. There's 130 employed, 10 positions so far. Maliit lang daw po talaga, Mr. President, ang kanilang positions.
So 130, Mr. President, 130.
Tama po, Mr. President.
Opo. And they are all based here or scattered around the country or?
Tama po, Mr. President. They're stationed in different parts of the country. Meron po sa Baguio, Cebu, Visayas, Davao, and Cagayan de Oro, Mr. President.
Siguro, Mr. President, one last question that I'd like to pose, Mr. President. What is the main function of the Commission? And if you're talking about the designation of the employees of CFO, scattered all over the country. Ano ho yung main function, ano yung main program nila, especially in this coming 2026, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the function of the Commission of Filipino Overseas is to make sure to connect the Filipinos living abroad, Mr. President. Yung non-overseas workers but living overseas, ito po yung kinikater ng Commission on Filipino Overseas, linking them back to the Philippines. Isa po dyan ay yung investments, isa po dyan yung may mga kamag-anak pa po dito, exchange studies, etc. So marami po silang mga projects and programs for Filipinos na outside po, not overseas workers. These are Filipinos na nakapangasawa po sa abroad, yung mga residents na po sa ibang bansa. So ito po yung kinikater ng CFO, Mr. President.
So usually, Mr. President, and I heard this a couple of years ago, for example, a program would be to sponsor yung mga anak ng mga Filipinos na nagpalit na ng citizenship, for instance. At anak, apo, probably, dadalhin po sila dito sa Pilipinas para some sort of trip and give them a crash course probably as to the heritage and history of our country. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Tama po, Mr. President, to make sure na yung mga next generation of Filipinos na nakatira na po sa ibayong dagat, though yung mga parents are Filipinos galing po dito, na they can still connect to this country through culture, heritage, and also the traditions para hindi po makalimutan, Mr. President.
And how much are we spending, Mr. President, in order to implement this program, Mr. President? Probably as an average amount, how much we were spending for this, Mr. President? Anong budget?
Mr. President, the participants in these programs actually shoulder their expenses. Yung bulk po ng project, fund ng CFO ay nakakoncentrate po sa diaspora ng nasabing ahensya, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. I will no longer belabor the issues that I wanted to raise. It's just that if you look at the budget of 263 million pesos, it's probably just being used for salaries of our employees. Is that correct, Your Honor? Because I remember, Mr. President, a couple of years back, then Senator Frank Drilon raised an issue with CFO wherein they came up with a scheme, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, na nag-collect po sila, Mr. President, ng fee doon sa mga Filipinos, no, and pinatigil natin ito noon nung time na yon, no, Mr. President. I just wanted to make sure na we're no longer doing this, and at the same time siguro yung last point na I'd like to raise is that yung ginagawa po ng Commission on Filipinos Overseas, ito po ba ay hindi kayang gawin o gampanan ng ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan? For example, yung binanggit po ng ating distinguished colleague, Senator Erwin Tulfo, yung paghanap ng pupwedeng mag-invest, yung pagbibigay ng seminar or conference, pag-host ng conference to cater doon sa mga Filipino communities worldwide. Kaya rin po bang gawin ito ng ibang ahensya? At wala ho ba talagang overlapping, Mr. President, sa mga ginagawa po nila? Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, maganda pong katanungan yan dahil yung ginagawa po ng CFO ay mandate po yan ng batas na hindi po kayang gawin ng Department of Foreign Affairs dahil Department of Foreign Affairs only caters po talagang doon sa mga Pilipino na nasa overseas. We're talking about legal residents po, yung iba ay talagang citizens of other countries na po. Ito po yung kinikater ng Commission of on Filipino Overseas. Wala rin pong kinukolektang yung katanungan po kanina ng good senator na tungkol po sa mga fees. Wala na po yan. Bagkus ay umaasa na lamang po sila sa documentary stamps. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll end my interpellation by saying, Mr. President, it's important that we tackle and talk about these issues, Mr. President, whether or not merong overlapping, Mr. President. Tama po ang ating colleague. Ito po'y saklaw ng batas na nag-create sa CFO. But at the same time, we also pass itong government optimization program, and we'll find out, Mr. President. And of course, we will take the cue from the executive kung ano man yung mga pwede natin hong gawin. Because in my short stint here in the Senate, Mr. President, I've seen a lot of overlapping agencies, Mr. President, overlapping na operations, ginagawa. Sabi ko nga po, halos lahat ng ahensya ng pamahalaan may TESDA. Yung DOST, parang 8 yata yung TESDA dun sa DOST. Ang daming training. Sa DTI may training. Sa ATI ng Department of Agriculture may training, etc. So, ito ho yung ating gusto lang puntuhin at nais natin na masiguro na effective o epektibo ang ating mga ahensya, walang overlapping at yung bawat piso na ating ginagastos para sa ating mga government agencies ay napapakinabangan ng gusto. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Senator Villanueva for those words. I too agree na may mga agencies po tayo na nag-overlap po yung functions. Ika nga, with this, nagkakaproblema po tayo. I mean, there's a wastage in funding, ika nga, dahil nagkakapare-pareho na lamang kanilang mga trabaho. But anyway, thank you very much, Senator Joel Villanueva. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate the budget of the Commission on Filipinos overseas. I move that their budget be deemed submitted. I so
Any
move.
objection? Hearing none, the budget is deemed submitted.
Suspension lang.
Session suspended.
Yes, Mr. President, I
Majority
move that
Leader.
we take up or consider the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, Mr. President, together with the Office of the Secretary, Overseas Workers Welfare Administration. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers and the OI is in order.
And may we also recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, no other than Senator Erwin Tulfo, who sponsored the measure, and the first to interpolate is no other than Senator Villanueva, Mr. President.
Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized, and to interpolate is Senator Villanueva. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But, Mr. President, before would like to entertain the line of questioning or interpellation of the good gentleman from Bulacan, may I be allowed to make a short and quick statement or manifestation? Today, Mr. President, as the Vice Chair of the Committee on Finance, I'm here to defend the fiscal year 2026 budget of the Department of Migrant Workers and its attached agency, the Overseas Welfare. These agencies serve as the frontliners of government in ensuring the protection, welfare, and dignity of millions of overseas Filipino workers and overseas Filipinos who continue to contribute significantly to our nation. We made sure, particularly this representation, na sapat po ang pondo ng DMW at OWA para po sa mga pangangailangan ng ating mga OFW na kinikilala at kanilang pamilya na kinikilala po natin mga bagong bayani. At the core of DMW's mandate is the commitment to ensure safety, orderly, and ethical overseas employment and to shield OFWs and their families from abuse and crisis situation. Based on the January to September data comparison on the OFW deployment, the number of deployed OFWs increased by 17.34% from 1.9 million in 2024 to 2.2 million in 2025. Habang dumarami po ang ating mga kababayang umaalis ng bansa para maghanap buhay, mas tumitindi ang pangangailangang palakasin ng mga programa para sa kanilang proteksyon. Dapat pong masiguro natin na protektado ang ating mga OFW saan man sila naroroon at makakauwi po sila sa ating bayan ng matiwasay at mahinahon. The DMW's total new appropriations under the 2026 General Appropriations Bill amounts to 9.7 billion, which under the Senate Committee report has been increased to 11.4 billion pesos. I will now entertain questions, interpellations, Mr. President.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah. Mr. President, at the onset, may I just put into the records of this August Chamber our sincerest thanks and gratitude to the DMW family headed by Secretary Hans Kakdak, Admin Kaunan, and the leadership, Mr. President, of DMW for doing a, I would say, job well done, Mr. President. We are very happy with their performance, and the reason, Mr. President, that this representation is scrutinizing the budget is because we wanted to make sure that the department will succeed and will be able to do better with what they are already doing, Mr. President. And with that, Mr. President, again, may I ask the good sponsor if we can propound some questions from this representation, Mr. President.
Certainly, Mr. President, but before that, I would like to extend my gratitude to my colleague, Senator Joel Villanueva, for successfully defending po the budget last year of the DMW and OWA. Thank you very much, Senator Villanueva.
Thank you for reminding me, Mr. President. I almost forgot that this representation defended the budget of DMW. But Mr. President, at the onset, may I just put into the records, in 2024, the department monitored the deployment of a total of 2,474,197 land and sea-based migrant workers. And this marks a 6.16% increase nito pong number ng ating mga OFWs na dineploy in 2023 kasi noong 2023, 2,330,720. At ang numero po ngayon ng ating OFWs in 2024 is also higher, Mr. President, than the pre-pandemic 2019 level of 2,156,742. So from that pre-pandemic level, makikita ho natin about 14.72% increase. Nais nating malaman, Ginoong Pangulo, distinguished colleague, ano po yung updated number ngayon ng ating overseas Filipino workers? At can the Department of Migrant Workers briefly discuss their general profile? How many were new hires and rehires? At perhaps, Mr. President, we can look into the nature of work para nang sa ganoon na po-foresee natin yung mga pupwede natin gawin in the coming years, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Base po sa records ng DMW, meron po tayong 7 million overseas Filipino workers na nasa ibang bansa po ngayon. At 2.5 po rito million ay mga miyembro po ng Overseas Workers Welfare Administration or OWA, Ginoong Pangulo.
And Mr. President, if you look at the nature of work that they are engaged, I remember getting a figure from PSA in 2023. There were about, 4 in 10 OFWs or 41% are engaged in elementary occupations, followed by services and sales, which is 14.7%, plant machine operators and assemblers 12%, professionals 9.9%, and technical and associate professionals 9.1%. So roughly about 20% would be professionals and technical associate professionals. May we know, Mr. President, if this is still the figures? May nag-improve? Tumataas na ba yung mas higher level of professionals na pumupunta sa ibang bansa, Mr. President?
According po sa DMW, Mr. President, ganun pa rin po yung spread na bilang. Kung meron man isang sector doon ay konting-konti lamang po. Pero there's very, very little adjustment. So in reality, totality, ganun pa rin po yung bilang, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, may we place on record, Mr. President, that when this representation was defending the creation of the Migrant Workers Act, we specifically put in the law, Section 15 of RA 11641, to envision, Mr. President, yung pagkakaroon ng Migrant Workers Office in all Philippine service posts after 3 years from the law's effectivity, which we passed in 2021, which is about 4 years ago, Mr. President. And alam ko, maraming mga balakid, maraming mga challenges that we are facing. But as I look at the data, and please, distinguished colleague, correct me if I'm wrong, as of July 2025, the Migrant Workers Office ay meron na pong 42 operating worldwide. May we know, Mr. President, how many Migrant Workers Offices are currently operational and how many additional MWOs are targeted for establishment in the coming year, 2026, including their proposed locations, kung meron man po, Ginoong Pangulo?
Thank you, Mr. President. Sa ngayon, Mr. President, ay nasa 42 pa rin
42.
ang bilang ng MWOs. Sa darating po na Disyembre, isa po ang bubuksan. Ito po ang breakdown. Sa Asia and the Pacific, 14 po ang Migrant Workers Office po dyan. Ito po ay kinabibilangan ng Hong Kong, Macau, Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, Brunei, Taiwan, Republic of China, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand at Thailand. Sa Amerika naman po at Europa, 14 po ang MWO po natin doon. United States of America, Canada, Italy, Switzerland, Spain, Greece, United Kingdom, Germany, Czech Republic, Hungary at Austria. Sa Middle East po, ganoon din po ang bilang 14 po doon. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Lebanon, Qatar, Oman, Israel, Jordan at Morocco. Yung binabanggit po na isa na bubuksan po ngayong Disyembre, yan po ay sa Cambodia. At sa darating po na taon, magdadagdag pa po ng 10 ang Department of Migrant Workers na magbubukas po sila ng 10 MWOs pa po next year.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's outstanding, Mr. President. We will be opening another Migrant Workers Office in Cambodia by the end of the year, and additional 10 for 2026. That's great news, Mr. President. Perhaps if we can also discuss, Mr. President, the challenges that we are facing. I know, I think the basis, if I recall it right, the basis for opening Migrant Workers Office is yung mataas po yung population, large concentration ng OFW, yung pong merong existence ng fair labor standards, yung magnitude din ng mga reported cases at pati yung mga potential labor opportunities. If I'm not mistaken, ito pa rin po ba yung ginagamit na patakaran, Mr. President, sa pagbubukas ng MWOs, Mr. President?
Maraming salamat sa magandang katanungan, Mr. President. Tama po yan. Ang nagiging balakid po, kaya po medyo mabagal po ang pagtatayo natin ng MWO kasi kailangan po natin magpaalam sa host country. For example po, lalo po sa Middle East, kailangan po magpaalam at aantayin po natin ang kanilang kasagutan. So isa po yan sa mga nagiging problema po natin. Kaya subalit kung gugustuhin man at gusto nga po ng DMW at OWA nang makapagbukas pa po sila na mas maraming MWOs, subalit limitado po dahil yan po ay wala sa kamay nila, kundi kailangan pa natin humingi ng paalam or approval mula po sa host country, Mr. President.
Salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat napakahalaga nitong impormasyon na ito dahil kahit gusto po natin magbukas, nangyayari po tayo po ay dependent doon po sa approval and acceptance ng host countries. With that in mind, Mr. President, papaano natin, siguro sa isang example, Mr. President, na ayaw nga po, pero mataas yung populasyon o concentration ng OFWs. Ano po yung mga pwede nating gawin, Mr. President? And if there's anything also we can do on the part of legislation, on the part of the budget that we are deliberating upon, may magagawa po ba tayo, Mr. President?
Mr. President, ang isa pong nagiging problema ho dyan na kailangan magpaalam, tulad kamakailan lamang lately, the Secretary of Department of Migrant Workers went to Nigeria at meron po tayo mga concentration po ng mga overseas Filipino workers doon. Ang tanong po nila, bakit pa kailangan ng Migrant Workers Office? Gayong meron na po tayong embahada o meron na po tayong konsulado. Tingin po nila, pareho na lamang ho yun. Hindi ba po pwedeng lumapit na lamang po yung ating mga manggagawa sa DFA or sa ating mga konsulado, Mr. President? Hindi po nila kasi naiintindihan na iba po yung mga pangangailangan ng ating mga manggagawa kumpara doon sa mga naibibigay na serbisyo ng DFA at maging po ng ating mga konsulado. It's very different, Pangulo.
So with that, Mr. President, perhaps it's not just the duty of the DMW, but also a shared duty by the Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr. President, no, to convince them na mag-open ng mga MWOs.
Tama po yun, Mr. President. They have to go to the overseas para pakiusapan po. Siguro, yun po yung usapin ng foreign ministries po ng
Thank you.
ibang bansa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Now let me go to one of my favorite items in the budget of DMW. Ito pong action fund, no, na ating pinush, Mr. President, no, sa paglikha nitong batas na ito. Ito pong agarang kalinga at saklolo para sa mga OFWs na nangangailangan fund. Ito po ay na-establish dito sa DMW Act, Section 14, para po magbigay sa mga ating OFWs na nakikinig at tumutunghay sa ating deliberasyon ngayong araw na ito. Ito ay para mag-provide ng legal, medical, financial, and the other assistance sa ating mga kababayang OFWs. And this will also cover, Ginoong Pangulo, yung repatriation, shipment of remains, evacuation, rescue, and any other analogous help or intervention para po maprotektahan yung pong karapatan ng ating mga kababayang Pilipino. May we know, Mr. President, yung status po ngayon ng Action Fund which was allocated in 2023 po, 1.2 billion pesos po ito. Noong 2024, 1.85 billion pesos. At nitong 2025 ay 1.2 billion pesos naman. Kung titingnan po natin at nabanggit kanina ng ating kasama, tayo yung nag-defend ng budget. Bakit from 1.85 nung last year naging 1.2 billion? Kasi po, noon po sa report na tanggap natin, in fact, even today, Mr. President, we are getting reports that given that more than half of the 2024 allocation remains as unused as of August 2025. May balance pa po, ito yung nakuha natin na data, 664.9 million pesos. So gusto natin malaman what accounts, Mr. President, for the funds. If you look at the history, may low utilization rate and papaano po ito tutugunan ng ating departamento ngayong darating na taon, Mr. President?
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Tama po kayo. Ito pong Action Fund ay marami pong pinaggagamitan dito ng ating pong Department of Migrant Workers. Ilan po dyan sa legal fees po, hospitalization, etc. Actually po, ang nirequest po ng DMW ay 2.2 billion. Pero ang naprubahan lang po sa NEP ay 1.2 billion. So, halos ang 1 billion po ang tinapyas. Pero, pagdating po dito sa atin, nagawan po ng paraan ng ating chairman po na si Chairman Sherwin Gatchalian para iakyat po ito at ilapit-lapit doon sa original na hinihingi po nila. Ngayon po ito ay nasa 2.4 billion na. So samantalahin ko na rin po at pasalamatan ang ating pong chairman ng finance, si Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, at inakyat niya po sa 2.4 billion. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Happy tayo pagka mataas ang pondo para sa Action Fund, no? Kaya lang, kailangan din po nating erase dito sa bulwagang ito yung low utilization rate. Kasi kung pong hanggang ngayon, and correct me if I'm wrong, yung half of the 2024 allocation ay hindi pa rin po nagagamit as of August 2025. So, again, ang gusto lamang po natin ay masiguro na magagamit po ito at hindi po masasayang, lalo na kung tayo po lahat dito, I think sa Senado, napaka generous ng mga senador para sumuporta, tulungan at dagdagan ang pondo ng Department of Migrant Workers, Mr. President.
Sangayon po ako doon sa worry ng ating pong kasamahan na si Senator Villanueva. Kung ang inyo pong tinutukoy na baka hindi naman po nagagasta ng tama, ika nga, as of November 15 po, 94% na po yung utilization. At meron na lang pong natitira doon po sa Action Fund ng nasabing ehensya, 107 million, 1,400,000 pesos, 400 pesos, 0.15. Ginoong Pangulo.
Meron po bang mga balakid, Mr. President, kung bakit? Kasi kung titignan po natin, the past 3 years, I'm looking at the fund utilization. Parang may nagpo-post po ng weak utilization. Ito po ba ay may kinalaman sa monitoring, absence of clear allocation ng criteria per migrant workers office? Nalilimitahan po ba yung responsiveness to distress OFWs? Just gusto lang po natin malaman, Mr. President, kung bakit po ganon at ito po ba ay hindi na issue sa darating na taon na 2026, Mr. President?
Usually, Ginoong Pangulo, mga problema yan po tinatawag natin ng mga birth pains dahil bago pa po ang ehensya, a few years ago lang po lamang itinatag ito. Pero itong taon po ito, napag-aralan na po nila itong mga financial constraints, administrative problems. Ito po ay na-solution na po nila. So they're very confident, Mr. President, na this will not happen again at tuloy-tuloy po yung utilization at mas mataas na utilization ng kanilang pondo para sa Action Fund sa darating po na taon, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. Let me point out, between April and May of this year, at least meron pong 80 Filipino workers from the 2 Carnival operated ships. 80 po yan, no? They had been detained and deported without due process. Klaro po yun. Noong July 2025, 18 naman, 18 visa-holding Norfolk-based Filipino seafarers employed din po in Carnival Sunshine, a cruise ship operated by Carnival Cruise Line, were deported to the Philippines. At ito po, despite the fact that they have their visas, Mr. President. 18 po sila. September 14 of this year naman, 4 na Filipino seafarers, cruise ship crew, were removed from the Carnival Pride cruise ship, were detained naman and deported while the vessel was docked in Baltimore, again, without due process, Mr. President. Maybe no, Mr. President, with all of these incidents that we mentioned, Mr. President, how much of the Action Fund, if any, was used, Mr. President, to provide legal assistance to Filipino seafarers on cruise ships facing deportation proceedings? Itong in-example natin in the United States of America. Imagine, Mr. President, may visa sila and yet they were forced to be deported, Mr. President.
Mr. President, doon po sa mga nabanggit po ng good gentleman from Bulacan, Ang issue po na ito ay immigration issue. So more on political issue po ito. Gayunpaman, Mr. President, ginagawa na po ng paraan ng mga opisyalis na datin sa Department of Migrant Workers, Overseas Workers Welfare Administration. Meron pong ongoing dialogue. Maging po si Migrant Workers Committee Chair Senator Raffy Tulfo ay nakipag-ugnayan din po sa ambassador po ng US kamakailan lamang upang tanungin kung ano naging problema. Maging siya po ay wala pong kasagutan, kundi ay siya raw po ay nangako nakakausapin po ang State Department hinggil sa issue na ito. Pero yung tinatanong po ninyo kung magkano po ang nabigyan na po ng financial assistance sa mga seafarers na ito, 73 na po sa bilang na yun ang nabigyan po ng cash assistance sa 50,000 po bawat isa. So, at ongoing po yan, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe, Mr. President, with Sec Hans and Admin Kaunan at the helm of the department and OWA, marami po tayong magagawa at matutulungan, Mr. President. It's unfortunate, Mr. President, na nadamay itong mga Pilipino na binabanggit natin dun sa political stance ng Estados Unidos, Mr. President.
Makasingit lang din po ulit, Senator Joel. Ongoing din po ang retraining ng mga overseas workers po na ito dahil sila po ay hindi na makabalik muli doon sa US because sila po ay na-blacklist due to immigration reasons. So, tinitraining po sila ng ating DMW at hinahanapan po job facilitation, ika nga, hinahanapan po kung saan po sila po pwedeng muling makapagtrabaho kung hindi man po sa Amerika, ay maari pong dito po sa atin sa Asia, Pacific Asia region, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and it's music to my ears, Mr. President, every time you talk about retraining, retooling, upskilling, and that has been our advocacy for the past so many years, Mr. President. In fact, one of the reasons that we are so excited in passing the establishment of the Department of Migrant Workers is the provision of OFW's full cycle reintegration program. And with that, Mr. President, we feel na napakahalaga kasi ilang beses na po, and I'm sure my good colleague, Senator Erwin Tulfo, had heard so many stories, sometimes tragic stories na ang tagal na nirahan o nagtrabaho sa ibang bansa, hindi makaipon o hindi natulungan papaanong mag-impok at papaanong alagaan yung kanilang financial na naipon, Mr. President. Kaya, Mr. President, ay natapos yung kanyang stint bilang isang OFW, pagbalik dito sa Pilipinas, pwede naman siya sanang makapasok sa ilang kumpanya na naririto, hindi naman din makagawa. No? So, my question, Mr. President, is what are the department's significant accomplishments when you talk about full cycle reintegration of OFWs, particularly, Mr. President, in improving their economic security, social integration, and even psychosocial well-being, Mr. President?
Lately, Mr. President, ang ginagawa po ng Department of Migrant Workers, kagapay po ang OWA, ay itong reintegration po na ibinibigay po ng naturang ahensya, mga ahensya po na ito, literacy training, livelihood grants, cash po ito, enterprise development programs, and at the same time po, retooling po sa TESDA. Ito po yung ginagawa po ng naturang ahensya. At the same time po, nais ko lamang pong sabihin na ito pong representation ay nag-file na rin po para po doon sa mga tumatandang OFW natin at paritiro na po. Meron po tayong bill na i-file po na magkakaroon po sila ng pension pag sila po ay nagretiro. Pero yan po ay nakasalang pa lamang po ngayon sa committee level, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd love to hear that measure that the good gentleman is pursuing, Mr. President. I'm happy, Mr. President, with the data that was given to this representation. And please correct me if I'm wrong. The National Reintegration Center for OFWs provided kabuhayan assistance, total of 5,856 qualified beneficiaries. Ano po itong pinrovide ng kabuhayan assistance is financial assistance. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Ginoong Pangulo, it's a combination of
Combination.
training and financial assistance.
Okay.
Actually, the exact figure, as of August, Mr. President, it's 5,956 po.
5,956. And then you have Balik Pinay, Balik Hanap Buhay. And I'm sharing this, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, so that our OFWs listening to us right now would have an idea what the government, what the department is doing. Now, itong Balik Pinay, Balik Hanap Buhay, they assisted 3,680 distressed women, OFW returnees, by providing livelihood development support. Ito po ay continuous program for 2026. Is that correct, Your Honor?
With the combined funds from OWA at saka DMW, Mr. President, umaabot po yan sa 30,000. Bukod po yan,
30,000.
may kasama pa rin po yung retraining,
Training, yes.
Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you. Thank you. That's 30,000 now for each beneficiary, Mr. President. Now, there's Livelihood Development Assistance Program, LDAP. Nagbibigay naman po ito ng startup livelihood support. At sa record po na ating nakalap, 1,199 undocumented OFW returnees. Ito po meron pa rin for next year. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Tama po yan, Ginoong Pangulo, pero ito po ay binibigay po doon sa mga undocumented po natin, yung mga nag-TNT po, tapos napauwi or umuwi na lang po dahil medyo hindi po pinala doon, binibigyan po sila ng 10,000. Maaari din pong isuggest po with this representation na maaari din po sila lumapit siguro sa DSWD through the Sustainable Livelihood Program para tumaas-taas po yung kanilang magiging puhunan kung plano po nilang mamuhunan, Mr. President.
Tama, Mr. President, and I hope that the DMW is coordinating with the Department of Social Welfare and Development. That's a very good idea, Mr. President. Mr. President, last na gusto kong banggitin yung provision ng psychosocial, social, and economic reintegration services. This is under the Kalinga program. Sa data na ating nakalap, 4,577 distressed OFWs. Ito po, Mr. President, ay meron pa rin na programa for next year, Mr. President. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Tama po yan, Mr. President. Sa ngayon po, 11,046 po yung bilang na yan. Ito po nga psychosocial support program po or Kalinga ng DMW.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very happy to hear that from our distinguished sponsor of the measure. And we feel, Mr. President, na napakahalaga na naririnig ito ng ating mga OFWs na nakatunghay ngayon sa deliberasyon natin. Perhaps bago ko iwanan po itong full cycle reintegration program, matanong ko lang, Ginoong Pangulo, ilang mga local government units have successfully implemented the reintegration program, and can the Department of Migrant Workers give us tidbits or perhaps kahit submit na lang, Mr. President, yung mga success stories to just illustrate the impact of this program, Mr. President?
Ginoong Pangulo, ito po ay 100%, pero sa ngayon po, as of October 2025, meron na pong 1,615 na OFW help desk mula po sa iba't ibang mga local government units around the country, Mr. President.
1,615, Mr. President.
Tama po, Mr.
And
President.
may plano po tayong expand ito, enhance these programs in the coming years. Do we have a target, Mr. President?
Ang plano po, Mr. President, ay bababa po tayo ang DMW hanggang sa barangay levels na po. Kasi mahalaga po yun, nagkakaproblema po yung information dissemination. So susubukan po at gagawan po ng paraan ng DMW at OWA para maibaba po itong mga programa na ito sa barangay level, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, let me go, Mr. President, dun sa anti-illegal recruitment and trafficking in persons. No? Perhaps it's timely also to congratulate the department headed by Sec Hans. Kasi since 2022, ang DMW has documented over 1,900 Filipino victims rescued ito po yung nasa record natin. Siguro nadagdagan pa yung huli, yung mga narinig po natin from hubs in Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos. It includes po itong 346 OFW victims of human trafficking and forced labor in online scam hubs in Myanmar. Ito lamang po yung Nobyembre, if I'm not mistaken, November 12. November 12 lang po ito ngayong taon. And I got this information na at least 222 Filipinos, ito naman po yung nakakalungkot, 222 Filipinos remained in Myanmar awaiting repatriation assistance. Please correct me again if I'm wrong with my figures, Mr. President. But I wanted to find out how much, Mr. President, is the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for programs aimed at protecting our OFWs from illegal recruitment and trafficking.
Mr. President, may we ask for a minute suspension?
Thank you.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, ang ni-request po ng DMW for this anti-illegal recruitment na funding po ay nasa 30 million. Subalit na naaprubahan lang po, nakakalungkot man po sabihin, ay nasa 15 million lamang po ang naaprubahan.
Kalahati lang po.
Opo.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Gatchalian, kalahati lang daw po, Mr. President.
Ito po ay
ng ating
yung
Vice
po
Chair.
ang naibigay po sa kanila ng NEP. Pero yung kanila pong request was like original po ay nasa 30 million. Yun ang po.
I think, Mr. President, this is important, and if I was trying to laugh about it, Mr. President, but if we are to protect our OFWs from anti-illegal recruitment and trafficking in person sa campaign, hindi ho dapat ito mag-suffer, Ginoong Pangulo, at other than the budgetary constraints, Mr. President, I don't know if the good gentleman, Senator Erwin Tulfo, will agree with this representation that we need to further strengthen yung pong anti-illegal recruitment and trafficking in persons sa campaign doon po sa ating mga offices, no, lalo na doon sa mga DMW regional offices, particularly doon po sa mga high risk backdoor routes, Mr. President. I don't know if the gentleman would agree with this representation.
Tama naman po yun. Tayo po ay sang-ayon po dyan. Subalit lingid po sa kalaman ng karamihan. Ongoing po ang ginagawang information dissemination po ng naturang ahensya ng DMW at saka OWA sa lahat po ng na going to their offices, warning them about ongoing ng illegal recruitment. Dapat din po, hindi lamang po dapat OWA ang nakatutok dito, kundi other agencies po natin, law enforcement po, tulad po ng NBI, tulad po ng PNP, dapat tumulong na rin po. Kasi, at saka DOJ po, hindi lang po ito dapat maging problema po ng DMW, kundi problema rin po dapat ito, pasanin din po ng ating mga law enforcement agencies because we're sending people. Kumbaga nga, sabi nga po, yung ating industriya ay pagpapadala ng tao sa ibang bansa. So kung ang ating industriya po ngayon ay pagpapadala ng tao sa ibang bansa, mga OFWs, dapat po halos lahat ng ahensya as much as possible ay tumulong po para ma-prevent po itong illegal recruitment. So Mr. President, ito nga po, 51.4 million request ng DMW for intensification of anti-illegal recruitment program sa ngayon, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if at the proper time, this representation would be more than willing to introduce an amendment to increase the budget, Mr. President. However, Mr. President, again, we pound on what we have agreed upon, Mr. President, in strengthening our DMW regional offices. Of course, we agree na yung law enforcement na nandyan, nakatutok. But talking about our DMW regional offices, nakaset up naman po ito lahat. And we wanted to just make sure na merong higher emphasis siguro, Mr. President, dun sa mga high-risk backdoor routes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me go to... Anyway, Mr. President, may we know how many licenses were issued to recruitment agencies so far? And perhaps the next question would be, yung safeguards po ba are in place to ensure na yung mga recruitment agencies are legitimate and compliant to labor laws?
Mr. President, as of 2024, at existing po ito hanggang sa mga araw po na ito, a total of 1,186 recruitment and manning agencies ang nabigyan po ng lisensya. 816 po dyan ay land-based at 370 ay sea-based naman. Tama po kayo, stricter po ang policies, regulations. Dumadaan po ito sa documentations and investigations ng DMW bago po mabigyan ng lisensya ang isang ahensya para mabawasan po yung mga tinatawag natin mga illegal recruiter, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think yung safeguards na gusto nating makita ay yung mas malakas na pagbabantay, especially doon sa pagbigay ng provisional license, yung paggagawa ng regular na assessment at pag-conduct ng salvo spot inspection para po matugunan yung mga complaint at inire-report sa atin na mga recruitment activities and recruitment violations. I just don't want to miss that, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me go to my last couple of questions, Mr. President. Yung pong mga cases ng ating legal assistance, if I may, Mr. President, may we know how many cases of legal assistance were provided by our migrant workers offices to OFWs recently, and perhaps if you can give us an update, Mr. President, yung mga nature ng mga kaso na ito, Mr. President.
Ito po yung breakdown simula po ng January hanggang nung nakaraang buwan, 2025. Mayroon pong 4,015 cases po ang hawak po or tinutulungan ng Department of Migrant Workers. Ito po yung breakdown sa Asia at Pacific po. Criminal case po ay 457. Sa civil case naman ay 43. Sa labor ay 15. Administrative 4. Undetermined 15. Pagdating po sa US at saka Europe, 41 po ang criminal cases. Wala pong civil case. Labor ay 69 cases.
69.
Isa pong administrative at wala pong undetermined. 111 pong total niyan. So, ang medyo malaki po ay dito sa Middle East at saka Africa. 741 po ang criminal case. 1,610 ang civil case. 856 po ang labor. Administrative ay 57 at undetermined po ay 106. A total of 3,370 kung susumahin po lahat-lahat 4,015 po.
4,015. Mr. President, I'm glad that the gentleman was so specific with the figures that we wanted to know. And I think yung pinaka-practical question dito ay yung ating laging na-encounter every now and then na kulang yung ating mga nakukuhang magtatanggol o abogado na magtatanggol sa ating mga OFWs abroad. In fact, Mr. President, there was an article written just recently with the Philippine Star na ang ratio daw of lawyers, and please correct me if I'm wrong, with the figures, this was quoted from an article, ang ratio of lawyers to OFWs stood at roughly 1 to 90,000, Mr. President. And I'm sure every year we talk about this as we coordinate also with the department. The department is always, at this stage ng budget deliberation, they're always hoping to increase the number of retained law firms. I don't know by how much this year yung ating dinidream o ina-aspire could be 25-50% increase in-house lawyers by 100% next year. Ano po itong plano natin, Mr. President? May indication po ba na talagang makaka-hire po tayo ng additional lawyers and the legal retainers? Meron po ba tayong tina-target na numero, for example, of perhaps legal practitioners, Mr. President, to be deployed both in the migrant workers office abroad and in regional offices here in the Philippines, locally, Mr. President?
Mr. President, ang balita ko po, dahil po sa ating pong kaibigan, Senator Joel Villanueva, na tumaas po ang ating action fund. Kaya nakakuha po tayo, ika nga, ng mga galing na abogado. Dito po tulad ng mga nakaraang panahon, na mga ordinaryong abogado lang po ang kinukuha natin dyan, parang sa gilid-gilid. Pero ngayon po, the DMW made sure na yung mga abogado po kinukuha natin, mga law firm, kilala pong law firm. At bawat law firm po ay hindi lang po isang kaso ng mga OFW hinahawakan po nito. Dahil sila nga po ay marami ding abogado, so they can go as high as like 10 hanggang 20 or more na mga nag-handle po ng mga cases ng mga Pilipino. Right now, we have 24 law firms, not only in Asia, but also in the US, in Europe, Middle East po, medyo marami-rami. At saka meron po kaming in-house lawyers na 10 dito po sa Abu Dhabi, Al-Khobar, Israel, Jeddah, Jordan, Lebanon at Riyadh, Mr. President.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. And I would be more than happy to be of help with our distinguished sponsor if there is a need, Mr. President, to look for funding pa for our cases of legal assistance. By the way, Mr. President, to date, ilan po yung ating mga kababayan na nasa death row ngayon, Mr. President, in different countries of the world?
Can I ask for a 1-minute suspension again, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
As we speak, the DMW and the OWA are, through our lawyers overseas, are working hard to commute these death sentences. Pero right now, Mr. President, we have 26 in death row. 12 po sa Asian Pacific, Kuala Lumpur po 9, 4 po sa Brunei. Sa Middle East naman, 13 po dyan. 7 po ang lalaki, 6 po na babae. Isa sa Riyadh, 2 sa Jeddah, 4 sa Dubai, isa sa Qatar, 4 sa Dubai, at isa po sa Kuwait. So total po yung 7. So 18 males po ang kalalakihan ang nasa death row. 7 po ang kababaihan na nasa death row. So a total of 26. Pero katuwang din po ng DMW ang DFA hinggil rito at nagtutulong-tulungan po itong mga ahensya na ito na working hard with our lawyers there na kumari makommute po ito to life sentence.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's the most important commitment that we wanted to hear from the department, that we are all out in doing our best, and that we are ready to walk the extra mile to protect our kababayans and represent them, Mr. President. Importante po yun. Mr. President, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, Senator Erwin made mention about the death benefits nung sa barangay officials, Mr. President. Siguro, tanungin ko din po, Mr. President, kung ang DMW nagpo-provide po ng financial assistance to the next of kin of OFWs on death row, Mr. President, and how many OFWs are currently receiving support through our Migrant Workers Office, Mr. President.
Mr. President, ito po'y hinuhugot muli sa Action Fund. Ay 75,000 po ang isa pong namatayan na pamilya. Mula po sa DMW. Sa OWA naman po, ang binibigay po nila ay doon sa mga anak, scholarship po at pangkabuhayan.
So that's
Mr.
on top of the 75,000.
Tama
Mr.
po yun,
President.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that. Mr. President, last two, Mr. President. You look at the OFW pass, Mr. President, and I'm happy to note, Mr. President, that I've been getting a lot of good reports dun sa OFW pass. No? May we know magkano po yung allocated budget for 2026 for the full rollout, maintenance, and yung mahalaga rin po na gusto kong pagtuunan ng pansin, yung security enhancement of the OFW pass, especially, Mr. President, as it transforms into a eGov PH platform?
Tama, Mr. President, dati po yung OEC, Overseas Employment Certificate, pero ngayon po tawag po dyan ay Digital Pass. Mahigit po sa 300,000 na po ang nagbenepisyo dyan sa Digital Pass na yan, Ginoong Pangulo.
So 300,000 na po, Mr. President? At benefited.
Ang nag-benefit po dyan.
And yung full po, ito, I'm just more concerned, Mr. President, that for next year, may budget po ito for the full implementation.
Tama po.
that
Kasi
correct?
po ngayon, Mr. President, integrated po ito sa eTravel at egov.ph app. So, nakakarga po ito dyan.
And there's an incorporation of this program with the DICT, Mr.
Tama
President.
po
if
yun,
I'm not
Mr.
mistaken.
President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last but not the least, Mr. President, let me point something here, Mr. President, dun po sa pag-create ng DMW, dun po sa Section 12 of the Act, nakalagay po dito yung paggawa ng systematic evaluation. No? Yung DMW Act is nearing its 5-year review, Mr. President. I can't believe it. Parang ang bilis ng panahon, no? Yung systematic evaluation of the accomplishments and impact of the law and the performance of the organization pursuant to Section 27 of Republic Act number 11641 or the DMW Act. Mr. President, does the Advisory Board on Labor, Migration, and Development, dito sa batas ay comprising yan ng Secretary of DOLE and the representatives of OFWs, both kasama yung land-based and sea-based as well as the private sector. Meron na po ba na existing and what we have been its accomplishments to date, Mr. President?
Mr. President, according po kay Secretary Kakdak, ngayon po Disyembre, mag-uumpisa na po yan yung sinasabing advisory board, pag-create ng advisory board. And then the first target po, first quarter of next year, mag-uumpisa na po yung yung sunset review. Meron po sila hanggang 2027 para mailatag na po itong lahat. So, there's still 2 years. Pero, gayon pa man, ayon po kay Secretary Kakdak, ay gagawin po nila ng paraan. Kung maaari po ay to make it shorter, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will end my interpellations on that note and again remind everyone, especially our people, that when we created the Department of Migrant Workers, we didn't have that mindset that we will continuously support the migration of our workers to work overseas. We wanted to make sure that there will come a time that going abroad is an option. And it's not because there are no opportunities here in this country. And that's the main reason why we are all in support of that review to ensure that our OFWs are protected, our OFWs have a choice, Mr. President. So muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat sa ating distinguished sponsor, sa buong DMW family. Maraming salamat at may mga kakampi po kayo. Napakarami niyong kakampi dito sa Senado. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Thank you.
Maraming salamat din po,
Majority Leader.
Senator Villanueva, sa inyong suporta sa DMW. Mr. President?
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate the budget of the DMW is no other than our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. At sa huling minuto ng hapon, magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair.
Magandang hapon
po. Yes, sir. Ilang dagdag na tanong muna po tungkol din sa reintegration program. Pwede po bang malaman sa mga taong nakaraan, 2024 at kasalukuyan 2025, ilan pong mga OFWs ay dumaan sa reintegration program? At higit pa po doon, Mr. Chair, good sponsor, kumusta na po sila ngayon, Mr. Chair?
Ito po ang bilang simula po noong 2022 hanggang 2025 for 3 years, Mr. President. 53,989 po na OFW ang nag-benefit po dyan sa reintegration program or accomplishment po ng DMW. Habang sa OWA naman po ay almost 50,000 po simula po ng 2022. Ito po yung breakdown. 33,124 noong 2023 po, 28,870, 2024, 27,975, at nito pong October, as of October 2025, 19,887 po, Mr. President.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. So mukhang may downward trend sa mga dumadaan o maaring kailangang dumaan sa reintegration program. Hindi ko po sigurado kung ibig sabihin mas konti yung kinakailangang umuwi at dumaan sa reintegration program or mas konti bang umaalis. I would appreciate, Mr. Chair, kung may insights ang DMW kung bakit parang may downward trend. Is this a good thing? Kasi kung good thing naman po ito, edi ikasasaya po natin. And then, kahit nga po in broad strokes, kapag kinumusta po natin sila, itong 33,989 plus yung almost 50,000 sa OWA naman, kumusta naman po sila na masasabi natin, Mr. Chair?
Actually, Madam President, Mr. President, base po sa observation ng OWA, hindi naman po bumababa, kundi nasa maintain lang po nasa 27,000 more or less po ang lumalapit po para dito po sa reintegration program. Pero tinitignan din po nila na kung bumaba man po ang bilang nito, maaring marami na po silang nalalapitan ng mga ahensya at hindi lamang po ang DMW, hindi lamang po ang OWA. Nariyan din po kasi ang DSWD at iba't iba pa po ang ahensya. Minsan po, maaari po sila lumapit sa Department of Labor Employment, sa DTI. At ang iba naman po ay retraining po sa TESDA, kaya nakakapasok po muli ng trabaho. Nariyan din po yung assistance po ng Department of Agriculture. So depende po, Mr. President.
Maigi po yun, Mr. Chair, kung dumadami po yung partners ng DMW kahit po sa usapin ng reintegration ng ating overseas Filipinos. And hopefully, itong dumadaming tumutulong sa kanila na nagtutulong-tulungan para tulungan sila ay nagre-resulta po sa mas okay na kalagayan nila pagbalik bayan dito po sa atin at reintegration. So, more or less po, pwede po ba nating sabihin na kapag kinumusta natin sila, okay po po ba sila at maaari bang humingi na lang ng report in writing mula sa DMW ng mga detalye nito kung kumusta na po yung na-reintegrate na OFWs, Mr. Chair?
Opo, Mr. President, we will submit yung kinakailangan po na mga reports or listahan o dokumento po ng Senadora Ontiveros.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Meron din po ba tayong database ng mga skilled at semi-skilled returned OFW? Saan po napupunta ang mga skilled at semi-skilled? Na-hire po ba sila ulit ng ibang kumpanya o kaya naging successful entrepreneur? O baka kasama ba sila sa mga o underemployed na laborers dito sa atin, Mr. Chair?
Actually, Mr. President, ngayong taon lang po inumpisahan po yan to gather the data, yung mga skilled, semi-skilled, at sa katuwang po dyan ang Bureau of Immigration. So, yan po yung ginagawa ngayon ng Department of Migrant Workers. Of course, ito po ay paumpisa pa lamang. So, ang plano po dyan, syempre, ima-match pa rin po yung kanilang skills, kung saan po sila ay confident sa magiging trabaho, doon po sila ma-deploy kung nais pa po nilang lumabas muli ng bansa, Mr. President.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. At aasahan po ng representasyong ito yung pamumuno ng Good Share sa mga patuloy na taon ng reintegration program, yung pag-update po dito sa ating Senado kung paano natin mas masusuportahan yung DMW sa maiging implementasyon nitong reintegration program. Dahil syempre, ang pinaka-positive outcome na gusto natin ay either ma-reintegrate sila sa domestic economy natin, sa labor market dito, o di kaya kung sila magpapadeploy ulit at madedeploy ulit, mas highly skilled palalo kaysa pa sa simula and therefore mas makikinabang pa sa mga susunod na mga deployment nila, Mr. Chair. And then huling dagdag na tanong ko po tungkol dun sa reintegration program, paano po sinusukat ng DMW ang tagumpay sa implementasyon ng reintegration program, Mr. Chair?
May we ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President? Mr. President, ilan po sa mga ginagawa po ng DMW para ma-monitor po kung yung success po this reintegration, if that's your question, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr.
Yung
Chair.
continuous po na monitoring sa mga livelihood na ibinibigay po or binigay po ng DMW, ng OWA sa mga kababayan po natin na mga OFW na bumalik na po rito. Continuous din po yung surveys ng kanilang mga negosyo. At kasama po dyan, kung medyo successful po yung business, may mga awards, may mga na ibinibigay po ang DMW para lalo pa magpursige itong mga kababayan natin. This po, yung ginagawa po nila ito ay joint forces po with the UP, with the University of the Philippines para to make sure na maging successful po itong pamamaraan po na ito, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Ang ganda po no na nakatutok talaga yung measures of success dun sa kung gaano ka higit na produktibo yung ating pong mga reintegrated na OFW sa kanilang hanap buhay o di kaya sa kanilang enterprise. At napakaganda rin po na kapartner pa nila dito yung UP para po, dahil may academe na partner sila, lalo pong evidence-based yung mga patuloy na pagdisenyo at pagpapatupad ng mga programa nila. Salamat po doon, Mr. Chair. Tungkol po sa social protection para sa mga retiring naman na overseas Filipinos. Para sa mga magre-retire na OFs, ito po ang kanilang hinaing palagi at kanilang agam-agam. Lalo na yung mga tumagal na sa ibang bansa, 15, di kaya 20 o higit pang mga taon na nagtrabaho doon at gusto na nilang magpahinga dito, ngunit wala silang retirement pay o pensyon na maa-avail. Ganon din pagdating sa healthcare. Dahil karamihan sa kanila ay maaring walang naipon, ano po ang plano ng DMW para sa kanila, Mr. Chair?
Actually, marami pong plano ang DMW po dyan. Pero for now, yung social protection po para sa mga magre-retiro ng OFW ay which involves mandatory membership po sa Social Security System po natin. At iba pa pong programa tulad po ng Pag-ibig at PhilHealth. Sa ilalim po ng SSS, Mr. President, lahat po ng documented po na land-based at sea-based na OFW na pagdating po ng 6 na taong gulang ay, or below ay required po na maging member ng Social Security para masiguro po yung kanilang access sa pension program at iba pa pong mga benepisyo. Ganon din po ang OFW benefits sa ilalim ng SSS ay kabilang po dyan ang pension, retirement, death, disability, funeral, sickness at maternity benefit. Kanina nga po, nabanggit po natin na meron din pong binibigay mula po sa Action Fund para sa mga OFW po natin, ang DMW. Meron din po yung para sa mga may hospital OFW hospital benefits po sila doon. At meron po tayong panukala, Mr. President, na i-final po natin noong Hunyo na magkaroon po ng pension ang mga OFWs. Ito po ay inaantabayanan ng mga kababayan po natin na patuloy po ang ating pakikipag-usap sa mga opisyalis po ng DMW at OWA para po maisakatuparan ito. Siyempre, ang problema po dito ay hanapan po natin ng pondo pero kailangan po. Kasi bilang pasasalamat rin po. Tulad po ng mga sundalo po natin na after serving for 20, 30 years in service, ganun din po sila after being away from their homes for 20 to 30 years, kailangan din po suklian yung kanilang sakripisyo na pangingipag-ibang dagat. Hindi lang pagtulong sa pamilya, kundi nakakatulong po din sila sa ating bayan, Mr. President.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, at lalo na dun sa pagbanggit ninyo sa importanteng mga social protection at pension institutions at health insurance and financing institutions natin na talagang critical yung papel ng DMW, i-connecta po yung ating mga OFWs at ibang overseas Filipinos sa mga iyon.
With that, Mr. President, I'm sorry po. We would like to also seek the support of the gentle lady to pass the bill po on OFW Pension Fund, Senate Bill number 252 po. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat din po, Mr. Chair. Naunahan nyo lang po akong mag-manifest ng suporta dun mismo sa panukalang batas na iyon, precisely dahil ikinokonekta nga ng DMW sa pamamagitan nitong panukalang batas ang ating mga OFWs at OF sa pension institutions dito sa ating bansa. At isa sigurong matagal na pinagdasal na sagot ng mga migrant workers, advocates din, tulad ng Center for Migrant Advocacy na kilalang-kilala ni Mr. Chair at ni Secretary Hans, yung advokasya po nila ng pension portability na batay po doon, katulad po doon, nagkaroon din ng advokasya tungkol sa Medicare or health insurance portability. Mr. Chair, dumami na kaya yung bilateral agreements na meron tayo sa mga host countries para dun sa pension portability. Halimbawa, sabi dati ni Ellen Sana ng CMA, may 3 na noon na bilateral treaty tungkol dyan. Meron na rin po ba para sa health insurance or health financing portability, Mr. Chair?
Mr. President, ayon po sa DMW, meron po tayong over 60 bilateral agreements po.
Okay. Nako, such great news po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po doon. Pahingin na lang siguro sa DMW nung in writing lang yung listahan po ng mga iyon. And lastly po, tungkol dun sa social protection for retiring OFs, importante po, Mr. Chair, yung binanggit nyo na sa ngayon, itong mga social protections ay nakalaan sa mga documented na land and sea-based na overseas Filipinos natin. So, I'm sure sa pamumuno ni Mr. Chair, itutuloy po natin yung pagtingin din sa social protection, pati sa mga undocumented na mga kababayan natin. Mr.
Alam
Chair.
mo, Mr. President, tama po yan because I was once an undocumented worker overseas. So I know the feeling. Actually po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, since ako po yung makikipagpulong po ako kay Secretary Rex Gatchalian dahil meron po silang program yung tinatawag na Sustainable Livelihood Program po na 15,000 piso po yun para sa kabuhayan. Maaari ko pong i-tie up po yan at makipag-ugnayan po tayo na mabigyan po nitong Sustainable Livelihood Program. May pasok po itong mga retiring OFWs po natin habang wala pa po yung ika na pensyon na nakabinbin po ngayon dito sa atin sa Senado.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Lastly, sa paksang ito, may data na po ba kung ilang OFWs na po ang na-enroll ng DMW sa SSS, Mr. Chair?
Sa ngayon po ay ang bilang ay nasa 1.4 million OFWs po ang SSS beneficiaries, Mr. President.
Okay, salamat po para doon, Mr. Chair. So, may scale na po ito. Pwede na po talaga magkaroon ng significant na impact po sa kanilang sektor. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Tungkol naman po sa monitoring ng proteksyon at welfare ng OFWs. Currently, ilan po ang OFWs natin na land-based at sea-based na on board at nagtatrabaho at madideploy hanggang po sa katapusan nitong taon, Mr. Chair?
Ito po yung bilang po. Sa kabuuan po, Mr. President, meron po tayong 7 million na OFWs. 2.5 million po ang miyembro po yung mga documented. 2.5 million po sa kanila dyan ay OWA members. Ang land-based po natin sa ngayon po, as of July po ay nasa 1,408,685. Ang sea-based naman po ay nasa 427,621 as of July 2025.
Alright, salamat Mr. Chair. At paano ng DMW sila na monitor? Ano pong mekanismong ginagamit nila para i-locate itong ating mga land-based at sea-based na kababayang OFWs, lalo na po yung mga distressed sa kanila. Yung monitoring po ba ay bahagi nung sinabi nga ng DMW na over 60 na pala na bilateral agreements natin, Mr. Chair?
Dalawang bagay po, Mr. President. Una po, mismong yung recruitment agencies po kailangan ay magpasa sa DMW yung kanilang mga na-recruit papunta sa ibang bansa. At isa pa po, meron pong bagong app ang DMW yung kung tawagin ay Kumusta Kabayan, where they interact and kinukumusta po ng DMW yung ating mga kababayan na nasa ibang bansa.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. By any chance, itong mga mekanismo o paraan ay nakalagay na rin po sa bilateral agreements natin sa ibang mga sa mga host countries, Mr. Chair?
Tama po yun, Madam Chair. Part po yan ng responsibility po ng employer to provide po ng reports dito po sa ating embahada, sa ating pong DMW or MWO offices.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. At sana pwedeng i-consider din ng DMW na may explicit na pagbanggit sa mga mekanismong ito kahit dun sa obligasyon ng host countries para maka-exercise sila ng oversight kahit po dun sa mga actuations o pamamalakad, pangangasiwa ng mga recruitment agencies dun sa host countries na iyon, Mr. Chair.
Meron din pong hotline dito on DMW, Mr. President. Ito po yung Viber number nila, 0929-309-9047 at maging sa WhatsApp.
Okay. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. At sana laging proactive ang DMW, ipaalam ito sa ating mga OFWs, itong Viber at saka WhatsApp hotline numbers. We have a total of, pakicorrect ako, Mr. Chair, kung mali ito, hindi na updated, 42 migrant worker offices abroad, 14 in Asia, including Australia and New Zealand, 13 in the Middle East and Africa, 5 in the Americas, and 10 in Europe. Ito po bang mga MWOs abroad ay nagkukondukta ng regular on-site visits sa mga areas na may distressed at abused OFWs, Mr. Chair?
Yung unang katanungan po ninyo, tama po kayo. We have 42 migrant workers offices. Pangalawa po, kung sila po ay nachi-check pa yung mga kababayan natin sa mga distress areas or ikang war-torn areas, tuloy-tuloy naman daw po yung ikang pag-check po ng mga staff po ng DMW. At saka meron po rin tayong mga shelters kung saan maaari po silang ikang sumilong or magtungo kung sakasakali sila po ay distress.
Maraming salamat para doon, Mr. Chair. At lalo na binanggit nyo rin, pati sa mga war-torn areas ay sinosustain ng DMW yung ganitong mga regular on-site visits. And of course, inaasahan po natin, pinagdarasal po natin dito sa Senate, ang kaligtasan din po ng mga kababayan nating nagtatrabaho sa DMW at tumitingin sa kagalingan ng ating mga OFWs sa ganitong medyo delikadong mga sitwasyon. Huling tanong sa paksang ito, Mr. Chair, in terms of the number of MWOs in Asia and the Middle East, paano po dinidetermine yung presensya o yung paglikha ng MWOs? Halimbawa, totoo po ba na pareho ang bilang ng ating mga MWOs sa Taiwan at sa Saudi Arabia? Dahil sa Saudi po, 6 times mas marami ang bilang ng OFWs natin kumpara sa Taiwan. May nakikita po bang problema kung ganito yung sitwasyon at tingin po ba ng DMW kailangan nating magdagdag pa sa Saudi Arabia at iba pang Gulf countries, Mr. Chair?
Actually, yan po, Mr. President, ang plano po at ang target talaga ng DMW na through the years dadagdagan po ng dadagdagan. May plano po sila na ngayon po ngayon po Disyembre, meron po itatayo sa Cambodia. At sa susunod na taon, 10 MW offices pa po ang itatayo sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa, iba't bahagi ng mundo. Ang pinaka-reason po na bakit nagkakaroon ng MWO office ay demand po ng OFW. Kung marami pong problema ang ating mga OFW, doon po itinatayo. Pangalawa, approval pa rin po kung papayagan po ng host country na magkaroon po tayo ng migrant workers office. Kasi usually, sinasabi po ng host country, hindi ba redundant na? May DFA ka na, meron ka pang ikang konsulado, so what's the use? Hindi ba pwedeng i-house na lang yung tao ninyo dyan sa one building na yan, Mr. President?
I understand, Mr. Chair. At sana po dagdag dun sa kung may demand na yung mga OFWs doon, I don't know, kung if ever merong particular situation na hindi pa man nagde-demand pero nakikita na po ng DMW na may pangangailangan, pwede rin po namang ganun ka-proactive. I'm sad malaman na baka may mga host country na gusto na nating magtayo ng MWO, pero for whatever reason ay hindi sila pumapayag o medyo hindi sila bukas. At sa ganyang mga sitwasyon, kung talagang pakiramdam ng DMW ay kailangan naman, again, tulad dun sa pagtutulungan ng iba't ibang mga departments pa sa DMW dun sa reintegration program, hopefully makapag-make ng mas malakas pang representasyon, halimbawa ang DFA, para maituloy po ang rekomendasyon ng DMW sa ganong mga bansa.
Ito naman po, Mr. President, ang aking opinion or ang aking saloobin hinggil dyan kung bakit yung ibang host countries ay ayaw, because maaring nakikita po nila, ito ay base na rin po sa observations, yung mga OFWs na pumapasyal po sa opisina po namin, sa action center po namin. Maaring ang tingin po nila na pag nagtayo po tayo ng Migrant Workers Office, itatayo na rin po tayo ng mga shelter kung saan pag tumakas itong mga kababayan natin o OFW ay magtutungo dito sa mga shelter po natin na poprotektahan po natin. So medyo nagdadalawang isip po yung host country. Isa po yata yan ayon dun sa mga nakakausap po na OFWs.
Okay, I understand, Mr. Chair. Pero ito naman yung inaasahan natin sa lahat ng gobyerno, hindi lang yung sa host countries, pati nga sa atin na over time maging less defensive ang lahat ng mga gobyerno at i-welcome in fact kung may proactive na department, yung partner government nila, in this case the Philippines, para i-preempt o kaya solusyonan yung mga nagiging problema ng mga nationals natin dun naman sa kanilang bansa. But of course, work in progress po talaga. Nagpapasalamat lang po ako na kapag may department tulad ng DMW na proactive pa rin and sinusubukan pa rin na maipatupad yung kanilang mga tingin na dapat na dagdag na facilities like an MWO or services po sa ating mga OFWs.
Actually, Mr. President, 2022 lang po kasi na itatag ang Department of Migrant Workers. So naghahabol po sila ayon nga po kay Secretary Kakdak as much as possible kung po pwede po lahat kung saan meron po tayong OFW ay lagyan po ng MW. So medyo naghahabol po ang DMW.
I understand, Mr. Chair. And on the other hand, masaya din po ako na dito sa Senado, ang linaw, ang lawak at lakas at sustain ng suporta natin sa trabaho ng DMW. Para naman po sa ating seafarers, Mr. Chair, last 2024, we passed the Magna Carta for Filipino Seafarers, isang landmark law para sa kapakanan at kagalingan ng ating mga seafarers. May usapin naman tungkol sa pag-require ng posting of bonds among injured or sick seafarers. In fact, last May of this year, there were several seafarers groups who filed a case in the Supreme Court challenging the constitutionality of the law, specifically questioning Section 59, which requires seafarers to post a bond to receive benefits while their case is on appeal. Pwede po bang malaman kung kumusta na po ang pag-implementa ng batas? Yung action fund po ba nagagamit sa mga kasong ito na kailangan mag-post ng bond ang seafarers? And ano po ang posisyon ng DMW dito, Mr. Chair?
Mr. President, sumagot na po ang Solicitor General hinggil po sa issue na yan in favor po dito po sa DMW stand. Patungkol naman po dito sa action fund, Mr. President, ay ang action fund nga po ang nagpo-provide ng financial assistance sa mga seafarers po natin.
Okay po. And yung in favor ang Solgen sa posisyon ng DMW, ano po yung posisyon ng DMW?
Dinidepensahan po ng Solgen ang provisions po ng Magna Carta for seafarers.
So pati po yung provision on the bond, posting of the bond by the seafarer?
Tama po yun. At yung pag-i-issue po ng at saka proper guidelines for the use of the action fund to be utilized as bonds nga po, Mr. President.
Alright, salamat. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Ilang dagdag na tanong dun sa combating illegal recruitment and trafficking. Kumusta po ang kampanya ng DMW para pigilan o mabawasan, mahinto ang illegal recruitment and trafficking, Mr. Chair?
Tuloy-tuloy po ang monitoring ng DMW. As a matter of fact, may mga napapasara po ng mga illegal recruitment agencies. Hindi lamang po dito, may mga final na rin po na kaso ang DMW. Maging po sa overseas, tulad po sa Italy, may mga nakasalang pong kaso dahil ang masaklap pa, Mr. President, mismong mga Pilipino nandoon sa Italia, ang mga illegal recruiters na pinapangakuan po na pumunta ng Italy. Pagdating naman po doon, wala naman pala pong ikang trabaho. Pero ang nagkakaproblema po, base po doon sa report ng ating MWO po doon, ang sinasabi na hihirapan dahil ano raw po ikakaso dahil wala naman po silang illegal recruitment. So, doon sa batas po ng Italia. So, tinitignan po ng mga abogado natin na kinuha po ng DMW, na abogado po ng mga kababayan po natin na biktima po nitong ay maaari pong trafficking, human trafficking na lang siguro po. Pero ito po yung latest po dito sa Intensified Anti-Illegal Recruitment and Trafficking in Persons campaign ng DMW. Since July 2022 hanggang October 2025, last month, Ginoong Pangulo, 360,823 individuals empowered through 1,116 air-tip seminars. Tapos po, 157,807 sa Facebook and TikTok posts taken down. 797 po through surveillance operations conducted. 321 partnership forged with LGUs at social partners. 6 na pong establishments ang napasara po to IR. At 85,718 individuals provided with legal assistance. 797 naman po IR complainants, illegal recruitment complainants assisted and endorsed for prosecution. 29 po ang conviction, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Sa mayamang mga datos na yon, in fact, nasagot nyo na yung susunod kong tanong na datos sa mga kaso this year at atong ginagawang aksyon ng DMW. So maraming salamat para sa mga... Hindi lang ako mabilis mag-take down ng notes. So pahingin na lang din po in writing sa DMW ng mga detalyeng iyon.
Opo, we will
Mr. Chair.
submit,
Salamat
Mr.
po.
President.
Salamat. And maigi din po yung binanggit nyo na wala mang batas pala tungkol sa illegal recruitment doon sa isang bansa kung saan kumikilos ang DMW. At least nagkaroon ng insight yung mga abogado ng DMW doon na baka sa trafficking pwedeng singilin yung accountability nung mga di umano'y bumiktima sa ating mga OFWs doon.
Actually, Mr. President, suggestion po yan ng ating DMW lawyers. Nandoon po tayo, nang bumisita po tayo at kausap po natin yung abogado representing. Doon po kami nag-meeting sa Milan. Yung abogado ay galing pa po sa Rome.
Wow.
So bumiyahe pa po doon at nakausap po natin. At yun po ang natalakay at sinasabi po ng abogado, mga Italians po ito talagang. Ang sinasabi po nila, wala po silang illegal recruitment na kaso. So ang suggestion po ng DMW lawyers natin at this representation, baka pwedeng silipin through doon po sa human trafficking. Ang sabi po ng dalawang abogado, yun daw po ang isasalang nila kung hindi po illegal recruitment ay human trafficking, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. At paano po sinusukat ng DMW na merong traction o epektibo yung ginagawa nilang kampanya laban sa illegal recruitment and trafficking? Kasi, at alam sigurado ito ni Mr. Chair, hanggang ngayon, mayroon pa rin pong sumusulat sa atin, nagpapasaklolo ng mga biktima ng illegal recruitment and human trafficking, Mr. Chair.
Actually, Mr. President, ang problema po ay gaano man kadalas o yung intensified campaign ng DMW at saka ng OWA patungkol po sa illegal recruitment, may mga kababayan po talaga tayong naniniwala dahil ang nagre-recruit sa kanila kadalasan ay kung hindi kaibigan na nandoon na sa ibang bansa o kababayan at sasabihin, maganda rito, may trabaho nag-aantay dito. Yung kapitbahay nila o kamag-anak nila na nakapunta roon ay siyang nagre-recruit. So ito po yung nagiging problema. Hindi na po, akala po nila direct hire. So hindi na po sila dumadaan sa mga recruiter, bagkus papadalhan na lang po ng pamasahe. Pero may kapalit po yun na magbayad muna sila ng X amount of money. Ito po ang nagiging problema po dyan, isa sa mga problema. So kahit na ano pong gawin ng DMW na campaign, paalala, at maging sa araw na pag-alis nila, maging sa bureau. Marami na pong sistema na ma-check po para hindi makalabas ang kababayan natin para maging biktima ng illegal recruitment. Pero minsan po talagang gumagawa po na pamamaraan itong ating mga illegal recruiter. Pero tuloy-tuloy po yung monitoring po natin ng mga cases, pagpa-file po ng criminal administrative cases po, evaluation of victims reintegration, tapos support services to victims, Mr. President.
And I suppose, Mr. Chair, ibig sabihin po niyan, yung isang importanteng bahagi din ng ating pangkalahatang kampanya laban sa illegal recruitment at human trafficking ay yung information education dito mismo sa ating sariling bansa. At yun naman pong napakalaking trabahong iyon ay hindi trabaho lamang ng DMW. Kailangan pagtulong-tulungan talaga.
Yung nga po ang suggestion ko po sana, Mr. President, hindi lang po DMW, dapat tumulong din po ang other agencies, siguro through advertisements po sa TV, radio, newspaper, maging po sa mga social media, na magbigay po ng guidelines na ito para hindi ka maging biktima ng illegal recruitment. Also, Mr. President, part po ng IACAT ang DMW in close coordination with other agencies pagdating po dyan sa illegal recruitment at human trafficking, Mr. President.
Yes, salamat Mr. Chair. Napaka-importante talaga yung pagkilos ng IACAT. And then of course, ultimately, sinasabi po nating lahat, yung pagkakaroon ng mas maraming decent jobs dito po sa atin, domestically sa ating ekonomiya, para ang pagtrabaho sa abroad ay hindi lamang nag-iisang or pinakamaganda lamang, pero isa lamang sa mga mabubuting options. And huli sa paksang ito, Mr. Chair, magkano ang nakalaang budget para sa kampanya laban sa illegal recruitment and anti-human trafficking, Mr. Chair?
15 million po ang nakalaan. Pero ang request po kasi nila ay 51.4 million for intensification of anti-illegal recruitment program. Ang nakakalungkot po, ang aprubahan lamang po ay 15.
1/3 lang halos, Mr.
Opo.
Chair. Sige po. Well noted po nating lahat yan para sa proper time. And then huling paksa na lang, Mr. Chair, dagdag na tanong din sa scam compounds. Ano po yung updated protocol ng DMW para i-identify yung mga Filipino nationals na trapped sa mga scam compounds sa Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, lalo na in view po sa recent na US at UK na crackdown sa financial scam syndicates, Mr. Chair?
Well, ito po, marami pong ginagawa ngayon, updated protocols po ng DMW for identifying Filipino nationals na natrap po dito sa scam compounds. Una po dyan, multi-agency intelligence reports to the Philippine embassies at migrant workers offices na dun sa mga lugar na yon. Ikalawa po, victims identification if they are in groups through representative para ma-determine po yung kanilang kondisyon at kung saan po sila sa mga oras po na yon. Immediate protection, pangatlo, welfare intervention, deployment po ng quick response team ng DFA, DMW, IACAT at OWA in coordination with host country. Pang-apat po, case referral for legal, medical, psychosocial at repatriation steps. Pang-lima po, coordination with DFA, Philippine embassies and host country, authorities for safe extraction and transfer po nung biktima po na yun, kababayan natin. Ang DMW po ay also organizes with IACAT a multi-agency salubong to immediately process the victims, makunan po ng impormasyon, determine their needs, and help them file cases. At panghuli po, monitoring ng victims through DMW regional offices upon their return or reintegration, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Mukhang medyo comprehensive na nga itong protocols and hopefully kahit simula dun sa multi-agency intel, nandun na rin yung elemento nung financial scam, crackdown sa financial scam syndicates, yung pagiging updated din po doon. And then huling tanong ko na lang po ngayong gabi, Mr. Chair, kaugnay po ito dun siguro sa sinabi ni Mr. Chair kanina na minsan kahit anong gawing pagpipigil, pagbababala, responses ng DMW, minsan may mga kababayan pa rin tayo dahil nagtitiwala dun sa kamag-anak or kaibigan na nag-recruit sa kanila ay tumutuloy pa rin. Ito naman, ano naman po ang plano ng DMW para sa mga Pilipino na tumatanggi sa immediate repatriation kung ire-rescue na? Tumatanggi sa repatriation, maaring dahil may utang sila doon, kinoko-coerce sila, nung mga nagpapatakbo ng scam compounds doon, binabantaan sila, o kahit ano, kung may ilan na sa anumang dahilan o pinagdaanan ay gusto nilang magpatuloy sa scamming activities, Mr. Chair.
Actually, Mr. President, marami na po marami na pong steps at protocols, pero ito po yung ilan. Una po dyan, assessing yung pagbavolunteer through informed consent doon po sa mga kailangan pong i-repatriate. Pangalawa po ay offering po ng proteksyon at iba pa mga alternatibo. Sasabihin na kaming bahala sa inyo, ang pamahalaan. Pag uwi mo doon sa atin, may mga nag-aantay naman, yung mga mga action fund para matulungan ka. Kasi po ang usual, ang worry po ng OFW, anong gagawin ko doon? Anong kikitain ko? Kumikita ako dito. So I would rather try my luck rather than going home kasi nga pagdating ko doon. Kaya nga po yung ginagawa po ng OFW, ng OWA, ng DMW, ito nga po, offer protection at alternatives. Pangatlo po yung addressing coercion, debt through legal and welfare measures. Kung may mga utang po at ang sinasabi po na hahabulin na lamang po yan ng ng mga ahensya, ng DFA, ng mga abogado po na naka-assign po doon. At ang pang-apat po, informing the victims of legal consequences should they complicit, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Talagang siguro sa DMW talaga, isa po ito sa mga department talaga na nararamdaman nating mga mambabatas kung gaano ka life and death yung mga sitwasyon na hinaharap ng ating mga kababayan. At kumbaga, in a way, parang isa sa pinaka point of care ng gobyerno natin, lalo na para sa ating mga kababayan nasa ibang mga bansa, ang DMW. Kung kaya't ganun ka-importante yung tama at sapat, hanggat kakayanin, sapat na suporta natin sa DMW. So maraming salamat po sa inyong mga paglilinaw sa aking mga tanong, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. At maraming salamat din po kina Secretary Hans.
The Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpellate is supposed to be Senator Bongo, but while we are waiting for him so that we will not be wasting time, if I may be recognized to propound some questions.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Before I entertain our Deputy Majority Leader, I would like to thank Senator Risa Ontiveros. Thank you very much for the support, Senator Ontiveros.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, good evening. This is just a brief manifestation, Mr. President. First, I'd like to commend the successful transition and integration of the functions of the Department of Foreign Affairs to the DMW insofar as the establishment of the Migrant Workers Office is concerned. It was in 2022 when we first defended the very first budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. Kaya po malapit din sa aking ang ahensya, lalo na't sila ang nangangalaga sa ating mga OFWs. During the budget hearing last October 6, we were able to discuss the Action Fund and the direction the DMW envisions, sama na ang pag-hire ng mga mas maraming mga abogado and legal professionals. Mabuti rin that we are improving awareness on OFW protection and improving accessibility through conventions and improved grievance mechanisms. As the agency said, Action Fund is the heart and soul of the DMW's effort. Let us further improve the utilization rate para mas marami pa tayong matulungang distressed OFWs at siguraduhin hindi sila nag-iisa, natatakot at naliligaw sa legal process. Gaya nga nung nabanggit natin during the budget hearings, dati po kasi, Mr. President, maraming instances na yung mga OFWs na nagkakaroon ng legal problems, dumarating yung tulong po natin, huli na, kailan advanced stage na, kaya marami ay nakukonvict. But I'm very happy to note that based on the report of the DMW, malaki na po ang improvement that on the onset, sa simula pa lang, nandun na, ang ating mga legal assistance sa simula ng kaso, kaya malaki ang tsansa na ang ating mga OFWs ay mapawalang sala, o matulungan sa umpisa pa lamang ng kaso. I just have a few questions for the department, Mr. President. Since 2023, the Action Fund has been funded with 1.2 billion, except in 2024, when Congress increased the budget to 1.85 billion. We are also happy to know that this year, the Senate further increased the fund to 2.4 billion. With this, I'd like to ask the DMW kung ano po ang magiging priorities under Action Fund for the upcoming year. Sapat na po ba ang 2.4 billion para sa pangangailangan ng ating mga OFW? Gusto kasi natin siguraduhin na laging handa ang gobyernong tumulong sa tuwing may pangangailangan ang ating mga bagong bayani.
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. Actually, hindi po nakakahinayang at hindi kahinahinayang kung tumataas po every year ang ilalaan nating budget sa DMW at sa OWA para sa mga kababayan natin, because nakikita naman po natin ang resulta, nakita po natin yung remittances na ibinibigay po at yung sacrifice po nila, not seeing their family for several months, makatulong lamang sa kanilang pamilya at syempre at the same time tutulungan po ating bayan. Pero ito po, kaya po tinaasan po natin at papasalamat po tayo muli sa ating pong chairman na Senator Sherwin Gatchalian na tinaasan po yung ating Action Fund for this year to plus 1.2 billion. Pero ito po yung breakdown na sinasabi po ni Secretary Kakdak at ni OWA PY na financial assistance, ang isa po. Pangalawa po, medical assistance. At pangatlo po ay legal assistance, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po dyan sa kasagutan, Senator Tulfo. So ang tanong natin ay magkano po sa Action Fund ang ginagamit para sa legal assistance sa ating OFW, sa anong stages ng mga kasong legal na gagamit ang legal assistance under the Action Fund. At kasi po ang DFA meron ding sariling legal assistance fund, so coordinated ba ito para hindi madoble, kasi meron po ang DFA na legal assistance, meron din po tayo through the Action Fund.
Tama po yun, Mr. President. Coordinated po yan at bago pa man, maisa lang po ang kaso sa korte, nandyan na po, nakaantabay po yung mga abogado na hired by the Department of Migrant Workers, Mr. President. If you can give me a few moments, Mr. President, ito po yung bilang kung magkano po. Ito po muna ang beneficiaries po. Sa financial, ngayon pong 2025, Ginoong Pangulo, 27,661 ang nag-benefit po financially, nabigyan po ng financial assistance. Sa medical naman po ay 1,585. Sa legal po ay 6,780. Welfare po ay 121,000 at repatriation po ay 3,723 katao. Ito po yung legal expenses po natin, 361 million po para sa legal expenses po natin. Para po sa financial, medical, repatriation, nasa 1,995,000 po, Mr. President.
Well, that's good to hear. Ako'y natutuwa na sa binanggit po ng DMW nasa simula pa lamang ngayon ay halos kung may kaso man, andun ang ating legal assistance. No? Nandun na nararamdaman. Taliwas doon sa mga nakaraan na kalahati na o advanced stages na, kaya marami talagang huli na no? Talagang mataas ang conviction rate. Pero ngayon, para ako'y nagpapasalamat mabilis natin na alalayan ng mga OFW. Siyempre po, alam ko naman, malapit sa iyo, Senator Tulfo, marami lumalapit sa inyong mga programa na OFWs natin, na tinuturing natin silang bagong bayani, sila sumasalba sa ating ekonomiya, lalo na tuwing may krisis. Pero nung unang panahon, pag sila naman nangangailangan, dapat nandun din ang gobyerno. Dati huli na, pero ngayon nakakatuwa. Nasimula pa lamang, nandyan ang gobyerno para naman maramdaman nila na nandyan ang pamalaan sa oras na sila naman may kailangan. So, we congratulate DMW for that. And at I'm proud to say also that from the first budget ng DMW, nasa 1.2, umakit na 1.8. Ngayon, Senado ay nagdagdag na naman ng another 1.2. So, 2.4 billion. Yung pong hiningi ng ating pong DMW from the NEP budget, tinaas po, binigay po natin sa Senado. So, I would say, hindi natin tinatawag itong insertion. This is a good amendment for the benefit of our overseas Filipino workers. Doon po sa tatanong na po ako, Senator, tungkol po sa temporary shelters for distressed OFWs, Mr. President. Nung ako po nag-handle po ng budget po ng DFW, ay umikot po ako sa South Korea, sa Singapore, at nakita po namin ang ginawang temporary shelters para sa ating mga distressed OFWs. Kompleto naman po facilities, pero malilit lang po ang inyong spaces kasi sa totoo lang, bihira po nagkakaroon ng distressed OFW sa South Korea. No? And South Korea I'm very happy that they really take care of our workers. Ito yung mga host country na talagang inaalagaan ang ating mga OFWs. And I'm proud to say that during the 90s, when I was still an entrepreneur, a businessman, kami po yung isa sa mga nagsimula na nagpadala po ng ating po OFWs, no? With the coordination with the Korea Federation of Small Business. And I'm happy to note that Korea has been one of the hosts that really takes care of our OFWs. Kaya lang, hindi po lahat ng bansa ay katulad ng South Korea. May mga OFW na pa rin tayo na hindi nakikita ng swerte sa ibang bansa. Kaya kinakailangan natin tulungan, kailangan na tulong ng ating gobyerno. Ang tanong ko lang po, ilan na po ba ang ating mga temporary shelters for distressed OFW or bahay kalinga? At anong mga bansa ang mga merong temporary shelters?
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa katanungan na yan. Sa Asia and the Pacific region po, sa bansang Hong Kong, South Korea, Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore at Taipei, meron po tayong 6 na migrant workers resource center po. Ang tawag na po ng MW dyan, yung ating mga shelter ay resource centers po. Sa Asia Pacific region po, meron pong 16 na occupants po sa iba't ibang shelters po. Pagdating po sa US at Europe po, or Americas at the Europe, sa Greece, London, and Milan, 3 po, bawat bansa po may tig-isa. Ang occupants po ay 3 rin. Sa Middle East at Africa, ang pinakamarami, Riyadh 3, Jeddah 2, Al-Khobar, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco at Israel, meron pong 16. At ang occupants po nito ay 756 po na persons dito po sa iba't ibang mga shelter na ito. Kung nanaisin po ninyo, maaari ko pa rin po ibigay ang breakdown kung ilang katao po sa Middle East ang naninirahan po at tumutuloy ngayon sa ating mga shelters.
That would be nice just as a bit siguro in writing, no?
We will submit, Mr. President.
Meron po ba tayong budget allocation for 2026 para sa establishment or improvement of our existing temporary shelters sa bansa na marami tayong distressed OFWs?
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa tanong na yan. Opo, meron pong budget As a matter of fact, meron pong plano pa ang DMW na magtatag pa ng mga shelter sa iba't ibang bansa. Natanong ko po sila kanina kung ano po ang mga parameters, ano po ang reasons kung bakit magtatayo. At tulad po, kunwari sa mga bansa po, lalo na po sa Middle East, pag nagkaanak po yung mga OFWs natin, para maisama nila yung kanilang mga anak. At doon po sa Hong Kong, yung nawawalan po ng trabaho, doon po muna naninirahan, Mr. At meron din po tayo mga male shelters, Mr. President.
Kasi po, kaya ko na itanong ay kung wala po o kulang, baka magandang, kung kinakailangan, ay dagdagan din ng Senado ang pondo para sa temporary shelters. No? Dahil gusto naman natin na maganda rin ang kanilang kondisyon sa mga temporary shelters na ito. No? Especially sa Hong Kong at sa iba pang lugar na medyo may mga numero, lalo sa Middle East, na medyo maraming bilang ng distressed OFWs. Kung kinakailangan na po, I will support whatever the recommendation of Your Honor.
May bilang na po, Mr. President, pahabol ko na lamang po. Ang total po niyan ay 817,035,030.61 pesos po para sa ikang refurbishment at dagdag ng mga shelters po sa mga darating in the coming months, Mr. President.
Ay, maraming salamat dyan, no? At thank you also sa DMW sa kanilang pagsasaayos. At nakita ko naman po, personally, with my own eyes na maaayos naman yung mga temporary shelters, no? Of course, magaganda yung Singapore and Korea, medyo maganda, mas magaganda kasi compared to others. So, kung kinakailangan tulungan yung iba pang mga areas na hindi kasing ayos na host, no? Ay magsabi na po, and then we will support. Lastly, Mr. President, I came across a study that revealed the prevalence of mental health issues among overseas Filipino workers. It was found that there are different levels of mental disorders manifested among them, including anxiety disorder, depressive disorder, schizophrenia, bipolar, paranoia, panic attacks, fear, and distress. Since the Action Fund covers legal, medical, financial, and other assistance for OFWs, baka pwede na rin po natin ma-extend ito at isama ang mental health interventions under sa Action Fund ng DMW. Dahil alam nyo po, napakahirap din ang nasa ibang bansa ka mag-isa. So yung prevalence o yung potential ng pagkakaroon ng mental health problems ay very possible. So is this possible? Are there interventions of DMW regarding this issue, sa mental health issues?
Actually, Mr. President, salamat po sa katanungan na yan. Pero binubulong po sa akin ni Secretary Kakdak at ni Admin PY. Ongoing na po yan sa ating mga shelters. Meron po sila mga psychosocial, meron po tayong mga psychiatrists, meron po tayong mga social workers who attends to that problem, distress, at iba pa pong mental problems. Tinutulungan na po ng natulungan po this year pa lamang po from January to October ay 22,000 na po 856 number of psychosocial counseling sessions na ibinigay po ng DMW at OWA, Mr. President.
Well, that's good to hear that DMW is taking mental health issues of our OFWs importantly kasi talagang mental issue is really a clear and present danger among everybody. No, lalo na in this age of social media, lalo na sa mga OFW dahil vulnerable, dahil nag-iisa, minsan malungkot. So aside from sana po lang ang request sa DMW, kahit po yung mga wala sa temporary shelters, ay dapat mag-offer din tayo ng mental health interventions. No?
Meron na rin po, Mr. President. Actually, meron po silang hotline, meron po sila sa Viber at WhatsApp. Ito po yung mga numero kung may mga nakikinig po sa ating mga OFW na may mga kahalintulad po na problema, maaari po silang mag-text po sa ating WhatsApp or Viber sa +63 966 384 5018 or +63 966 384 5018. So yan po yung mga number na pwede lang tawagan or pwede rin silang pumunta po sa ating app sa DMW Kumusta Kabayan. doon po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, and to the DMW family, congratulations that after 2022-23, big improvement, continuous improvement in servicing and catering to our OFWs. Malaking bagay po ito, no, sa ating pong mga bagong bayani, and I manifest my utmost support to the agency in protecting and promoting the well-being of our overseas Filipino workers. With that, Mr. President, I terminate my interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator JV. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpellate is Senator Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to manifest this honorable chamber my full support for the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers and the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration. In the 18th Congress, alam nyo naman po na ito pong Department of Migrant Workers sa suporta ng mga kasama natin sa Senado sa pangunguna ni Senator Joel Villanueva ang naging principal sponsor. This is our collective initiative to integrate agencies dealing with the concerns and welfare of our Filipino migrant workers. Bilang isa sa may akda at primary proponents ng batas na ito, sa panahon pa po ito ni then also ating Senate President Tito Soto sa 18th Congress. Talagang pinaghirapan po natin ito na maisabatas, maging departamento na po. Ang dedicated po ito sa ating mga overseas Filipino workers na itinuturing po nating mga bayani. Ang aking pinangarap noon na magkaroon ng sariling departamento after almost 6 years, no, ay naisakatuparan at meron pang bonus dahil meron na rin tayong OFW hospital sa Pampanga. At kanina rin po, no, nandito yung medical chief. Meron rin po silang malasakit center doon sa OFW Hospital. At salamat po. Ang pakiusap ko lang sa ating mga empleyado po ng Department of Migrant Workers sa DMW, dapat po bukas ang inyong opisina 24/7. Anytime po, sa tawag, kahit anong oras, madaling araw. Lalo-lalo na po sa mga OFW natin na helpless, na humingi ng saklolo sa atin. Yan lang po ang pakiusap ko sa inyo. At mula noon, suporta naman po ako sa inyong departamento. At para sa mga OFWs na nakauwi na, tanong ko lang po sa ating good sponsor na nagmamahal rin po sa ating OFWs, Senator Erwin Tulfo. Question ko lang po, no? Sa mga OFWs na nakauwi na, ano bang assistance na binibigay ng DMW para sa kanilang recovery at reintegration sa ngayon? What are the reintegration plans of the DMW and OWA for OFW, especially those who have lost their jobs? Ano pong tulong at ano pong naipaabot na sa kanila? Nakipagtulungan rin ba kayo sa DOLE, TESDA at DTI para sa mga assistance sa kanila? Ilan na ho ba ang mga naging beneficiaries? At alam naman natin, itong mga OFWs natin na umuwi na rito, kailangan rin po nilang mabuhay, no? At kailangan rin nila may mga livelihood rin po na suporta mula sa gobyerno. Ano na bang updates po rito, Mr. Sponsor?
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, sa ating pong senador mula po sa Davao. Napakadami pong programa para po sa mga OFWs na bumabalik po sa ating bansa. Una na riyan po nga yung tinatawag nating reintegration. Sa ilalim po ng reintegration program po ng Department of Migrant Workers, nariyan po ang sari-saring ayuda. Meron pong financial assistance na may matatanggap sila. Meron pong tinatawag na retooling, ika nga, ng skills through TESDA. At meron din pong ika nga, job comparison kung saan sila mas komportable na trabaho. Pero ito po yung bilang, Mr. President, good gentleman from Davao, 84,873 na po ang nakinabang sa reintegration program po ng Department of Migrant Workers. Ito po yung tumanggap ng mga programa ng mga beneficiaries. Kabuhayan, Kaalaman, Kalinga at Kaagapay, 37,505. Balik Pinay, Balik Hanap Buhay, 10,236. Action Fund, 9,383. Livelihood Development Assistance Program, 3,903. 15,000 naman po, Financial Awareness, Seminar, Small Business Management Training. 3,379 sa Pinas. Ikaw ang ma'am, sir, or SPIMS, beneficiaries with plantilla positions. At 4,943 SPIMS, Employment Financial Assistance. 521 SPIMS, Online Refresher Course Completers. So ito po yung mga programa ng DMW. Habang sa OWA naman po, ito pong Balik Pinas, Balik Hanap Buhay, Livelihood Support Assistance ay para magbigay po ng immediate relief doon sa mga returning OFWs. Nandiyan din po yung tulong pangkabuhayan sa pag-unlad ng samahang OFW or tulong puso, grant assistance para po masuportahan ang mga OFW organizations ng mga livelihood projects. Ano po mga proyekto po ito, Mr. President? Tulad po ng agriculture-related, general merchandise, rice retailing, meat shop, at grocery. So, marami pong mga programa ang mga OFWs po natin pag bumalik po sa ating bayan.
Salamat po. Sana mas matutukan pa ito ng maayos para yung iba naman po ay maingganyo na po dito na lang sa ating bansa na manirahan, no? Alam mo, hindi nababayaran yung lungkot, alam ko mas nanaisin nilang magtrabaho dito sa ating bansa kung hindi lang ganon kalaki yung diferensya sa kanilang kinikita.
Yan naman po talaga ang target, the good gentleman from Davao, Senator Go, ng lahat po ng administrasyon, simula pa po sa administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Arroyo, administrasyon ng Pinoy, nariyan din po yung administrasyon ni dating Pangulo Joseph Estrada, at saka of course, kay dating Pangulong Duterte na napakadami pong mga benefits na naitatag po, naitayo ng dating administrasyon. At sa panahon po ngayon ng Pangulong Marcos, ito naman po ang layunin na kung maaari hindi na po tayo magpadala ng mga OFW sa ibang bansa. Pero malaki po kasi na itaambag nila tulong sa ating ekonomiya. Kaya nga po tinatawag silang bagong bayani na dapat lamang pong suklian ng ng pamahalaan, ng atensyon dahil po sa mga binibigay nila sa sambayanan.
Anyway, it was earlier asked, no, itong hotline or for the benefit and sa mga OFWs na nanonood, how can they approach? Kung pwedeng mas klaro saan nila alam nila kung saan tatawag, na posted po ito sa social media, at easy access po sa inyong departamento. Ang hinihiling po natin para hindi po sila mahirapan, I suggest that we make an enhanced effort in informing our migrant workers wherever they are in the world that they need anything from the government, that the DMW is there to serve. Last Congress po, we passed Republic Act 12021 or the Magna Carta for Filipino Seafarers sa pangunguna ni Senator Raffy Tulfo. As one of its authors, I would like to know the steps of DMW is taking right now, no, to ensure the implementation of this law at in warlike and high-risk areas. Ano po ang nagiging guidelines and protocol ng DMW sa ating mga OFWs at seafarers sa ngayon?
Nagkaroon po tayo ng IRR early this year. At pagkatapos po, meron po tayong guidelines for third-party doctors. At the same time, dahil meron pong may nag-file po na ilang pong seafarers at kumukontra po dito sa Magna Carta po ito, kaakibat po ng DMW ang Office of the Solicitor General para ito po ang abogado natin para ipagtanggol itong implementation po ng ating Magna Carta. On the OWA side naman, bubuksan na po ang unang Seafarers Welfare Center ngayon pong December 30th, Mr. President.
Salamat po. Mr. President, the administration of former President Rodrigo Duterte envisioned a hospital
that would provide comprehensive healthcare services for all OFWs and their families. This vision was put into fruition with Executive Order number 154 of former President Duterte. Ito po yung establishing the OFW Hospital in Pampanga. At ito po yung nabanggit ko kanina na meron rin pong malasakit center po dito. Kumusta na po itong OFW Hospital? In fact, I filed Senate Bill 414 to institutionalize the OFW Hospital during the 19th Congress. At ngayon, nag-refile din po tayo na sana po'y masiguro ang operations nito at malinaw ang gampanin ng iba't ibang ahensya para sa mas maayos at pagbibigay ng serbisyo sa ating mga OFWs na mga pasyente. Kumusta na po itong operation ng inyong hospital, ng ating hospital sa Pampanga para sa mga OFWs, itong tinatawag na OFW Hospital?
Mr. President, una po sa lahat, nais po nating pasalamatan ang dati nating Pangulo, si Pangulong Duterte. And of course, ang ating pong kasamahan, si Senator Bongo, kasama po siya dyan. Inumpisahan po itong OFW Hospital sa administrasyon po ng dating Pangulong Duterte. At na-implement lamang po during this administration na. So far po ay nasa 275,000 na po si nabuksan ito ng 2022 ang ospital na ito. 275,000 pasyente na po ang natulungan ng naturang ospital. At higit po sa 500,000 na ang mga procedures at diagnostics na naibigay ng nasabing ospital. Gayon din po, ang ospital na ito ay nasa DOH Level 2 license na po. May 72 kama na siya as of October 2025. Ang bed occupancy rate po ay nasa 65 to 70%. Currently, there are 7 patients sa ICU na being attended to. Kabilang po sa mga serbisyo po nila dito ay ang diagnostic sa heart at lungs. Nariyan din po ang laboratory and imaging or CT scan. 24/7 po na emergency care and repatriation services through our OFWH OPSEN Operation Center. Nariyan din po ang ORDR complex na complemented with subspecialty surgeons at OB-GYNs for elective, emergency at cancer surgery. On top of this po, yung OFW Hospital ay nag-implement ng zero billing policy para po sa OFW at saka sa kanyang mga dependents. Ang fund po nito ay nagagaling po sa General Appropriations at subsidized po ng DOH, MAIF, PhilHealth, Qualified Free Service at OWA. And I believe po pati ng Malasakit Center, Mr. President.
Salamat. In fact, nakausap ko rin po kanina si Dr. Patrick Maglayo, ang inyong medical chief. Ang pakiusap ko lang po sa inyo, tulungan yung mga mahirap nating kababayan, mga OFW, sa habaan yung pasensya ninyo sa mga pasyente na wala pong ibang matakbuhan kundi tayo pong nasa gobyerno.
Hindi lang po actually OFW, pag emergency cases, tinatanggap na rin po ng ospital na ito yung mga emergency patients na kahit hindi po OFW, kung if it's a matter of life and death, tinatanggap na rin po ng emergency room ang mga pasyente po na malapit po doon sa lugar na yon.
Wala naman pong dapat piliin talaga, basta Pilipino ka, qualified ka po sa ating mga hospital. Anyway, in previous committee hearings, I also mentioned my support for the establishment of OFW wards in DOH hospitals. Patunay po ito ng ating patuloy na pagbibigay importansya sa ating mga OFW. Meron pong Senate Bill 1290 ang proposed OFW wards. How is the DMW coordinating with the DOH for the establishment of these wards po, itong OFW wards?
Meron na pong coordination, partnership po sa DOH na mga referrals po para po sa OFW wards sa iba't ibang government hospitals po, Mr. President.
Salamat. At salamat Mr. Sponsor at sana'y patuloy nating suportahan itong OFW Hospital dahil sobrang malaking tulong po ito sa ating mga kababayan, no? At lalong-lalo na po sa mga mahirap nating mga pasyente. Anyway, it was also reported that the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, or OWA, needs additional personnel to man its 24/7 call center operations to address the needs of Filipinos working abroad. How many calls and concerns did the OWA call center handle this year? Magkakaroon ba ng additional budget po para sa personnel ng itong call center na 24/7?
Kasi po sa datos na ibinigay po sa atin ni Admin PY, dito po sa Operation Center 24/7 and hotline po, nito pong 2024, 31,000 po, 891. At ngayon po 2025 hanggang October 31 ay nasa 15,406 po. Ibig sabihin, yung mga natanggap po nating tawag sa operation centers po natin. Yung e-cares management naman po natin noong nakaraang taon ay 33,826. Para po sa taong ito, medyo bumaba po sa 28,733. Sa Kumusta Kabayan Helpline naman po, 13,777 noong nakaraang taon. Ngayong taon po hanggang October ay nasa 20,800. Ang total po nito ay 64,939, Mr. President. So ito po, yung clients assisted po natin ngayong 2025 ay nasa 64,939, Mr. President.
Salamat. Sa mga naitanong ko kanina, baka pwede na lang po makahingi ng printed or written data po nito.
Opo, Mr. President, we will submit.
Anyway, it was also reported that the 142 million alagang OWA fund under the 2026 NEP is not enough to cover the operating cost for ito pong OFW lounge, no? Both in Terminal 1 and 3, which serves over 1.5 million passengers. Malaking tulong po ito sa ating mga OFW lounge sa ating mga kababayan para magkaroon man lang sila ng pahingahan doon sa airport kaysa naman po na natutulog lang po dyan sa gilid. Minsan, sa sahig pa po nagpapahinga while waiting, nag-aantay. Minsan, nadidelay yung mga flights. Sana po mabigyan rin po ito ng importansya. At ito po napakahalaga itong mga lounge na ito. This symbolizes our commitment and gratitude to them for their contribution to our nation. Magkakaroon ba ng additional budget for OWA dito sa mga lounge na to?
Nako, Mr. President, actually, yung House po ay naglaan ng 300 million. Pagdating po sa atin dito, ako po ay nagpapasalamat muli sa ating pong good chairman, si Chairman Sherwin Gatchalian. At tinaasan niya po ito at nagbigay po tayo ng 500 million na dagdag po doon sa request nila. Para po ito doon sa alagang OWA. Dahil batid po ng ating chairman, batid po ng inyong lingkod. At halos lahat po tayo, maging si Senator Raffy Tulfo, ang committee chair po ng migrant workers, yung pangangailangan ng OFW na kapag umalis po sila, dati po nakasalampak lang po kung saan-saan. Ngayon naman po ay mabuti na po ang kalagayan. As a matter of fact, nakatanggap pa po ng award yung OFW lounge po natin recently.
Salamat. At ako rin po ay susuportahan po natin ito na sana may pasa po ito.
May dadagdag ko lamang po, Mr. President, sa Terminal 1 ay papalakihan pa po natin para sa December 1 para mas marami pa pong ma-accommodate na mga OFW po natin, Mr. President.
Salamat po. As we pledge our support for the budget of DMW, we are also hoping that not a single cent of this agency will be wasted. Let us take a look at the urgency of the crisis happening all over the world and be proactive with our policies and mandate as a department. Critical po ang programa ng DMW sa panahon na ito, no, lalot minsan po ay merong mga giyera, no, na nangyayari sa iba't ibang parte ng bansa. So dapat mabilis po ang pagresponde ng Department of Migrant Workers para masigurong ligtas ang ating mga kababayan. Kaya ako po'y bilang kasamahan ninyo at Vice Chairperson po ng komite, patuloy ko pong susuportahan ang Department of Migrant Workers at pakiusap ko lang po sa mga empleyado po ng DMW, bukas ang ating opisina sa kanilang lahat, sa mga OFWs, ang ating mga modern day heroes na nagsasakripisyo po at malaki po ang kontribusyon para sa ating bayan. Thank you po, good sponsor, and full support po tayo sa budget ng DMW. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Bongo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, next to interpolate, the last to interpolate is our Minority Leader, Senator Alan Cayetano. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is recognized.
Good evening, Mr. President. Good evening, Majority Leader, our good chairman. Okay. Chairman Erwin, magandang gabi at sa DMW family.
Magandang gabi po.
May I ask the gentleman if I may ask a few questions?
Yes, sir. You may do so, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you po. You know, since my staff and I almost from scratch drafted this law in 2017, and of course it went to different versions, we have seen certain things remain the same. Yung demand for Filipino labor abroad, in certain cases, yung trato or yung political, economic, social culture, yung ibang mababang tingin or dulot maging ng kultura o maging ng, for example, the kafala system. But we've also seen a lot of improvement, di ba? From, for example, 20 years ago, wala namang internet at saka cellphone or yung mga WhatsApp, Viber. So talagang, let's say sa Hong Kong, pag Sunday lang, hindi makapag-communicate yung mga OFWs. But nowadays, halos buong araw, kausap nila yung kanilang mga kamag-anak pag Sundays at pagka medyo mabait yung mga boss nila, even on weekdays. No? So, can you consider this a few questions on the budget but also a heart-to-heart talk with the DMW family? My first question is, how does the Secretary view the creation of the department? Diba? Why not just stay with the DFA? The reason I ask this is I want to go to the heart of what they should be focusing on. I got water din. Okay lang yung tayo kong ganito. Okay lang yung tayo ko.
Thank you, Mr. President. Una po sa lahat, nais pong pasalamatan ng ating kalihim, si Minority Leader, na who initiated, kung hindi po doon sa kanyang effort to initiate, baka wala po tayong DMW ngayon.
Marami naman tayo.
Opo.
And even you in the private sector, yung inyong
Tama po yun.
banat para tumuloy ito ay ina-appreciate po natin. Thank you.
Tama po yun. Pero yung pong sinasabi na at mapalad po, hindi lang po yung ating OFWs, kundi po yung mga kamag-anakan nila na nakafocus po, hindi lang po itong Congress na ito, kundi all the way down to the 17th Congress, ay very, very, lahat po ng miyembro ay may puso po para sa OFW. Pero ito po yung, kung bakit yung tanong po ninyo, why not just the DFA? Bakit kailangan pa po ng DMW? Eh, ang DMW po kasi ay itinalaga at iginawa at naayos sa batas upang pangalagaan po ang karapatan ng mga OFWs and promote the welfare ng OFWs at ng kanilang pamilya, safe, orderly, and ethical overseas employment. Ibig pong sabihin na kung kumpleto po ang kanilang mga kamay, lahat, paa, daliri, dapat makabalik din po sila ng mahusay at matiwasay sa kanilang pamilya, Mr. President.
But Mr. President, if that is the answer of the good secretary, as I said, this is a heart-to-heart talk. Yan din naman ang mandate ng DFA. And when he was a good worker in OWA and POEA, Yun din naman ang mandate eh. You don't need a DMW kung yun lang po ang dahilan. I mean, it's the best reason we should really protect our workers, but why a separate department?
Ito po yung kasagutan ang ating pong kalihim mula po sa DMW. Ang Department of Foreign Affairs po kasi, marami po siyang trabaho. Hindi lamang po ang overseas Filipino workers, kundi lahat ng mga Pilipino na nasa ibang bansa. Kabilang na po riyan, Ginoong Pangulo, yung mga residents na po, yung mga citizens na po, pero mga Pilipino po origin. Nandyan din po yung mga diplomatic issues na kailangan pangalagaan. Unlike po sa DMW, ito po ay nakafocus lamang sa mga pangangailangan ng ating pong OFWs sa pang-araw-araw at ang kanilang kapakanan at kaligtasan, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman. That's exactly what I was looking for. So the key word there is focus. So, you know, when we drafted that bill, Yusek Sara Ariola, behind me, was the one who led that drafting. But 18 Congress natin napasa. In the 18 Congress, nasa DFA na ako. So, nung tumawag ang Pangulo, through the Executive Secretary and other secretaries, tinanong ako, ngayon na ikaw na ang Secretary of DFA at nasa ilalim mo ang OFWs, yung pag-alaga ng OFWs, then I asked Sara the same thing. Sara, ikaw nag-draft, pero ikaw na ang head ng UMWA. We came to the same conclusion. For example, when we were in Saudi Arabia, and I was really blessed, I thank God for that opportunity, Mr. Chair, kasi ibang level yung bait nung Secretary ng Foreign Affairs noon. Siya din ang tumulong sa atin secretly dun sa Kuwait sa problema natin. So, bulong ng bulong yung ambassador na tama naman. Pero kasi ang pinag-uusapan natin with the Foreign Minister of Saudi was security. Given at the time wala pang pandemic, so ang pinag-uusapan din, they have a very good program on anti-terrorism. And namomonitor nila kasi yung umiikot na iba, whether it's a legitimate na evangelization on the Muslim side or whether it's to radicalize and to espouse terrorism. So on one hand, security. On the other hand, economic. Kasi we all know they supply our oil and yung dollar, yung palitan ng dollar sa peso. OFW, wala naman duda kasi daan libo o milyon yung OFW there. But every time na mag-yes siya sa akin, so sinabi, pwede bang tulungan nyo kami kasi may mga bata, wala pang birth certificate kasi lalo kung may asawa tapos nanganak doon, bawal yun eh. Tapos 'di ba sa Muslim country, pati kung Muslim din yung Pilipino, kailangan ilibing ka agad. Pero syempre yung iba gustong iuwi. So every time mag-yes siya sa akin, may kasunod na binibigay yung ambassador. Kasi political yung ambassador natin noon, pero very, very good ambassador, si Ambassador Lonto. But the USEC naman, medyo iba yung na, sir, may hangganan ang goodwill o pakiusapan natin. No? So at that moment, I realized nga na there's a benefit na yung DFA Secretary, siya yung nasa OFW. Kasi nga, all around the world, ang Department of State or ang Foreign Affairs, parang din, next to the little president, next to sa atin hindi masyado, but to Western countries, yung minsan yung primus inter pares nila is the Department of State or the Foreign Affairs. So, iba yung dating pagka ang humingi yung Foreign Affairs Secretary. The same thing happened here. When the Russians called na may ganitong problema, the Chinese called may ganitong problema, the American ambassador said ganito ang problema, I would pick up the phone and call, and I'll say this is a diplomatic request. No? However, hati nga yung attention eh. Diba? So, I think as Secretary of Foreign Affairs, lahat ng lakad ko may meeting with the OFW. Sabi nung iba, hindi usually ginagawa yan. Okay, having said that, pag tinansya ko, wala pa rin 30% sa bawat lakad ko abroad yung meeting with the OFWs. So the reason we put the DMW, at least my personal reason, and I think nakumbinsin ng marami, Senator Bongo, Senator Joel, Senator Jinggoy were also big parts of this. Seksani supported us. There were some senators who didn't want it and was thinking na dumoble lang yung trabaho. Yun yung main point namin. Iba yung nakatutok talaga. And it's just too big. I mean, almost 10% ng ating GDP galing sa OFWs nung naghihirap tayo. Pera nila ang inaasahan natin hanggang ngayon. They're a big part of our GDP. Tapos pag ibabalik natin sa kanila, titipirin natin. Okay. So having said that, Mr. Chair, I want to put on the record, wala akong question sa administrative capability ng ating mahal na secretary and your staff. Yung pagpro-process, of course, parating may angal yan, no? But ang point ko lang, you've gone through that from grade 1 to masteral ka na dyan or doctorate, no? But I have a series of questions just to see whether you're using that focus very well. How many secretaries or bilateral meetings have you had as secretary? First of all, how long have you been secretary? How long, Mr. Chairman, have the secretary?
Mr. President, 2 years since he was appointed as OIC.
Okay, so how many bilateral meetings have he had with either labor secretaries or secretaries of foreign affairs? More or
And
less.
he asked for 1 minute suspension.
Yeah,
Mr.
hindi naman to
President.
audit, so you can give me a ballpark, ano. I'm talking about the secretaries nung bansang sa natin pinapadala, hindi yung secretary natin.
So, Mr. President, it's close to 30 bilateral meetings.
30.
And
So-
the number keeps on rising pa.
Yeah. So, for example, the top 10 OFW destinations is sa Saudi Arabia. How many times have you met and who have you met sa Saudi Arabia? And is it the secretary or is it the USEC? Minister or deputy minister? Yeah.
The labor minister of Saudi, about 3
3 to
times,
4 times.
Mr. President.
The United Arab Emirates is number 2. How many times have you met?
45 times for the labor minister.
Labor minister. Singapore minister. Twice.
Singapore minister is twice.
Have you also
Mr.
met
President.
the foreign minister? No.
Two times the health minister and 2 times the
Okay.
labor.
May I ask, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, was this pull asides or this was in multilaterals or was this actual bilateral scheduled meetings of you visiting them or them visiting us?
It's not on the sides, Mr. President. It was actual
Meetings.
formal meetings, Mr. President.
Okay. So I'm happy with your answers. Relative kasi kung 4 times in 2 years, once every 6 months, not that great but not bad. But the point I want to make, Mr. President, is that one of the main reasons also for DMW is to open new markets. Kasi may mga lugar, I don't want to mention it here because of sensitivities, na mas delikado lang talaga. So for example, if we talk about household or kasambahay, di ba? May mga lugar katulad sa Hong Kong na dalawa ang problema. One, yung space, kasi maliit talaga yung bahay, and then yung amount of work, di ba? Pero wala naman tayong masyadong horror stories na kinakatok sila sa gabi ng amo or ng anak ng amo para pagtangkaan sila sexually, di ba? But there are countries where that is a reality, na they have to lock the door or they have to, because nga, for many reasons, whether it's cultural or yung type ng tao, di ba? So, in your 2 years, have we pursued that? And kasi kung titignan ko yung top 10 destinations in the last 20 years, halos pareho no? Hindi nagbabago masyado.
Actually, Mr. Chair, aside from those the good secretary mentioned, meron po tayong mga new markets na through his efforts this past few months, nariyan po yung Denmark, Finland, Croatia, Slovenia, Slovakia, Hungary, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Albania, Mexico, and Sweden. There's a lot of job orders with active job orders, Mr. President, 238 in total. Number of employees, active job orders, 567. Total number of active job orders for these 10 countries is nasa 30,255.
I'm very happy to hear that, and congratulations kung ganon, no? And do you agree with me, Mr. Chair, or does the Secretary agree with me? Two sides kasi yan, no? Finding new markets na apples to apples with present skill level ngayon, no? Meaning, for example, let's say kasambahay sa Hong Kong, kasambahan sa Kuwait, kasambayan sa Denmark, Denmark, mas free sila, mas makakapag-aral sila, may upscaling sila doon, tapos mas mataas ang sweldo. So that's one reason you're focusing, di ba, on new markets. But do you agree with me? There's the second part na hindi nyo cargo lang ito, but cargo ng buong gobyerno to or ng buong lipunan, is kung paano talaga yung personal upgrading or upskilling nung mga empleyado, nung labor, para nga, so for example, di ba, kung yung first generation ay kasambayan sa Hong Kong, pero nakapag-aral yung anak pwedeng architect sa Japan or pwedeng nasa sales sa Singapore or chef sa Denmark, di ba? So hindi nyo fully cargo yung pangalawa. But that's part of your work, correct? Or it's part of our work, no, including us, Senator Erwin, di ba? I mean, madalas nyo naman sabihin din ni Senator Raffy yan at ni Senator Bongo, di ba, na better education para mas maganda din yung trabaho, no? But ang point ko lang, cargo nyo yung una, finding new markets, yan ang trabaho nyo talaga. But yung second, you're part of that. Kasi yung follow-up question ko kasi noon, yung action fund nyo ba, meron na ba kayong programa din doon na doon naman sa upscaling? Yes or no would suffice. I mean, I don't want to take up too much of your
Yes,
time.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So yes, kasi ang inyong absorption for the last 2 years is 50-60%. Personally, I want to give you more money. But to give you more money, you have to have the programs that can absorb this. So, Mr. Chairman, can I go just a little bit into that? Just a little bit lang, no? Nung panahon ni President Arroyo, I remember, meron yung super maid. Kaya hindi ko makalimutan kasi I met at that time Director General ng TESDA, si Huco. And they were very proud kasi yung super maid nila, yung di lang marunong maglinis, pero marunong gumamit ng washer and dryer. And I saw him in Hong Kong in a restaurant. Tamang-tama, nilapitan ako nung OFW sa Hong Kong. Sabi, sir, ano ba naman yan? Pinapadaan kami sa bagong programa. So sabi ko, ayun yun, may upscaling. Sir, paano naging upscaling? Unang-una, may bayad. Pangalawa, sir, pinuturoan kami ng dryer washer sa Pilipinas, magkahiwalay pa. Wala naman dryer at washer dito sa Hong Kong na magkahiwalay. Isang makina na lang yun. So, sa media, sir, maganda yung tinuturo nyo. But in reality, hindi. This was, 2009, so 2008. It was 27 years ago. I mean, it's a long time ago. But my point is, there are programs that you can have with TESDA, with CHED, etc., that you can use your... So I'm not proposing you put up your own school. But if we do help you with your action fund, do you have ongoing projects, for example, with CHED, State Use, or with TESDA? Yes or no lang, I won't go into the details because I trust you guys.
Under the reintegration program, Mr. President.
Sa reintegration. Okay. But the reintegration is for them to, so for example, no, kung 10 years na sa Hong Kong na kasambahay, tapos let's say natuto magluto, so dito, mag-test na siya para mag-chef o mag-baker, the reintegration program is for them to work here. I'm talking about upscaling them para pagbalik nila sa abroad, they have better jobs. Kasama yan.
Kasama po yung, Mr. President, ang test na dyan para sa upscaling ng mga OFW, upgrading po ng kanilang tools. So pag gusto po nila ng new career, kasama po yan.
Okay. So I will trust our chairman. If you can convince our chairman that pwede niyong ayusin yung action fund and you can put the right data of helping, hindi lang OFWs, I think, Mr. President, do we have any data? Let me ask this question, then make my proposition. Do we have any data how many na anak ng OFW ang nag-OFW din? Kung walang data, okay lang. Pero kung meron, walang data. Do you have money for research? How much is your budget for research, Mr. Chair?
We have, they have 180 million sa DMW, pero OWA has zero.
For research, Mr. President.
For OWA, zero, yes.
And how do they use that 180?
They have an Institute of Advanced Studies, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Again, Mr. Chair, maybe I can just do it through your office. But I think in the same manner that whether it's the US or the Philippines, let's say yung Bureau of Agricultural Statistics, if you go to the US, for example, whether it's corn, soya beans, beef, grabe. I mean, ikaw magsasawa sa babasahin mo, di ba? So, I mean, if OFWs contribute that much to us, I think every aspect of their deployment and their daily life, we should have a research about that, di ba? How many of them, for example, even the social cost, di ba? Ang daming nagkakahiwalay na mag-asawa kapag matagal na magkahiwalay. So, I won't go into the details of the 180 million. I don't know if it's small or big, but as I said, I will trust the chairman. So two things. One, I'd like to help you sa fund sa research, but I think we'd like to see the research design. It should be something that would really teach all of us, especially coming, we can debate all we want. The two Senator Tulfos get calls every day from OFWs. When Secretary Toots was alive, her NGO, di ba, was in touch. Si Yusek Sara was with International Organization for Migration. They also have research, etc. Minsan, mas maganda pa research sa abroad tungkol sa OFWs ng Pilipinas. Kaso sa research natin, mukhang kung saan lang ang pakinabang, dun lang natin nire-research. So if I ask NEDA, for example, ilan ba nagkakahiwalay na mag-asawa na OFW, ang tingin ko masasagot nila yung remittances eh. Pero yung social cost, tingin ko hindi nila masasagot. At pinapagalitan natin ang PAGCOR, na hindi pwedeng panay pera lang tinitignan nyo sa online, sa Pogo, I mean, my chairman now was also my chairman in dealing with online gaming, di ba? So in the same manner, di ba, I won't accept na yung DBCC or Secretary of Finance or together with Department of Labor and DMW and we'll only have complete statistics pagdating. I know you have a lot of anecdotes, you have a lot of statistics. So don't answer me na because I'm supporting you. I'm saying have a good research design, but I think we should take a look so that we don't repeat our mistakes and then we can do better. So that's one on research. Sa program, same thing. Baka pwedeng pumunta yung secretary dito pag budget hearing ng CHED at mag-usap sila ng CHED. Kasi remember, OFWs ay kalat sa buong Pilipinas. At libre naman ang edukasyon sa lahat ng university. So I wonder if CHED has a program specifically. 10 years ago, pag magtanong ka sa mga high school graduates, sinong gusto mag-abroad, mahigit kalahati nagtataas ng kamay. So shouldn't we have a special program guiding them? I'll give you one example, no? For those who love Japan, dumadami ang migrant workers ng Japan. But to work in Japan, you have to know their language. So, kung first year college pa lang or high school pa lang, sinasabing gusto mo na mag-abroad, and tinutulungan natin sila. Sabihin, eto ang mga... kasi ngayon, ang bata magaling mag-memorize ng Koreano because of K-pop and K-drama. At may mga trabaho din naman sa Korea, di ba? But kung titignan mo, 1/3 of the world speaks Spanish, 1/3 of the world speaks Chinese, Mandarin mostly, and 1/3 speaks English. Then of course, depende kung ano target natin. But Japan is a beautiful country with beautiful culture that loves Filipinos. But ang problema, pag nag-ambisyon pa lang pumunta doon pa lang mag-aaral ng Hapon. So I don't know. Should we ask the CHED to do that? Should we ask DepEd? But I'm just saying, dahil kayo nakafocus dyan, at dahil may action fund kayo, baka gusto nyong kahit experiment doon. Kahit sabihin mong 10 students in Southern Luzon, 10, di ba? Parang nga hindi every year, pareho na lang ang pinag-uusapan natin. So, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I'll support on 2 reasons. No? One, tinitignan ko budget nila, 8 billion last year, we're proposing sa Senate 11 billion. But ang remittances noong 2024 was $34.5 billion. So that's about 2 trillion pesos. So, katulad ngayon, ang tinanggal sa DPWH, mahigit 2 billion. If there's somewhere good to put it, it's in the DMW. Pero hindi namin mailalagay unless mag-propose kayo. Diba? Kasi pakitang tao lang pag sinabi ko, Mr. Chairman, gawin na natin 15 yan o gawin natin 20. Hindi naman name that tune to or the price is right, di ba? Na parang sino mag-propose ng mas mataas na budget, mas mabango sa DMW at saka sa OFWs. Ang labanan dito, how you can hit the nail on the head. Yung mga programang kailangan talaga ng OFW. Which goes to my... so, would you agree, my question is to the Chairman, not to the Secretary. Chairman, napakaliit ng 11 billion compared sa remittances na binibigay po nila, hindi po ba?
Agree, Mr. President. Pero to answer po yung your questions earlier, as a matter of fact, even before you brought up that research thing, may nakaschedule na po sila ngayong December for research policy and design. Number 2, they are willing to submit a research design after that conference, Mr. President. Yes. Number 3, yes, they have coordination po with the Commission on Higher Education para nga po dyan sa NTESDA, and including Marina na rin po for that upscaling of skills, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Yes. So I think, I'm happy to hear that, but I think the how is very important. Because massive, di ba, 10 million Filipinos abroad. Officially ba, ilan yung OFWs?
Around 7 million.
7 million officially. But I would dare say, kasi yung 10, 11 million, matagal na yun. Just in the US, including second, third generation na Amerikano na, 6 million ang... So Filipinos abroad is different from overseas Filipinos abroad. So officially 7 million documented yon.
Documented po, OFWs. The documented is around 6 million. Yung the rest is undocumented,
So
Mr. President.
just because you're dealing with so many people and you're dealing with people from not only all over the country, kasi yung iba nagti-TNT na rin doon habang makakuha ng ibang trabaho, no? So the thing is to come up with creative and innovative programs that really hits the nail on the head. So may I ask, at least during your term or even longer than that, nagbabago ba yung design ng ating PIDOS at PAOS?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Kasi na-notice ko dun sa PIDOS, Pre-Departure Orientation Seminar, aside from maikli, I'm talking about matagal na yan. Matagal ka naman dyan, Mr. Secretary, di ba? So when we're talking during Pinoy's time, di ba? Yung iba, para lang masabing may PIDOS, 2 hours, 3 hours, tapos na. On the side of the OFW, gusto na makaalis, excited, it's just one requirement you have to check. Sa recruiter naman, dahil nga maraming hingi yan locally and abroad, at saka umutang na yung OFW, so gusto mo na lang mapaalis. At that time, pati for certain number of years, I think 2014 to 2017 o 18, pati passport, magbabayad ka pa ng $500 to $1,000, makakuha ka lang ng passport. So sa dami ng gastos, makaalis na, hindi nakafocus sa PIDOS. So for example, ano finding halimbawa sa ibang Muslim countries? Sabi, sir, hindi kami pinapakain. Pero there are certain countries na hindi sila kanin every meal. So pinapakain sila, pero hindi kanin every meal. Diba? Pwera pa yung pag-fasting na Ramadan sa gabi yung ano. But my point is, the time to do that is really before they go, diba? To orient them with what to expect abroad. I mean, tayo Mr. Chairman, congressional delegation, ang dami na nating babasahin for a 3-day trip. But sila, they're going to spend 1-2 years doon. Bibigyan sila ng PIDOS na 2-3 hours.
That's a very good question, and thank you for bringing that up, Mr. President. Actually, at this time, yung pre-departure orientation at saka post-arrival, country-specific na po. Kung saan po sila pupunta, doon na po. Ito yung culture, ito po yung dapat at hindi mo dapat gawin sa Saudi. Ito po ang pwede, hindi pwedeng gawin sa Kuwait. So it's very different. Specific na po eh. Sa Hong Kong, medyo maluwag. Sa Dubai, medyo maluwag siya. So, nalalaman po ng ating mga departing OFWs kung ano pong i-expect nila. Kung galing po sila ng Dubai, different po, medyo stricter sa Saudi Arabia, medyo stricter sa Kuwait. Kung na-deploy po sila, kasi meron po tayo mga OFW na mga galing po sa Dubai, naka-employ po sa mga diplomat. Ngayon, aalis na po, tapos na po yung contract, lilipat po sa Europe, sa Switzerland, o sa France. So, iba na naman po yung PIDOS nila kasi country by country specific po.
I'll go to the PAOS, but on the average ngayon, Mr. President, what's the average time for the PIDOS, regardless of what country? Is it a 2-hour, half-day, 1-day, 2-day, 3-day seminar? How long is it?
For PIDOS, Mr. President, is 7 modules, so 1 day po yan.
Okay.
Language and culture. Sa Kingdom of Saudi Arabia po, 2 days. Sa Singapore po, 1 day. Sa Cantonese po, 3 days. GCC, 3 days. Sa Mandarin po, 6 days. So, iba-iba po eh.
But Mr. President, gaano katagal po halimbawa po ako, kung gusto ko mag-apply maging OFW, from today, more or less, ilan days bago ako makaalis? More or less, assuming walang problema, what's the average? Wag naman the fastest. 2 months, 3 months?
Yung buong cycle daw po, Mr. President, according po to is it deployment cycle you're asking?
So if I'm a new college graduate ngayon, whether sa barko or average lang, so from the time I apply to get everything, pati visa, etc., passport, all the permits, is it like 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months? What's the usual?
30 to 45 days, Mr. President. Granting po kung yung OFW natin wala pong mga negative findings pagdating po sa mga x-ray, sa mga health issues po niya. Pero kung everything go naman po, it's around 30 to 45 days.
So let me state what I don't want to happen or we don't want to happen and what we do want to happen. What we do want to happen is that the OFW is fully prepared. We cannot say na wag siyang ma-homesick kasi kahit anong briefing mo, di ba? Tao tayo eh. And mental health is a real issue now. Loneliness, isang asset natin, tribal tayo, ang ninong ng kumpare, ng ate, ng kaklase ko ay kamag-anak ko pa rin. So we have very close ties, di ba? Yung ating barangay, yung ating town, mahal na mahal natin. So there are things that is beyond our control. But preparation is essential. So can you study? So what we don't want to happen naman is to add so much red tape and bureaucracy na lalong mapahirapan yung applicant. But sa akin kasi, kung 4 weeks to 6 weeks bago maalis, 2-3 hours a week for 6 weeks bago makaalis, kahit lalo kung online yan, as part of the preparation, counseling, and everything, would go a long way, not only na hindi sila ma-abuse, but for them to maximize their stay there. Diba? So, for example, Mr. President, if we're talking about taxi drivers, hindi ko naman propose katulad sa UK, sa London. Sipin niyo po sa London, mahigit 1 taon, nakabisikleta, naglalakad yung driver, yung cabbie, kasi may exam siya na kailangan memorize niya lahat ng kalye. Kahit may Waze na ngayon. Diba? So yun yung isang extreme. Yung isang extreme naman, let's say yung mga nasa Northern America na or Latin America na grabe yung nangyayari sa kanilang bansa, so nagsasapalaran na maka-enter ng US, wala talagang bit-bit at yung iba namamatay pa papunta doon. So yun yung 2 extremes, diba? Yung one extreme, you go abroad seeking a better life, wala talaga, walang paghahanda, talagang bahala na, diba? The other extreme is like yung cabbie nga sa UK na sobrang aral. So may I just manifest that today that baka we can study that. Of course, if you can somehow integrate that into elementary, high school, college, some preparation doon at telling them na kung balak nyo mag-abroad, kasi katulad sa mga, what you call that sa DepEd, yung kanilang
STEM. Modules.
Our resident educator, Chairman Win, yung tracks, di ba? So, shouldn't there be a track kung sigurado kang mag-abroad ka? Di ba? So, kasi I don't mean naman na 6 weeks nagpre-prepare ka, ang dami mong kailangan gawin. Hindi naman to eskwelahan na 6 weeks ka mag-aaral, di ba? But if you look kasi at the top countries, like Singapore, Hong Kong, Japan, Australia, Taiwan, you have to know the culture, you have to know yung ano and everything, but basically sumunod ka sa batas, you'll be okay, di ba? But the other countries, UAE medyo malaki, but the other countries may mga peligro many people don't know whether it's Malaysia or India, for example. Certain types of preaching or conversion of Muslims to Christians can land you in jail. Di ba? Ang Pilipino, likhang missionary at evangelical. Whatever our religion is, we want to share it and we want to make sure yung kasama natin saved na. Tempted na ako tanungin kayo, sabihin nyo sa katabi nyo, saved na ba kayo? Di ba? No, well, likha sa atin, di ba? Brother Sherwin, your mother is a pastora and shares the word, di ba? Oo. So, going to the PAOS, yung PAOS, Mr. Chairman, in my experience, is better because nakasettle na sila at nandun na sila. Diba? So, medyo nakasettle down na and everything. Pero ang problema nga, katulad halimbawa sa Saudi or Kuwait, pag nandun na sila sa bahay nung boss nila, let's say sa kasambahay, hindi sila basta't i-allow na mag-attend ng kung ano-ano Diba? So, since you said it's now country-specific, so for example, sa Saudi, when they get there, do they go straight to their employers or do they stay with the embassy or with the recruiters for a day or two before they go to their
They go to the agencies, Mr. President.
And in their agencies, do they have time pa for the PAOS there, the post-arrival?
Yes, Mr. President, they have time for PAOS.
Yeah. Can I just encourage us to keep looking at those because prevention talaga for me is a better key than finding solution pagka may problema na. May I ask, kamusta ang synergy nyo ngayon with DOLE and DFA? DFA muna, kamusta ang relationship and ang working I know bago din ang secretary natin, pero she's very, what you call this, experienced. The reason I asked Mr. Chairman is because kanina tinanong ko bilateral meetings. So, when I was Secretary of Foreign Affairs, just because mabarkada ako and I was one of the youngest, so madali akong bitbitin. So pag sinabi ng economic team, sama ako, then I'll contact the foreign minister or the Minister of Labor there. So pag sinabi ko naman sa Secretary of Labor, pupunta ako dito, sama din siya. So may dating kasi pag 2 or 3 secretaries ang magkasama na visit, di ba? Kasi nga, how do I put it? Diplomacy is also, assuring the kabilang side na you're important to us. So one secretary visiting is important, but can you imagine if 2 or 3? So I was wondering nga kung yung synergy nyo with DFA and DOLE is quite good or needs improvement or... So DFA muna, kamusta with you?
Every month, Mr. President, nagkakaroon po ng meeting, yung secretary level at saka yung USEC level every month.
But have you had bilaterals together or hindi pa?
Yes, actually.
Multilaterals invited din ng DFA?
Yes, included po recently po sa UNGA, sa mga dialogues po at
So
saka
I won't go,
bilateral
Mr.
meetings.
Chairman, into all the specifics, but I'll just give 2 examples. No? Ang Russia, when we had better relationship with them, I hope we still have a good relationship, but given the war in Ukraine and yung hindi na tinuloy ng military yung ating purchase sa kanila, we have, can you correct me, 70,000? Ilan ang workers natin sa Moscow? It grew during the past administration, parang from 20 to 40 ba or 35 to 70,000? Basta around 50,000 more or less, no? Less.
A little less than that, Mr.
So
Chairman.
my point, Mr. Chair, is that the Russian Federation gives special consideration to workers of countries that used to be part of the USSR. And I asked if it's possible to extend some of that to Filipino workers in 2017 or 2018. Then I left the foreign ministry. Hindi ko na follow up. But ang sagot sa akin ni Secretary Lavrov noon was that I do not see why we cannot. I just don't know kung na-follow up yon, especially si Ambassador King, hindi na ambassador doon. Secondly, before I left, kinausap ko rin si Secretary Minister Vivian Balakrishnan ng Hong Kong, ng Singapore, very senior minister in Singapore, because ang reklamo nung Singaporean, ng mga empleyado ng Singapore, by the way, no, the Singaporean employers really took very, very good care of our employees during the pandemic. Yung iba sa kanila, swineldohan pa kahit sarado yung mga kumpanya. I think USEC Test has a list of those who really helped during that time. But the point is, pag natanggal ka sa trabaho, expired na, you're only given 2 weeks ba? 2 weeks to leave Singapore. I actually asked the foreign minister, can you make that a month or 2? And pwede ba na kung makakuha sila ng trabaho doon, hindi na sila kailangang umuwi? Kasi the reality daw is that if 2 weeks uwi ka na, it'll take at least 6 months to a year bago ka makabalik, na disrupt na lahat, pati sweldo mo, pamilya, etc. Hindi rin, kahit na sabihin mo magaganda trabaho nung nasa Singapore, nasa sales, nasa mga ospital and engineers, architects, di ba? Hindi biro to go through the whole process, no? So, it's important, I think, that whether on your level or you with the foreign minister or you with the labor minister, to take a look at that, no? And to make sure that small things like that gumagalaw at pwede, no? So, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of concerns, but I think I can simply give it to you or to write to you. The last concern I want to bring up is that I remember there's a Filipino professor, meron silang programa for OFWs. So, can you use the Action Fund if universities abroad, let's say whether it's Australia, New Zealand, UAE, if they open up to upgrading or upscaling skills or learnings ng Filipino, can you use that?
Actually, Mr. President, yung action fund po kasi is more for welfare, legal.
Yeah.
But they will look into it
Yeah.
kung po pwede.
Chair, may I
probably with your proposal. They'll have to
may I
study it.
propose we think of a maybe kung hindi amendment sa law kahit na special provision and kahit limited testingin lang natin maybe 10 countries kasi part ng welfare nila yung mas mataas sweldo nila. Part of welfare nila na pagbalik nila kasi most OFWs, let's say Hong Kong, no? Pag tinanong mo sino nandito 5 years, tataas ang kamay. 10 years, 15 years, 25, 30 years. Oh, next question. Sino sa inyo dito nung pumunta kayo dito, sabi niyo 5 years lang ako, uwi na ako. Lahat sila. Pero they end up spending their whole life there because not only their children, their grandchildren na aasa, and then usually kung ano trabaho nila at the start, konti lang talaga yung mobility. But can you imagine if they don't have to come home to study? And you know, many of the countries na malakas ang human rights at malakas yung kanilang advocacy sa welfare can open this up. But again, saan kukuha ng pera? So, and I'm talking about agreements that can be either government to government or DMW to that specific university. So if this university says, oh, we'll have this class after work, but it's going to cost $20,000 for 20 people. Diretso nyo na. Ni hindi hahawak ng pera yung OFW. May I encourage lang as Mr. Chair and the DMW to go beyond. Kasi if we don't do that this year, 2027 na ulit yung mga proposal. Diba?
They agree, Mr. President. Kung papayagan po sila, the Secretary is saying, and the OWA is saying na they agree. I mean, kung papayagan po sila, with the help of the good senator from Taguig, they will look into this and very willing po to comply.
Thank you.
Subject to
The
laws.
last topic, just 2 or 3 questions, the kafala system. Has the DMW or has the Philippines, whether through the Foreign Ministry or Office ES or them, thanked Saudi Arabia for their abolishing of the kafala system?
Last September, Mr. President, there's a joint statement between the Philippines and Saudi Arabia.
Sir President, the Philippines took the lead in fighting what some would term a modern-day slavery. Unwittingly, no? I mean, I don't think yun yung intention ng mga countries na may kafala system. But because of, for example, sa Kuwait, no? We found out that that's why they treat the kasambahay workers as their property kasi hindi yung nagre-reflect na gastos dito ay hindi. It was thousands of US dollars. That's why if they run away, they have to pay the same. So ang feeling nila, kailangan nila isulit. So wala silang problema sa sweldo. Yung sweldo, kita nila sulit yung trabaho ng Pilipino doon. But yung one-time payment, and then nakatali to sa kafala system. So yung empleyado hindi makalipat kasi you need a sponsor. Namatay na po yung oldest serving prime minister in the world, yung prime minister ng Bahrain, who was the uncle of the king. He spearheaded then in their region. I don't know now the sensitivities kung sino mga magkakampi, but at that time kasi parang Bahrain, UAE, and Saudi had better alliance than Qatar. May konti silang mga diferensya nun. But the point I have to make is that since we spearheaded that, we spent good, we scraped some money, Mr. Chairman, para pati sa mga UN at yung ibang mga activities to sponsor some, tapos sinagot na ng Bahrain. But ang point ko is that it's a big thing. It's a major step forward. But PR, text message, an official message from the Philippine government, maybe the Senate should send these countries that lifted it up a resolution thanking them. I think this will go a long way. Kasi it's a big step, pero that doesn't mean that the culture, the economics, the politics will change there, di ba? So it's just like when the Crown Prince allowed women to drive in Saudi. Some criticized na it's too late, but they also got a lot of recognition. And the last 2 days, di ba, the hype about the meeting of His Excellency and the King and the President of the U.S. na pag-uusapan to, people remember. I remember when a USEC, ASEC minister texts me or calls me or sends me some things and said, "You did this right, thank you." So, 2 things. One, I hope we continue being the leader in advocating rights and reforms, reforms and yung welfare rights ng migrant workers. It's not gonna go, kahit yumaman ng bansa, Mr. President, migration talaga is a fact of life. And but may mga bansa ka kasi katulad ng Singapore, US, the best and the brightest, di ba? Talagang inaakit nila, whether it's for tax purposes, for their companies, for innovation. But ang kawawa parati yung yung pinakamaliliit. And I think may space ang Pilipino, in being the champion in fighting for that. So that's my last question pala kanina. How much money do you have for actual diplomacy? I know you have money for travel, but do you have...
$13 million pesos.
30 million pesos.
Mr. President.
1-3. Okay. So, Mr. President, I don't want to be insensitive. Maraming nahirapan sa Pilipinas, maraming pera na kailangan. You yourself, Mr. President, as a former DSWD Secretary, saw the need, the kahirapan. But, whether it's McDonald's or Jollibee diplomacy na, people abroad love the what do you call this, the sweet spaghetti ng Pilipino, ng Jollibee. But all of this cost money. The reality is, coffee dates, spending for yung soft diplomacy. DMC can hook up with, for example, artists about the plight of workers. But you have to host some of this. So I don't want to give an amount because, I want to be sensitive given all the other needs of but 7 million Filipinos abroad, 34 billion, ang 13 million mo sa DFA, baka lang yon? Isang event or isang campaign?
One event.
Isang airplano yon.
One event.
One chartered flight. So don't be like the Nepo babies that will spend 13 million in one dinner, ganyan. But ang tingin ko naman, Mr. President, I'll go to my first question, bakit may DMW? Para focused kayo, para kausap nyo yung mga ka-level nyo dun sa abroad. And that won't happen, Mr. President, kung yung pondo nila for diplomacy is 13 million. By the way, you don't even have to go abroad, I mean, you can invite them here. Can you imagine if you bring the ministers of labor to Boracay, Palawan, to the north, to the south, di ba? But you'll need money for that. And I don't want you begging, whether from donors or from the Malacanang contingency fund. So I leave it to your discretion, Mr. President, but $1 million, which is about 60 million pesos, even for that is small. But wag naman po 13 million, masyado po atang natin tinitipid ang sarili natin. No? I think, magkano ang pag-hire natin sa foreign, in every administration, Mr. President, spends a little bit money on advertising sa tourism. Pero ang best advertising natin yung 7 million Filipinos abroad. Pag nakita nilang yung may malasakit, magaling magtrabaho, tingin sa iyo pamilya, lalo yung mga caregivers, di ba? Then they want to visit the Philippines. So if we can spend millions of dollars on sometimes useless, sometimes useful advertising abroad, ano ba naman yung $1 million for diplomacy sa DMC? Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. President. Salamat po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po. We appreciate all the valuable insights and recommendations of our former Secretary of Foreign Affairs, the good gentleman from Taguig. Maraming salamat po, Senator Cayetano.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation on the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, the Office of the Secretary, Overseas Workers Welfare Association, and that the same be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
There's a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and to deem submitted the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers and its attached agencies. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4058.
The motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session until 10 o'clock in the morning of Thursday, November 20, 2025.
Is there any objection? Session is suspended until 10 o'clock tomorrow, November 20, 2025.